All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Sunday to you. Happy solstice. Happy Father's Day to those of you that are father and mother to everyone. Good to see you. Hello, hello. I'm excited to see what messages come through. Got my little bear shirt on today. You can see him peeking over the screen there. So, hello, everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Sunday or Monday morning if you're on the other side of the planet. As always, excited to see what messages are going to come through from Spirit today. So, before we get into all that, though, we do like to come back to this moment, and we do that by taking a big deep breath together, holding it for as long as we feel comfortable, and then slow exhale out. Coming out of the future, coming out of the past, coming out of the chaos and all the activity of the outside world to come to this wonderful, peaceful bubble right here inside of us. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more energy before we get started. So if you want to join me in that big deep breath, let's begin. So big deep breath in. Here we go. Feels good, doesn't it? Calm down. All right. And then we will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we do that, we can just let that beautiful love vibration inside of us just echo up into our brain and all our thoughts and stories and throughout all our emotions and our heart and through our physical bodies into every cell and organ in our blood and whatever and into our spiritual center, our chakra system, our energetic meridians out to our auras, filling up our entire being and then overflowing out to the outside world. Let it do what it wants to do out there to also raise the vibration of the planet. So, we're going to do that. And remember, if you want to immediately raise your vibration, something we can do is gratitude. So, if we're grateful for just one little thing in our life that is in our life now or has been in our life, that immediately raises our vibration, opens us up to receive from spirit both messages and magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So, it's always a win win, win win win. After the third gong, I will bring in the magical feather to bring I want to focus. I have this kind of nudge to kind of activate our superhuman DNA. So if you're interested in that, just join in with that energy and let it just go into our DNA strand, activate superhuman for super healing, you know, super healing, super uh, intelligence, whatever it may be, to have these human machines, these beautiful human creations activate to a higher place. So we'll see what it does, right? All right. So let us begin. We'll do that. Remember, gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful. Good stuff, Maynard. All right. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. She is lovely, lovely energy, doesn't she? All right. Hello, hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Enjoying the first day of the winter or summer, depending what side of the planet you're on. But we got some wonderful. Yeah, it was not too bad of a day out here. I think it was 80 degrees when I went for a walk. It was cloudy, like partly cloudy, and nice little breeze. So it wasn't too bad. We're getting rain this week. So welcome to summer. I think someone was saying, is it Leslie? Yeah, you're saying happy first day of summer. It's been pouring here since midday. So at least you're getting, some beautiful moisture, right? We're kind of in a drought here in Colorado, so we're happy for this rain that might be coming. So fun. But if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, well, welcome. I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea with spirit. So welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends, huge hearts, great senses of humor. You guys were cracking me up last night, and I'm so grateful to have you here. And there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome. We try to keep it high vibration, humor, love, support. And I hardly ever, knock on wood, have to, rein someone in from being negative or commenting against anyone or anything. So I'm so grateful for our community. It's just such a big barrel of love. So welcome. If you want to know how the whole process works, all of that information is listed down in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority. You can use the super chat at the bottom of the chat, or down in the description area, do you have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, or Google Pay. I currently don't have any set donation amounts, but if you make like $1, we'll go ankle deep. Free readings are 1 to 2 readings, and we kind of just skip in, on the surface and see what spirit has. But a donation will go ankle deep for $1, $5 or more. We get to the knees, we get to the hips, up to the neck. Oh heck, right. So that's how that kind of works. And if you do make a $5 donation or more tonight, we're finishing up. Not finishing up. We're still using the Whisper of Love Oracle. So you get that as a fortune cookie after your reading, just to kind of not clear out, but kind of finish up. Put a little dot and cross the T's on your reading. We'll say it that way. For everyone else, for donations under that, we're doing the pink oracle deck, which is a smaller fortune cookie, but you get one, and it's a little extra tidbit for your reading as well. Last night we used the Wizard of Oz deck. Tonight we're using the Wicked deck. So that's what we'll be using this evening. Very magical. I do get to free readings. Usually, sometimes in the session that we're in. Lately, I've been so blessed with so many donations that sometimes I don't get to the free readings in the session. And if that happens, I do pop on in the morning to finish out or complete the free readings, whatever I didn't the night before. So if you were having that last night, here is the link from this morning's catch-up session. And I always do a pinned comment after every session listing all the readings I completed and all the readings I haven't either, saying who I'm going to complete in the morning. So there's a big pinned comment that's in there. And I do update that. At the very top, I mention if I completed all free readings or none, or not all of them. And the list is always there with everything updated. So I know I try to be organized. I almost missed a donation last night. Someone goes, I don't see my name on there. And I'm like, oops, totally overlooked it. Sorry. And then I totally missed a free reading on there too. And then there's been some issues I feel here and there on YouTube that sometimes they kind of keep some of the, chats between the two of you, keep secrets from me, because I went back and looked at chats and I'm like, I can't see a request anywhere. So it must not have gone through or, YouTube went and kinda took it away. So if that ever happens, just let me know. We'll get you guys squared away. I don't blame you guys for YouTube stuff. So if it's not, it wasn't there, you go, I put it and it's not, I don't see it. We'll let you do 2 in a session or whatever, it's not life or death, thank God, right? But we try to take care of everyone. What else? I think that's a lot of the big stuff. I do have a podcast called The Easier Path. We just put out a new um, episode, is what they're called. This last Thursday, we're working through the little mini kind of I guess, a mini series, I guess, within my podcast about raising our gifts and our empathic abilities. So this was phase 2. There's 4 phases that we're going through. This one was freedom work and clearing the emotional pipeline to open up the spiritual energy. So if you're interested, check that out. If you haven't checked out my podcast, the playlist is always listed in the description area of the video, or if you go to my main page at the top, it is up there. And here's the link for your convenience if you wish. So boom, 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 boom. All right. So I think that's the skinny on a lot of what we have here. I'm going to make sure my lists are updated. I'm going to kind of make sure, slow down a little bit so I can make sure that I have everything. I don't want to skip anything again, but please let me do. If I ever do, don't be shy. Just say, hey, I don't think you did my reading. And I will make it good. I'll find it and go, oh, here is the link, or whatever. We'll get it worked out. So let's see. I did have here. I got down to Celestial Nebula. If you're here, I don't see. I saw you said hello. I don't see a question from you though. That always is like a, you know, an indicator for me. Maybe something didn't go through. But so if that's true, please post it again because I don't see one. And then let's see here. I got those. All right. And then I do have footwork. Val, thank you so much for your donation. And I see here we've got a general reading. And I did complete your free reading, general reading this morning, I believe. So be sure to check out that link I just did if you haven't already, of course. We got Carmel Damon in the house. Carmel, hello, hello. We'll get you on the free reading list here. Got Livia Vagata in the house. Hello, hello. And we got Anime Freak. Hello, happy Father's Day. Oh, yeah, and I see here's your question. So we'll get you on the free reading list here as well. Boom, boom. You'll be number 10 on the free readings. Carmel, you're number 9. I'm keeping track now. I know, super organized. We'll see. And then Liv VA, here's your question. I knew it would be down here somewhere. You're number 11 on the free readings when we eventually get to those. Okay, that's you there. And we got Chelsea in the house. Hey, Chelsea, good to see you. Hello, hello. I don't think I have... I don't have anything from you yet, so just in case. We've got that there. And then Jamie G in the house. Hey, hey. I do see your free question. We'll get you on the list. You'll be number 12 on the free readings once we actually get there. And, okay, so there is a part 2. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I was like, what's this part 2 stuff? Okay, so here's part 2, and here's part 3. I get you. All right, so I got all that together. We got you. Thank you for doing that. You're welcome, Val. All right. Yeah, right. Anime. It does seem kind of, and it kind of like it goes great for a long time, and then suddenly out of nowhere, bleep, 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 quirkiness. But that's how it goes. That's all right, Chels. Take your time. Just making sure, Just information, no expectations. All right, so I think that is it, for I think I have everyone on here. So, for the donation list, we have Leslie will be up first, and then Sudeshna, and then Earth Angel, and then Val. You'll be number 4, on there, and that's it. That's what we have. Oops, up, Jamie G coming in. Okay, so all that you put there, Jamie, that was for a donation, not a free reading, right? So let me just scooch that. You'll be number 5, of course. So we'll put that up there. All right. So I have moved you. We'll give that a love and a like. Yeah, the 3-part story. I know. It's like a trilogy. I feel like you should do Star Wars music. Dun, 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 dun. That wasn't Star Wars. That was something else. I think that was the Death March. I don't know why I was doing that. I think it starts off sounding kind of the same. That's and then I just went somewhere else. All right. So we've got you on your number 5 on the donation list. And then just for free readings, we got let's see, I have 11. So I've got Swaroop up first, then Minihil, aka Ateshi, Butterfly, Eagle Money. Whoops, went too fast. Then Cat Mia, Christina Lowe, Carmel Damon, and then Animal Freak, not Animal Freak, Anime Freak. Hey, don't judgment. And then Livier is where we're at. So if I missed anyone, speak up. I don't think I did yet. So we'll do that. All right. So we'll dive in here in 2 seconds of a shake of a animal tail or something. I don't know what I was gonna say, but cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I've had so many, we had very long sessions, and when I'm in spirit a lot, I get kinda drunk, and I am feeling, in doing morning sessions too, I am such in a place of euphoria sometimes that you guys gotta put up with me sometimes. So, thank you so much. All your love, all your support, all your thumbs up, all the comments you guys make, attending these, chatting, watching my podcast, all that stuff you do does help spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami. I'm so grateful to be part of that wave with you, and I love you guys. Cheers, cheers. Happy solstice. Yummy, yummy. All right. So, let us wipe the coffee off my lips here as I got a drinking problem or something. I don't know. We'll dive in. So up first, we do have Leslie. Leslie, you're up. 1858 was a very good year in your past life, just so you know. 1858. So thank you for your donation. And so you want to have a message from your dad and grandpa. Happy Father's Day. I feel like I do want to pull from these. We've got these Talk to Heaven cards that are nearby here as well. And I kind of feel like I want to pull one from each, for at least one for each one. And then we'll see if they want me to pull tarot too. So we'll start off there. So first for dad. Thanks. And then grandpa's right behind there. And I also feel like I want to give you one of these little guardian angel. Look, they're in the form of a heart. And we'll try to shuffle these without sending them flying here. I am impressed with myself just now. All these years of shuffling cards has paid off. Should have got on film. Oops, okay. Spoke too soon, right? I did get the card first before I dropped him. So we'll pull one of those too. All right. For dad. Oh, wow. I have a new understanding. Interesting, right? Look at this little face here. It's like they're going boop, boop, boop. So let's take a look here. See, is this clear? Does it look a little out of focus to you guys? All right, I think it's better now. I have a new understanding. Let's see what he says here. All right. It says, he says, ironically, I understand life so much better now that I'm not physically alive. Of course, my soul, like yours and everyone else's, is very much alive. In fact, I've learned that nothing can harm our souls because they are God's handiwork. Oh, sure, our emotions and our psyches can get wounded, but those are still part of the human ego, so they can be healed with the right understanding. Basically, I've learned to have complete compassion for myself, for everyone, and for the process of life. I wasted so much time judging myself and others, and I held back because of insecurities that had no foundation. Now I see that there's nothing to fear at all because nothing bad can ever happen to you at a soul level. So please learn from my experiences. Live your life with gusto and joy. I like that. What a great message from dad, right? You know, all that stuff that I was, putting pressure on you to be and not be and blah, blah, blah. Screw that. Live your life. Have joy. That's kind of what I feel his energy is. Screw it. Throw it aside. I'm totally supporting whatever you want to do. Have fun as long as you're enjoying life. Let's go. So I like that. And then Grandpa says, we have been together in dreams. Look at this beautiful, I think it's lavender. So let's see what Gramps says. So he's been visiting you, maybe not even as himself, but as other ones. But I feel like he has showed up as himself. It says, when you're dreaming, I can more easily connect with you. That's why you've seen and felt my presence while you sleep. Sometimes you fully remember our dream connections, and other times you have a sense that we were together without a clear memory. Yeah, I like that. These experiences are very real. Your soul is traveling while you dream, and I meet you at a similar vibrational level where we can talk, share, and heal together. These dream connections make me as happy as they do you. I'm also delighted to help you understand their meaning in our conversations. I like that. There's something about meeting, I'll meet you halfway across the sky. There's this song that's playing, and it's funny because, you know, he's a bit hilarious on the other side, even more so. And there is this energy of like, I don't know, he's like in a tutu, dressed in all white, like a leotard with, you know, white wings and a little magic wand with a star with glitter on it. And he's meeting, and the song starts to play, "Meet you halfway." And it's just like, "Grandpa." So, I feel like he's trying to be humorous, and he's trying to, see how fun it is and that there's nothing to fear. Death is not, anything to fear. He's having a blast over there. So, I like those. And then your, guardian angel card coming in here, beautiful card, is about creativity. And it says, "We, your angelic messengers, are here to help unleash the endless creative potential that you possess. Listen to the whispers of love inside your heart as we communicate with you through feeling and emotion. Let go of fear and apprehension and express the endless source of creativity you possess. Have fun and allow the inner child within you to express your true essence. All is valid." I like this. I feel like pretty much there's this, your dad going, "Be you, have fun, enjoy," and your grandpa's all about, "Yeah, I come in your dreams and we meet halfway, and I'm having a blast. Let's have a blast. Let your inner child out, right? And this creativity. It's like create. It's almost like, do finger painting, do the things of a child would do, and like do play dates with your inner child as well. So I like this fun, fun, fun. And let's just pull a couple. I feel like they would just want a couple tarot here, and then we'll get you your fortune cookie, which is the Whispers of Love Oracle. Yeah. So you've got this underneath the surface. You have the Hierophant here, which is all about, you know, it's teacher student energy that's coming in. But I feel like it's the allow change because they're the master of change with major arcana number 5. So they're like, go with the change. Just allow yourself this movement. Um, don't, even though change can be scary, if you, and that it's interesting, like with a child, like our inner child's like a child. If you're doing something serious and something new and something different, ooh, they're like, this is scary. But if you're doing it in a fun way, like, come on, let's skip into it. Let's skip down and go, all right, let's go, then they're not scared because we're not scared. So when we're having fun and joyful, our inner child goes right along with us. And there's a different energy that unfolds. I like that. I never thought of that before. I love that. You also have the Hermit. So I feel like you've been feeling alone, and they want you to know that you're never alone and that it's time to get out of your cave. You have the Page of Yellow Bricks. And the Page of Yellow Bricks, this is the Page of Swords in the Standard Tarot. And, so this is learning something new. And this makes sense with that teacher student energy. It's almost like it's time to learn something new. If it could be something of intelligence, like you want to learn something. Um, I don't know, a new skill, a certification, blah, 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 whatever, or a new career, whatever. It's like schooling kind of feel. The other is more like learning pottery, learning new cuisine, something you really enjoy kind of energy. But I feel like in everything, it's like, let it be a joyful experience. This learning something new, get out to learn something new, right? Yeah. And you have the Strength card. So it's time to be seen. It's time to step out like the sun, which rules over the Leo energy. You have the courage, you have the strength, you have the ability to move forward. So you got 3 major arcana and a royal. So important. It's a very strong energy. So it's time to move forward. I like it. Time to have fun, go learn something new that you enjoy. So I like it. And then from the Whispers of Love, let's take a look here. Got the Union of Hearts. Ooh. Go hug a tree, but maybe don't make out with a tree. No, I'm just kidding. You might, someone might calls the authorities on you. I think someone's lost it. Someone's like kissing a tree. Maybe it says a love connection defies explanation. I'm in love with a willow tree. Sorry, I don't think society's that open yet. Leave the trees alone. All right. So it says, this is so special, unique, and cannot be defined in words. This love is comfortable and a perfect fit. It can be between parents and children, romantic partners, or in a special friend. It is important to recognize the significance love has in your life. Shift your attention to the the essentials in your relationships. Celebrate the wealth of that. I'm sorry. I tell you, I'm drunk today. Celebrate the wealth of love presents in your life. The wealth of love present in your life. I can't read. This card is prompting you to redirect your awareness from your goals and desired outcomes onto your relationships. You don't have to wait for a special occasion to do something for someone you love. Send a note, a card, or a flower to let them know you truly value them and the part they play in your world. In this one, two dryads embrace with complete abandon. Their encirclement represents the love that is present in a relationship. The colors green and yellow dominate this image, suggesting balance, healthy love, and mutuality. You're being reminded of the importance significant relationships have in your life. Reflect on the role love plays in your world. So I like this. I know soulmate. Could be because the more you focus on the love that you do have in your life, right? And the love you have had in your life, whether it's lovers or friends or family or whoever, that draws in more love as well, right? So I definitely encourage that. So that is what they have for you, Leslie. I like those for you. So many blessings. I love that. All right. All right, anime, have fun. Can you grab me some bananas when you're at the store? I'm just kidding. If you're still here, let's see, what are you? Yeah, we probably won't get to yours. You're number 10 on the free list. And yeah, we probably won't get to you. But you can always check back in when you come back going, hey, did you get to me? I do answer in between readings as I catch up on the chat in between readings. So there we go. All right. So, oh, I did. I was like, did I even post your here's your timestamp right here. Okay. I love that. So we've got here Ruby. Ruby G is in the house. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. I do have your 3 donations. So you'll be number 6, 7, and 8. Let me just get those onto the list here. So I got that one. Boom, boom. Grab this one here. Got that one there. Boom, boom. And then this one here. All right. So we got all those. Let me check my emails real quick, make sure they're working here. Yeah, I just think I'm all caught up. All right, good. All right. And then number 4. We got you on there. So that's number 9 coming down Chicago line. All right. So thank you for your multiple donations there. We got you all on there. We got me in the house too. Hello, hello. Oh no. Hopefully you're not like killing these groundhogs. If you are, don't mention it because that breaks my little heart. I love animals. I know they're destroying things of yours, but ooh, ooh, ooh. All right. Well, I'll give 11 a like because I got that one too. All right. So I think we're good. So we have Sudeshna up next, and then Earth Angel, Val, and then Jamie G, and then 4 for Ruby G after that. All right. So Sudeshna, we're 34.46 for yours. There we are. All right. You lice in the country. All right, Sudeshna, cheers to you. All right. So you ordered the customized coffee mug. Oh, nice. It will reach him tomorrow. So will he collect it on time? And will the gift be the way that you thought, the customized picture? And will he like it? All right, let's take a look here. So first of all, will he collect it on time? All right. And then will the gift be the way that you thought it would be? And the customized picture. And then will he like it? Take a look here. All right. So we got those. Let's see what we have on the bottom here. Yeah, we have the 7 of coins, 7 of pentacles, which is normally like the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. It's a little bit about patience. I feel like he's gonna take a little bit of time to get back to you just because there's a lot going on. So, I feel like his response will be a little delayed. Um, so if that happens, don't worry about it because that's, you know, understood with everything that's going on around him. So will he collect it on time? Yeah, I feel like here we've got the hanged one, which I feel like he waits a little bit. So I kind of feel like he doesn't collect it like on the day of his birthday. Like he collects it like thereafter. That makes sense with the Seven of Pentacles too, because I feel like maybe he might wait a little bit. And that's all right, with the hanged one, because the King of Flowers is after that, which is the King of Cups. And he does, it's a beautiful balance between head and heart. And I feel like he's kind of balancing a lot going on. And so he has like a day full of like activity and go and all this kind of stuff, right? And so when he goes to collect it the next day or the day after, it could be like the next day, I feel like then it feels like a whole new celebration, like it's extending the celebration. Instead of having it all in one day, it's not as special. And almost like he gets it the next day, it feels extra special because it's separate from the big all event, right? And he's like, oh wow. So it kind of makes it, like I said, extra special or more special than when it's inundated or, all this other activities going on. So don't feel bad about it. You sent it on time. It'll be him that will probably be delayed in picking it up a little bit. Um, and oh, will the gift be the way that you pictured it to be? We got the Two of Flowers, the Two of Cups. So this is emotional choice energy, but this feels positive. Because I feel like, you know, it's almost like this is the power of emotional choice that it's gonna be perfect for what it is, right? That 'cause, he's gonna, um, you know, have to, um he's gonna decide for himself, right? You can't control that. So, I feel like you'll be happy with it and then let go of whether they do or not. It's all about the giving that matters, right? But will he like it? You specifically asked that here. Yeah, the Queen of Brooms, the Queen of Wands, and the Four of Coins, the Four Pentacles. Good solid foundation energy, a bit I don't know, the customized picture is it of a female? Because we have the Queen of Wands on here. It's like, is it a hot female? You're like, "Yeah, it's a picture of me." You're like, "Good job." But I feel like they do like it. It's a solid foundation here. So I feel like they're like, "Oh, this is cool." I just feel like they like, um, they like, that they got a gift and it's a mug from you, and they'll use it all the time with the coffee when it arrives, as well, which they probably already have that, right, too? So they'll be like, "Oh, this goes with the coffee. I like it." So it feels good, with that. Let's see here. Let me put your cards back in here. We'll get you a fortune cookie too, see what else we have that comes in here. All right. And yeah, we've got cold. Ah, that looks so good. I'm a winter baby. I love wintertime. It says emotional detachment or lack of empathy, being unfeeling or not showing emotions. So I feel like this is like what we're talking about, that they might be very balanced between their head and their heart. So I don't feel like you're going to get like this thing in the beginning just because they're so still kind of overwhelmed with everything else. But I feel like later he'll send you a picture with his coffee mug, kind of thing. Um, so I think, he'll like it here based on that, stuff here, but just realize you're not gonna get the response. If you're looking for expectations of a response, you're gonna be disappointed, so don't expect a response. Then what any response you get is above and beyond, right? If you don't expect anything, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, let's see here. We got Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria, good to see you. Get you on to the free list. You're number 12 on the free list here. All right. And I don't think I saw anything coming here yet. Yep. All right. So we're good there. Excuse me. Hiccup. All right. And next we've got Earth Angel. Hey, Earth Angel. Good to see you. Here's your timestamp. Hey. So, thank you for your donation. Of course, you want to know, will Amanda give you the job? All right, based on current energies, will she give you the job here? We do want those. Do want that one and that one here and these three here. All right, what do we have here? So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Queen of Swords. They call it the Queen of Yellow Bricks here. And the Queen of Swords is a balance between head and heart. It's a very kind of compatible type of energy. It's one of my cards of like relationship compatibility. So when we're talking about job or yeah, this is a job, this would mean that they feel underneath the surface, they see the compatibility there for you. And do they give you the job here? We have the Tower card coming in here. Let me see what the energy underneath that is. We have the Three of Coins, the Three of Pentacles that comes in here too. Yeah, the Queen of Swords is a great card to get it regarding this. The Tower card is about something being removed out of the way though. And the Three of Pentacles, I almost feel like there's a different job that they have in mind, like Amanda has in mind. Because it feels like the tower is the removal of one thing to open up something that's more in alignment with this Three of Coins is that's more true to your authentic self and your skills and every and experience. It almost feels like if you're applying for this job or, you want it and she's like, have this other thing that I want that I feel you'd be better for. Because like, a lot of people can maybe do this job, but this takes a certain set of skills, kind of energy, and it kind of feels like that. Let's see what else they tell us here, right? Um, right? Because these 3 cards came out together. Let's say we got the 9 of Brooms, the 9 of Wands. We have the 8 of Yellow Bricks, which is the 8 of Swords, and the Death card here. This ending and beginning, it almost feels here like the job that they were announcing for suddenly gets cut. They're like, "Oh, we're not gonna hire for that right now, but I have something else for you," kind of energy. That they're like, "This actually probably works out even better because this is more up your alley?" I know. That's what this feels like with the Tower and the Death card. Let's see what else is here. Yep, 10 of coins. So 10 of pentacles, still abundant energy that's here, right? You got the queen of coins, queen of pentacles, another abundance card, and the 8 of flowers, the 8 of cups. Yeah, there's this walking away from the old. This is saying that walking away from that position into this other one is actually more beneficial for you. Might even be better money, um, kind of energy that comes in here, right? Aw. She's like, "Yeah, right?" She's like, "Oh, you're just so compatible." So I like all this. Yeah, and then the King of Cups, the King of Flowers, which is a balance. It's like this is the counterparts of each other because the Queen of Swords rolls over swords. Behind the scenes, all queens have cups, and then the King of Flowers, the King of Cups, all kings behind the scenes have swords. So they're compatible energies here, And just as we're saying, "She gave you a hug," and I'm like, "Yeah, because she feels you so compatible." The next card is the compatibility card, confirming that. So I do feel this looks like they will give you the position or a position, but not the position that was there. Because for some reason, either, you know, they have another position for you that's better, and then they can go because a lot of people can do that other one, like I said, or the other one, suddenly they have to put a hold on it, and they're like, "Oh, no, but I love you," right? I wanna find something for you, and they're like, "Ooh, you know what? We have this other thing that's opening up. I'm gonna put you in for that instead," kind of energy. So just expect maybe a change. That's based on current energy, of course, but I like it. It seems very positive. Let's take a look here, and then your fortune cookie, since your donation is $5 or more, we got the Whispers of Love Oracle. So let's see what else they have here for you. All right, I'm excited. So we got, yep, spiritual connection. I like it. Says a relationship has a connection that goes beyond this lifetime. You might even have had past lifetime experiences with Amanda. And then you might have had felt like this comfortability, this safety, like you guys know each other and have known each other for a long time. So if there was like this connection that kind of just, clicked, um, this could be past lifetime energy. Says everything happens for a reason. Some people come into your life to help you learn a lesson, and they'll make a real impact on your life. Whether it be with a lover, a primary partner, or in a relationship for growth, spiritual connection is important to you now. This card very gently reminds you to allow the universe to support you. You might be trying to control aspects of your life that are not within your power. When a connection has a spiritual bias, nurture it with love and surrender. Put a situation into the hands of the divine and ask that the outcome be for the highest of good of all involved. A situation may be asking you to stretch yourself. Know that you are going to grow and expand during this phase, but try not to lose yourself. Communicate your needs and wants and listen to what is being shared. In this card, two people look intently into each other's eyes, revealing the deep trust that exists between them. Their gaze exemplifies their strong connection. A cord that seems to originate from their crown chakra connects the two individuals and illustrates their strengthening spiritual bond. Take a moment to consider the unity that exists even when you are at odds with another, and consider how much can be revealed through love and understanding. I like this. Sounds like a very uh, connection. Oh, I see now. So you see how there's a person here and a person here, and here's this like third eye connection to the other person's third eye. That's kind of what I feel, was there. So full, fun. So that's what they have for you. We'll look forward to the follow up in 2 weeks. Put it on the calendar. Only if you want to share. No pressure. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And we had Cat Goddess come in. Hey, Cat Goddess. Good to see you. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. You'll be number 13 on the free list once we get to those. All right. You are very welcome. Thank you so much. All right. So, Val, you're up. 5005 is yours. 5005. So, Val, thank you for your donation. Let me take a quick sip here. Whoops. Cheers to you. Yum, yum. All right. And you wanted a general reading. So, let's take a look here. I'm doing good. How are you? Life is just flying by, and I don't know. I'm just kind of in a euphoric giddiness of love from above. So, how are you? If it reminds me of that movie Broadcast News, It's like an old one with I think it was Holly Hunter, is that who it was? And, and someone asked this guy, he goes, "What do you do when your dreams, when your dreams surpass reality?" And they're like, "You keep it to yourself." So that's funny. You're good too. I'm good to hear. Right, the bottom of the deck, you do have the 2 of flowers, the 2 of cups. So here's relationship energy. Let's see what we got going on here with the other cards to see, is this about romance or is this about partnership, like, um, what do they call it? Networking with people. Let's see what it is here. Your first 2 cards. Okay, well, you got the 10 of flowers, the 10 of cups, which is huge relationship energy, and you also have the Hanged One. So there is transformation here. I feel like you are in the midst of transforming yourself, right? The Hanged One is like a kind of a cocoon caterpillar transforming into a butterfly, and you're changing, your desires are changing, what you're attracted to is changing. Sometimes, like when we're in our hero complex, we like rescuing people who are in need, and I used to tell people, because that was me, I used to be like, "You must have really had a really screwed up life," and they're like, "I did, how d how did you know? Because 'Cause I'm really attracted to you." Ding, 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 red flag, right? But then later, as I found my self-love, then the needy, the broken weren't attractive anymore. It was more like, "No, for a relationship with me, I need someone who's self-aware and loves themselves, not needy," right? And I feel like that's kinda what you're going through is you're like, "Ugh, I'm ready for someone, you know, responsible, self-responsible, self-loving, has self-respect, not, that's gonna lean on me. I want them to be able to take care of me at times too. I want it mutual, not one way, right? So I like this that this is that, cocooning that you're going through here. Yeah, because I really feel here, this makes sense too. You've been the magician is you're deciding, you're putting forward your energy, stepping into that. The Justice card, which usually they do have like the Ace of Swords and the scales where, Libra energy, which rules over the house of partnerships and relationships, right? They this is like it's giving you this clarity and balancing out what I was told I was supposed to like, those expectations, those stories and opinions, and you're really connecting to what is it that I want, and you're like chopping away these things, going, "No, this isn't what I want." And I like this clarity about what you want in a relationship and what you don't that comes in with the Justice card. And then you have the Page of Flowers, the Page of Cups. Yep. Did you get a puppy? This is true love right here, right? So we've got this energy here of, you're seeking higher love, and, there is this taking it to a higher level, your self-love, and this is like what's happening in the cocoon, I feel. You're learning your power of whatever you focus on is what you draw in. So the more you focus on what you're grateful for what you have and have had, the more you draw in. And in a relationship, you grow a relationship by focusing on what you're enjoying and what you love and are grateful about someone. But when we go into like expectations of, all those rules, we end up focusing on what's not happening, and that sucks the life out of a relationship. And I feel like you're learning a lot of this in the cocoon right now to prepare you to kind of like fly that comes in, right? So I like that. And look at these other cards here. Hey, anime, no, I'm still on donations. You're like number 10 on the free reading, so we won't get to free readings for a little while. So you're good. We haven't completed it yet. So welcome back. Did you get me bananas? I asked you to bring me bananas. I'm just kidding. I'm almost out of bananas. I got to get some tomorrow. All right. So, Val, for your final cards here, you do have the 6 of coins. Yeah. See, this is that moving from what we used to get into codependent relationships, us being an overgiver, us giving until we're exhausted, giving until and then continuing to give until we're resentful, right? And then the other person, um, not being able to keep up with our giving, and then they, you know, end up giving out to other things like a workaholic or their friends or a hobby or affairs, right? That's what happened a lot in mine because I was such an overgiver. They were like, I can't give to you and feel good because you outgive me every time. I'm going to give out here to someone that can appreciate it, you know? And that's I like this with the 6 of coins, you're learning this, and that's what it leads to is a adult to adult relationship instead of a codependent relationship, which turns into parent-child, right? And we're done with those. You got the 2 of yellow bricks, the 2 of swords. I like this here. I do feel with this, this is a change of story, and you've been really looking into this, beautiful transformational energy and changing the story about what their actions mean about me, which is nothing, right? Because this 5 of pentacles you have along with it is the fear of abandonment, not being enough, not having enough, but your story's been changing, and that's why you're this necessity to overgive, has transformed. I talk a little bit about the 6 of Pentacles and the rate of exchange in one of my podcast episodes. It's the easier path. It's episode 14. It's called Abundance, Where It Be, but it talks about energy that allows us to attract things toward us or repel, or and then once it gets to us, our inner child that runs the city gates, they're the ones with the rate of exchange, and it determines, do we feel we're worthy to receive this or not yet? And if it doesn't believe it, then it doesn't open the gates until that sometimes it's 1,000 love coins need to be given until one is received, and, that comes in. If that interests anyone, here's the link. I'll just put it out here if you guys wanna copy it. But the playlist link is down in the description area, or if you go to my main page, the Easier Path playlist is at the top. And we cover a lot of fun stuff in these videos, especially even like, why do people cheat? We talk about this, overgiving in that too, because that's an experience of mine, and we talk about that drama and trauma. Yeah, and then underneath all that, you're getting this courage, this strength, the Leo energy of stepping forward boldly, because 'cause you're like, "I'm going in a direction that I'm not used to going, but I am," when our fears outweigh the ugly feeling of not being true to ourselves, we don't act. But when our that ugly feeling rises above our fears, then we're like, "I can't stand it anymore." And that's when we step forward and make change. So, I like that. See what your fortune cookie says here too. But I love this. I feel like you're still kind of cooking in the cocoon. You're still becoming a butterfly. Just a few more things that you're letting go of. And then you'll be sticking one of your feet outside the cocoon going, what's it like out there? Is it cold? Better hurry if you're up there in the northern part of North America. Even though today's the first day of summer, your guys' winter comes fast, right? All right, let's take a look here. And here's your fortune cookie here. Where's this one? I feel like it's this one here. Yeah, we got the disharmony, which is like that change, right? It says the mismatch of different perspectives, ideas, or actions, conflict between people's ideas and elements. So I feel like this is what you're letting go of in that cocoon, right? The as the caterpillar becomes caterpillar juice and lets part of itself go. It's that disharmony that you're letting go of because you're not in harmony with that caterpillar anymore because you're having butterfly mentality. So I love that. So that's what they have for you, Val. Hopefully that helps with your journey. And again, thank you so much for your donation. Very grateful for that. Oh my God, anime. That sounds delicious. Is that like, what is that called? Bananas Foster or something? I don't know where that came from. I don't know those things. I just know dessert is yummy. That's why That's why I'm a bear. No, that's why I walked 5 miles today because 'cause I'm trying to get rid of my dessert belly here. And rum too. Oh, yum, yum, yum. So thank you. Thank you for the bananas. You're so funny. And we got Francis John. Hello, good to see you. That deeply resonates with you. Oh, excellent. I'm so glad that that helps. Yeah. If you wanna check out my, yeah, if you check out to the easier path, it's I forget what episode number it is, but I think it's Why People Cheat. And that's one of the things that talks about the codependent relationships in there, which I'm a recovering enabler, or I call it overgiver in, um, you know, relationships. So I'm a recovering overgiver. I have to keep that in check because I will tend to overdo things at the behest of my health and my own self, and that's been my journey is balance, you know? So, I'm sure you and I are not alone in that in this room. Everyone's all like, "Overgivers are not so anonymous," right? Here we are. So I love that. My host is a huge overgiver, and we've learned a lot to receive, which was tough when I first moved here because just that she wanted me to offer me to live in her basement, at no cost. I was like, "Ooh, uncomfortable," but it was from creator and they wanted to do that because they feel I have this gift to give, and they wanted to be a part of this is like their way of giving to the world, and so I always say, "Thank you so much for what you allow me to do in your basement." So, I'm in the cellar. I'm the elf in the basement. I'm like Dobby. Alright. So, thank you guys again so much, and we will, um, jump in here. Let's see, I got a couple more, and then we'll jump in here. Okay, got Maria. I think these are both from you. Yes, yes. Got those. Alright. So, Maria, let me grab your name down here. Here you are. So, Maria, thank you for your 2 donations. You'll be number 10 and number 11 on the donation list. And we are currently stepping into number 5, which is Jamie G, 103.25. So, Jamie, hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation and the trilogy. Dun, 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 dun. I say it's going back into the Death March. I don't know why. I need the orchestra. That's why it has to, you know, and the Darth Vader, right? All right. So anyway, I tell you guys, I'm giddy today. So, thoughts. Your mom, you have dinner at a restaurant Friday. You couldn't afford it, but you wanted to feel like you were alive. You gave the server your card. He came back saying, the gentleman, ooh, paid for your bill. Told the man, thank you so much. And he said, not a problem at all. He then asked if we wanted dessert too. He was having dinner with his young daughter. Ah, he stayed at his table the whole time, and it was late, almost closing time. My mom and I are still in shock by the kind treatment. Uh, were we entertaining an angel? Why did this happen? I like it. Hey, Jojo. Hey. Wow, what a wonderful experience, right? So let's find out here. Um, was it an angel? I don't think it was an angel, but let's see here. Was it an angel? No, three of wands. It was something different, and we have the knight of coins. I like that. That it was a knight in shining armor. It was a knight, a noble person. Wow, what's the chances of that getting that card right? So I like that because it's also a knight of coin of money, right? So I like that. So it was a knight. Let's see why did this happen. So cool. Got that. I do want that. I do want those two. Anything else? Oh, these as well. All right. Anything else? All right. Let me just get all these set up here. All right. Oop, there is 4. I was like, "Why did I get 3 down, 3 up top?" There's actually 4 cards. So we'll see what all this ends up being here. So, to start off on the bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of brooms, the 10 of wands energy. Um, oh, and you have the 10 of pentacles on the bottom as well, which is abundance energy. So I feel here, have you been doing like manifestation stuff where you've been trying to focus on gratitude for what you have and what you have had and changing your mindset around that? Because I feel like this is what it's saying. The 10 of brooms is like going from having thoughts and focus on burden to focusing in on abundance and focusing on gratitude for what I do have and have had. And so it goes this energy goes from feeling burdened to feeling um gratitude energy. If you haven't, I'd be surprised first, but um I feel like this was the reason underneath is to show you how a moment can change from feeling like a burden to suddenly it can flip to you feel gratitude. And in that's the exact moment that happens where we feel like a struggle, and then you can see the immediate difference that can happen, that there's gratitude present, right? And you're like, "Wow." It's a contrast right next to each other, right? This abundance energy. So let's see what's going on here below the surface of why let's see, I feel like the 4 cards here below are telling you why that man did what he did, why the human character with his daughter, why he did what he did, right? Um, I do feel here with the high priestess energy here, I do feel like they, um, I feel like they're a widower because they feel alone, even though they're with their daughter, they kind of feel that emptiness, in their life, you know? And I feel like the king of coins, king of pentacles, they do have abundance. They got plenty to spare. Um, and then he saw this with the ace of coins, ace of pentacles, an opportunity to share something. And with this queen of um not wands, this is the queen of swords in this suit, the queen of the yellow bricks. There's something about the 2 of you that reminded him of his love or, you know, spouse who's on the other side. And, um, and then they just wanted to be able to give, which is interesting. And I feel like there is this because it's Father's Day this weekend, and I feel like he's a father and with his daughter, and I feel like he just wanted to do something almost like in memory of or in honor of the passing. So that not that they passed on this day or something, maybe they did, but I feel like, that they were like, I wanted to do something special. And and they can, and they're like, it wasn't a huge thing for them out of their, out of the, I feel like they have a lot of extra funds and they were like, I want to do something special for someone. And you guys just reminded them of, um, of that spouse. So I love that. Now from a heavenly standpoint, that's the action that's going on, like, in the movie, but there's always a moral to the story, right? Like, what's going on behind the scenes? Why is this happening, right? So this is the heavenly, the 4 cards above. Let's see what this is about. So you got the 6 of brooms, the 6 of wands. Yeah, you needed an uplifting. You needed a little bit of a victory. And Spirit was like, "Here we go. This is easy breezy that to bring these, 2 groups of 2 people together and boom, here it is, right?" You got the page of yellow bricks, the page of swords, and this is about so that you can be able to see things from a different perspective, that you can see things from that heavenly perspective, that this is what the difference between feeling burdened and focusing on lack is versus feeling gratitude. And now you have a wonderful anchor story that you can have here and going, I can remember that the rest of my life, right? This is how I felt going, I want to treat, want to do something special. And all right, here's the card, let's do it. And then they're like, no, someone took care of it. You're like, what? That feeling of being blessed, that feeling of grace, gratitude, all that creator, right? And we got the 7 of brooms, the 7 of wands. Yeah, there is this energy. I like this. This is a way of spirit saying that, like, when you how did you say it? I felt, I wanted to feel like I was alive. The 7 of brooms is being true to your authentic self, shining bright, not asking permission to shine, not dimming yourself, not defending what you're doing, but I'm gonna be me, and then you get rewarded for it, right? And it's like, that's the universe saying, you know, reaffirming, this powerful behavior and encouraging you that this is, your you, right? And then the Ace of Cups. Yeah, self-love energy that's coming in here. I like this. This is to bring up this, unworthiness that may be kind of still some bubbling below the surface, right? Of why would someone do that for me? I it's hard for me to believe or accept that someone would do that for me. And when we sit with it and because it might just be a little not like it used to be before, right? Like you're like, no, no, we can't accept that. And totally, making it a scene of no, no, don't do that, to this beautiful, he offered dessert too. Yeah. Cause I mean, I feel like he's like a millionaire kind of person where he was like, "Pff, that's not it. That bill is like pocket change, to them. They're like, you want dessert too? But I feel like this is to show you, in the mirroring of where there might be the feeling of unworthiness bubbling below the surface a little bit. That's down there. So I like that. And then your final card here, you have the 9 of yellow bricks. Yeah. The 9 of swords, the nightmare and insomnia, right? The expectations, the fear, the judgments you have on yourself that are there. And this is to help you transform. There's something about dreams too. I'm not sure if you have been dreaming already or if you're about to, but I feel like you're going to get some, or you have been having dreams. They're saying that almost feel they don't have to be nightmares, but they're very intense about deservedness because they started bringing these up in your dreams. Then they started bringing it up in your peripherals out here, seeing other people go through things that were triggering emotions of unworthiness. And then now they brought something directly into your life. And that's how they do it. They start off small. They don't just come up to you and go, Jamie, brah, and you're like, whoa, they kind of like, here it comes. It's like they're showing me like when you're gonna feed a little baby, right? Here comes the choo-choo train. It's coming down the tracks. Open up the tunnel. Here it comes. They don't just shock it and try to shove it down our throat. They allow it to come to us so we can take it and accept it and not freak out about it and explode or something, right? But hopefully that helps. I love that for you. You definitely deserve it. All right. Was he like your mom's age or your age? Because you're like, if he's single, mom, mom. I'm just kidding. Anyway, yeah. So you've got this beautiful change with the butterfly here. Transformation, adaptation, shifting from one state to another. So I like that, right? So it's beautiful change, change, change energy where you're moving from this place of burden and not feeling worthy to this wonderful place of gratitude and fullness and feeling worthy. So this is part of your adventure. I like it. You're like, yes, please bring me more of these examples. I don't think I quite have this yet. Everyone's like, "Me too, me too." All right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I'm very grateful. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Yeah, yeah. That's how you do it, because otherwise people will say no. They just like, "I'm taking care of that." It's like when people pay ahead, like, um, in line at, like, a coffee place or a fast food and different things. My host does that so much for people. We'll be out running somewhere, and she's just in this space, and she's like, "Hey, how much is the person's behind us? Let me take care of that one too. Can you do that?" And they're like, "Yeah," and they're like, and then we just drive away, and I'm like, what kind of a wonderful feeling that is of, when you're able to pay it forward, you do, and I love that. So, cheers, cheers. Accept it. Allow other people to feel as good as you do when you give to others. That's what I had to kind of look at with my overgivingness. It's like when Spirit said, "You know how good you feel when you give to people?" I go, "Yeah." And I go, "You cheat people of that when you degrade their giving by going, 'No, no, you shouldn't have,' or 'Oh, no, don't, please don't, no, no.'" And we make it's like a bad thing, right? Where, like, when I realize it's a gift, it's funny, I had to look at it this way. It's a gift to others to allow them to give to you, and it's true, because if we try to give to people and they were just like, "No, no, 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 no," we're like, "Ugh." But when people are like, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much," and they accept it without trying to deflect it or downplay it. One big thing is when I went to Dale Carnegie, they made a not well, they highly recommended us go to these classes that they provided for us. Voluntold is how we we put it. Um, I've been voluntold to come to this, training because they were having all the managers go through it, and one of the things that they did in there is they had, like, us sit in groups of 6, and when everyone we all knew each other and we wrote things that we, were grateful or respected about them, and then we had all take turns sitting there while everyone read to us what they said, and we had to answer after each time, and the only thing that we were able to say was, "Thank you." And it was so uncomfortable. Everyone, it was uncomfortable for everyone, but it made us all realize how we're taught, "No, no, 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 no," deflect, "Oh, no, you are so good. No, you," instead of saying, "Thank you, thank you." By the 5th or 6th thank you, it felt a little better, and as you heard everyone else doing it, it just really iterated, this wonderful, um you know, energy to say thank you. Do you mean why is it so difficult for us to receive? Um, because we're taught a lot of our society these days, we're taught we're not worthy growing up. We have a lot of worth problems growing up. So a lot of I feel like it's just humanity in this day and age because there's core things around us. Um, Not being good enough. Yeah, shamed. We're shamed when we're younger, um, and, those kind of things, right? Well we know why he picked your table because we talked about that in the reading, right? You both reminded him of his past spouse or person that was in his life that's no longer there, right? So that's why he picked it, but why the universe had him pick it is for you for everything we talked about in your reading, right? So, we all have that unworthiness where we're not good enough. We believed someone say something to us several times growing up of, "You're not good enough, you don't deserve this." We've heard things like, "You've been bad, you don't get a treat." What? "I can be not worthy enough," or we get graded, you know, um, kind of, energy with that too. Yeah, and you don't wanna 'cause you feel you have to reciprocate, but do we? So I like that, Jojo, it's a good thing to say, that we feel, you know, Oh, if someone gives to me, I have to equal it back because I don't wanna owe someone. I don't feel like I'm worthy just receiving. I need to give. In fact, I'm gonna give back more or, that kind of energy, that comes in, as well. So, very interesting. So, I do like that. What a great it impacts so much of us, and we do talk a lot about these in my podcast series, so if you guys wanna check that out too. So, all right, well, let me get back into readings. Wonderful conversation. I love it. I feel like a lot of us can relate. So, let me see here. Jojo, I see your free question. We'll get you on the list here. Zoom, 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 zoom. You're number 14 on the free readings when we get to those eventually. So try that again. Here we go. All right. And so we got all those. We got Jace Wilson in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Um, did he so he got paid? Did he also get paid? Well, this was someone that was paying for someone's meal in a restaurant. It's like someone eating dinner, and then someone, Jamie was eating, and they paid for their meal, and they were like, "What? Why did you pay for our meal?" And that's what the reading was about. So, all right. So hopefully that helps clarify things for you there. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. I think we got everyone else on here. All right. So we will continue on with the donation. So up next, we've got Ruby times 4 and then Maria P times 2. So that is where we're going here. So Ruby G, hello, hello. 122.52 is for yours. So thank you so much for your donation. There's your first timestamp. And of course, thank you for your multiple donations tonight. You want to know why is the energy so off for your family today? Summer solstice. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's take a look here. So we've got this. And this and this and this. What else do we have here? All right. Think those. I don't think those. Would you want this one? All right, let's see what we got here. All right. We'll take a look here. We do have here the 6 of coins, the 6 of pentacles, which is normally like this. It's kind of like a balancing energy that's coming in here, which is telling me there if you're feeling something's out of balance, it's just something needs to be brought into balance. We'll see what it is here. We've got the 7 of yellow bricks, 7 of swords. So there's this this is deception, loss, energy, like someone lying, someone deceiving. There's just like this kind of, um, I guess, sharpie kind of fear energy that's there. And I feel like it's like, and it's fear energy. There's something about deception. There's something about lies. There's something about that's just got energy flowing in that lower vibration in the house. So could be the fear and I kind of feel like the stuff that happened last night almost feels like the energy, lower vibrational energy is lingering. That's there. You might if you do have singing bowls or you have any kind of incense or however you feel you can cleanse the energy, in the house, open all the windows, sweep, whatever you feel that you can do to kind of, have this, flow, have this, release energy. I feel like that's an important, energy that, can, flow and release the energy that's there. Let's see what these three cards that came together here too. We got the three of yellow bricks. Yeah, three of swords. So here's that again, more expectations equal disappointment, fear energy that's coming in here. You got the nine of cups and the justice card. So I do feel like this is about this fear of disappointment that the dream won't come true and that there won't be justice kind of energy. So I feel like that fear energy is really just kind of hanging out in there. And so anything we can do a little dance party, turn on some fun, happy music, you know, get the energy flowing in a different direction, raise the vibration, and that can, help cleanse that as well. Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean that can be this and plus, and I feel like that's the 7 of swords, and then I feel the second thing is everything going on with the court case, and that's so it's like this combination of a lot of lower vibrational energies, and that's why, it's kind of throwing off the energy of everyone. So it's like, let's change it. Let's consciously change to choose it by choosing focusing on joy and laughter and play, celebration, and that's why dance party came to my mind. You got the 7 of flowers, 7 of cups, so there is a lot of emotional confusion that's spawning, and emotional confusion comes from when we are, in that, in fear mode, right? And we've got the 9 of brooms, the 9 of wands, which feels like an energetic block, and the knight of yellow bricks, the knight of swords. This movement of information. What's below the surface here? Yeah, page of flowers, page of cups. This is about, I like it, puppy love. It's about it's like dog unconditional love energy. Be like a puppy, get distracted with something. Puppies and dogs can get so easily distracted, and they live in the now, in the moment, not the future, not the past, but in the now. Let's have fun, wag your tail, dance, right? Wag your tail. And so I do feel like that's the energy that's there. So that's how you can balance it, cleanse the energy of your house. And it starts with you guys, right? You're the rulers of your energy of your abode, and that rolls out down into your influences your children's mood because you guys control the emotional weather of the house. So as you change that, then you'll see feel the energy change and things come into balance as well. It is the summer solstice, so we have the longest day of the year, um, and there's a lot of ending energy in the southern hemisphere of winter and the birthing energy in the northern hemisphere. So we can kind of feel that kind of energy that's there. So hopefully that helps. So anything you can do mental wise to change the stories that are going on right now, emotional, energetically, or physically. So, anything we can do to have movement can move the energy and kind of transform that a bit. I think we talk about a lot of this in my last podcast, the clearing the pipeline, the freedom work. There's ideas on how to get energy moving in there, I believe. So if you want to check that out, that can help too. Yeah. So I do feel like here's the little devil, right? The X. Malicious intent, evil purposes, wicked actions leading to or falling into sin, as they say it here. But I feel like that is this lower vibrational energy is the culprit. The devil made me do it. No, it's our lower vibrational energy and choices, and we can control that. And we can switch that up. So I like that for you. That's what they have for number one there for you, Ruby. Thank you again. And let me just get a quick shout out and we'll move on to your next one here. So we got May in the house. Hey, May, good to see you. You'll be number 12 on the donation list here. We're going into number 7 here in a moment, so you're not severely far away here. And I'll give that a love and a like since we have that here. All right. So I think we are good. And we will continue on. So number 2 for you, Ruby, we got 1:30:57. There is your timestamp. So the energy around your case today. All right, let's take a look. Need a drink for that. Cheers, cheers. All right. So what's the current energy around your case? Do want that one, and I do want this one here. Oh, I want that one too. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of again when we were talking about in your first reading there, one of the things is about the fear of failure and that you're gonna not have your dream come true around the interactions, with your children in the court cases, right? Because you have the 5 of flowers, the 5 of cups, which, here's the house crackling. It's the sorrow card, the lower vibrational emotional energy. And I feel like there is that feeling stressed and down today. So I definitely feel like an energy adjustment is going to be perfect for every area. It's like I'm going to choose to lighten up instead of be so serious. So it's time for child's play, you know. Do something fun with the kids, play a board game, do something silly, watch a funny movie, like it's a dance party, especially movement is important. That can help, move energy and take it from lower vibration and charge it to higher vibration. Let's see what else about your court case. You do have the Queen of Brooms and the Page of Coins. It's a good reminder that you are the Queen of Wands, and the Page of Coins, Page of Pentacles, is that victory lies in your hands and you're not at the whim of the outside world. Again, whatever we're focusing on is what grows and expands, right? So I feel like with this lower vibrational energy that's popping around, it's like, yeah, I need to focus on not what I'm afraid of that will happen in the future or afraid of that will happen in the past, but come into the moment and have gratitude for what is and and if there is anything you're grateful for, what you have had. And that just opens up the conduit and switches the energy up as well. Gratitude, one of the huge, energetic transformational energies, I guess is a good way to say it. You've got the 9 of coins, 9 of pentacles, and the 9 of swords. Yeah, so this is we can either focus on the abundance of the 9 of pentacles or of the 9 of swords, which is the nightmare and insomnia, right? And it's like that's our power of choice. We can every moment is either one or the other, and so it's like, what do I want to do? What do I want to grow? That's what we switch our energy to here, right? So I feel like all that's got to do with that. What else can we know about the energy? We got the again. I kind of feel like they're just kind of like it's like a broken record. Because we've got the King of Swords, which is the master storyteller, and you've got the 10 of Cups, the 10 of Flowers. Joy, 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 family, relationship. What are you grateful for? Not what we're afraid of in the future, what's happening, what's not happening, what happened last night, what they said, what they're doing. That's yesterday. That's in the past. That's moments ago. It's about do we want to grow that and keep bringing it into the present? Keep like dumping it into the moment. That's the past. Oh, let's bring it back into the present. That's the past. No, let's keep bringing it back to the present. Like, no, let it go. It smells like manure. Why are we bringing manure into our present, right? Let's let the stink go. That's funny. But I feel like that's a good, analogy. I like that. Yeah, and then you also have the 10 of brooms, the 10 of wands. This is a change of energy from something that feels like a burden to something that feels like abundance and gratitude. So a lot of the same themes that are coming up over and over again is saying it's not about what is going on in the outside world, it's the energy that we're putting out about our story around it. And with this King of Swords, the storyteller is I get to change the story. I'm the one that determines the story. And if I'm living unconsciously and I'm not choosing what something means, I'm reverting back to my childhood or whatever my whatever I've told my mind the most about what that means. You know, when this someone does this, this is what it means. And if I'm only have the old original version, then it's gonna have an old story to it. But I can create a new story about what things mean, right? Their actions are not about me, their actions are about their fear. Instead of, "Oh, that means I'm this, I'm that, I'm that, I'm that," and who wants to live through all that, right? And then you have the King of Coins. Yeah, King of Pentacles. If you take all that into consideration, do this readjustment of your energies and put as many we've talked about it, right? You know, as many reminders around you, a vibrating silent alarm on your phone that goes out like every waking hour. If you want it more, you know, if you want bigger impact, every half hour, you know, every 15 minutes, you know, whatever it takes in that day to keep me in gratitude and out of fear, because the more I'm in fear, the more I attract to me those lower vibrations instead of the higher. So I feel like that's what they want you to know there, Ruby. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what else we got here. So with this fortune cookie, you have harmony. Yeah. There can be harmony. Boo doo boo doo boo. Says balance and harmony, the harmonious working together of different parts, tasks, or people. So focus on the harmony of things, not the disharmony, right? Unless you want more disharmony, I'm no judge. I would never cheat anyone out of their own personal hell because that's how I learned all my lessons the best. The hardest lessons I remember the longest, and they're matched in my head, like, you know, who knows what, right? So, anyway, that's what they have for that one, my dear. So many blessings to you. And then we'll move on to number 3. We got 13817 for this one. There is your timestamp there. And all the energy around the witnesses. Dun, dun, dun. Today. All right, let's take a sip for this too. Cheers, cheers. All right. So we've got A, we've got N, got C, we got H. Don't want those, I want this one. Because I want that one too. And this one for H. Is there hidden things here? All right, we'll look at those. And then on the other side, on the dark side, dun dun dun, we've got M and J. So M and J. We've got this, this, and this. I don't want this, just this top one, right? And then that one. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, so we do have here, we have the Two of Swords coming in the bottom regarding this, which is the power of the story. So they're just kind of starting off reiterating, kind of hopping on from your last reading, about your power of story, that you're the one that gets to decide what anything that happens in the outside world means for you. You can't decide for anyone else, just for you. You can't decide for a jury, a judge, anyone else that's hearing anything. You can't decide for anyone. And the more you worry and try to control, oh, I got to control what other people will think and conclusions people come to and da 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 da. That's out of control, you know. The more we try to, out of fear, control things, the more we push things, it's like the more of a mess we make of things, right? That's kind of what we learn in movies and everything else. But this is about a story of the the truth is going to come out in one way or another, and the creator is, the creator is the one who is going to bring truth forward, and it'll be the perfect truth, the perfect information for our perfect experience. When we can trust the creator, then we kind of let go and surrender a lot of stuff, right? So I like that. So we'll see. So, hey, Blueberry. Hello. I'll try not to forget you this time. All right. So we have A up first. We got the page of flowers. Yeah. Very happy energy. The judgment is like, this is my calling. Is this what we got yesterday on them with the, I feel like my calling is to be on the witness stand? It just feels like they're excited about being on the witness stand, and it excites them. I feel like they're like there's this energy around this. And we've got the 4 of brooms. Wow, I like here. This is a bit of, I think yesterday they were more fearful, and today they feel a bit joyous. There is this is joy, you know, celebration, um, energy that, comes in with this here. So I feel like they're in it's stable energy, 4 of wands, like they're feel like they what do they take a Xanax or something? Because I feel like from yesterday, if from what I remember, they had like the 9 of swords or nightmare. Like, "Oh god." Now they're like, "Everything's so fine. We're good." I'm like, "What did you smoke? What did you take? Eat some special brownies or something?" Because I feel like they're like really calm compared to yesterday. C, we've got the 9 of coins, 9 of pentacles. So this is an energy of success, but hermit energy too. And I feel like C is, wanting, like they're not a big person to be in front of people in crowds and stuff, but I feel like for the sake of the win, I will do whatever it takes kind of energy. Not anything illegal, just I will face my fears. I will do the stuff that needs to be done for victory, even no matter how uncomfortable like it makes me. So I like that. And then H, we've got the Queen of Flowers, the Queen of Cups, and the 10 of Brooms. So I feel like is H, this is like a lot of emotional energy that's bubbling underneath here. But the 10 of Brooms, I feel like they're trying to keep on top of those emotions by not focusing on burden, but trying to remain positive, focusing on the gratitude and the gratefulness of things. Underneath that, yeah, is I don't know, because we've got the Lovers card and the World card, which is a victory energy. It's like an important relationship, and they really want a victory to end an old cycle and begin a new adventure free of all the stuff that's happening. So, I feel like there's, um I mean, this feels like positive energy for that too. So hopefully that helps. All right, I'm gonna put these in there, and then let's look at the other side, the dark side. You can hear Darth Vader. Here they are. No. All right, let's put these in here. So I have some more space here. All right. So let's take a look over here at M. So M, we do have the 7 of brooms, the 7 of wands. There's a bit of emboldenedness here. I'm not going to dim my light. I'm not going to defend my actions. I'm not going to, you know, um, ask permission to shine. I'm going to go up and I'm going to be me. I don't need to be what you want me to be. I'm going to go up and I'm going to be me. That comes up here, right? So, I like that. Because that means they're just, you know, "I'm just gonna go and fart and blah," you know? They're like, "The lawyers would like you to say not say this or this or this. I will say what I damn well please." Really now, because we have the justice card in here, so they are wanting justice, but their sense of justice is a little different, right? We have the tower. Yeah. Didn't we get something of this before? And we've got the 4 of flowers, the 4 of cups, which is kind of a boredom, bland energy, but the tower card is suddenly it's like there's a sudden thing that comes in that, makes it not wanna be there kind of energy. And again, I feel like was it M that we got before that they may not show up? They may not they might be X'd from the witness list or they're not able to go for some reason. Because I don't know if they're gonna be there. We'll see. And then J's energy, we've got the Knight of Flowers, yep, the Knight of Cups. There's emotional, movement there. What is the emotional movement about? We've got the 8 of Brooms. Yeah, so the emotional movement being the 8 of Wands is a energy, right? It's a fiery energy. It's not an emotional, "Oh, I'm gonna cry and stand." It's a angry, and, of course, we talked about that too. When they act from angry, then, I mean, from anger, not angry. When they act from anger, it's not intelligent, it's not clear kind of energy, right? And then the Knight of Yellow Bricks, which is the Knight of Swords coming in, which is movement of communication. What kind of communication? I like it. Run, the Devil card, and the 5 of Pentacles from a place of lack and the fear of abandonment, being left behind. So there's fear energy, and the Devil card is a shaking and rattling energy that comes in here too. So I don't know, this feels, you know, there's this, uh, tendency, I feel, to speak from anger and not think before they speak. And I feel that will be activated, uh, when they're there in front of everyone or, when they're on the spot anyway, because this is virtual, right? So I feel like it's gonna be like and then they're gone out of their intelligent mind and they're in that reactionary mind instead. So interesting, right? Right. So let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. You get one of the whispers of love for this because it was $5 or more. So we got this one here. And we got speak the language of love, right? So when they're speaking the language of unlove and anger and when you're coming and speaking the language of love, look at the contrast that makes, right? Stability, instability. All right. Says loving words have the power to change lives, including your own. So let's take a look here. A positive attitude works wonders in creating more love around you. Allow yourself to really express yourself positively. Use only wholesome words when speaking to others or even about yourself. Be conscious of any language you may use out of habit and be willing to release this to create more positive energy around you. Doing this will bring more love to you. I like this because we're all talking about the words they're going to use and the old habits and the reactionary, right? Often, your exact words or actions won't be remembered. People tend to recall how something you said or did made them feel. Taking a moment to choose words that are more loving can have such an amazing impact on others. Thinking about how you convey your message will have a profound and loving impact on others. Treat conversations with others as an occasion to discover something original. Consider the other person's point of view and treat them with compassion. There will be many opportunities to state your case or impart your viewpoint. Can you believe that? And in this one, two young nature beings gaze lovingly at a newborn dragon sitting on a rose. Dragons may be helpful guardians as well as educators. They can help you heal the aspect of yourself that keeps you in fear mode when you are communicating. The full moon behind the spirits suggests there is an opportunity to release a pattern that no longer serves you. Trust your ability to speak your truth in a loving manner. I like it. Again, that contrast, they're going to be brah and speaking from fear, and that's going to come across that way, abrasive. But, when we do that, when we are, focusing in on, um, speaking from love, then that comes out different, right? So that is what they have for that one. There we close out of that reminder again. So we'll clear that out here. Let me just do a couple quick shout outs and we'll move on to number 4 for you here. All right. So we did those. We did those. All right. In anime, you say you want to get a cool witchy oracle deck. Yeah, there's a ton of beautiful oracle. I'm gonna count them one day. I told, Ruby G, I'm gonna count them here soon when I'm gonna purge and organize a lot of all my stuff. I'm in that place of, clutter. I need to get rid of clutter. I need to simplify it like, the Japanese, the olden days where it's just simple. I just need simple. Um, but I must have 150 at the minimum oracle, and there's a lot of beautiful decks out there. I like them. All right, and then blueberry. Blueberry. I see your free reading. Hallelujah. Won't forget you. All right, you're number 15 on the free reading list. All right. And then we got GD on YT. Oh, GD on the YouTube. All right. And welcome. I do see your free question. You'll be number 16 on the free readings. Once we get to those, we're on donations right now. Donations do get first priority just for everyone's there. And then let me add on here. You never got to meet him. He passed before you were born. There we go. Get that up there. All right. There we go. And then we got Phoenix Oracle. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Free question. We'll get you on that list too. You're number 17 on the free list there. All right. And AKA, hey, hey, Scott. Hey, Scotty. If I could do a Scottish accent like Scotty on Star Trek. Captain, I'm giving it all she's got. But hello, good to see you. All right. I think I am all caught up, so we will dive back in here. Let me take a quick sip here. So we got Ruby up next for her 4th one, and then 2 for Maria P, and then May, you'll be up right after that. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Ruby, we're 154.30. For this one, we're on number 9. If you guys wonder, the D's in front of the numbers are for donations. And then the F, when you get to the free readings, there's an F in front of them, meaning free. Isn't it great? It helps me make sure I'm putting people on the right list and lets people know where we're at in the process too. Trying to be more communicative in maybe some way, somehow. I don't know. But so Ruby, you want a general reading, whatever comes out. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Relax. Relax. I just feel like saying that. Relax. I'm going to do it those two and those two. No, that's it. All right. Okay. I think I am set here. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Pentacles. And what I'm getting in here with this is remember who you really are. And that helps in this lifetime because, when we get caught up in this human character and we feel out of control of so many things and we feel small and we have all these beliefs and experiences that teach us that we are, limited and bound and, trapped and all those wonderful lower vibrational experiences that we came here to experience. But we also can remember that behind this character is a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love that's so powerful. And that's who we are. This is like our little pinky dipping down into the earth, going, let me see what this is like down here. Just a little tip of our pinky. That's who we are. One small expression of who we are. But, we still are a part of all that. We're just kind of shielded to that, to have the truth of the experience a little more. I haven't said this story in a long time, but they're bringing in, like, there's this prince, and he wanted to experience what it was like outside of the kingdom, and he wanted to go among his townspeople to find out what is it like from their point of view, and so his, little security team that protect him and whatever, they all dressed up in, the townspeople clothing, not the royal clothing, and they went to a town way, way far away from the castle out on the outskirts, and he walked around and experienced what it was, and for the day, and then he went back and, he was like, "Well, that was good. I got good information, but I knew I was coming back here. I knew I was gonna be protected. I knew I was gonna have food. I knew, all of this was gonna be here." And so it I don't think I got the pure experience of it. And one of his friends said, I know of a drug that will give you temporary amnesia so that when you come down here, um, you know, that I mean, when we, you can take it and you won't remember who you are. We can take you to the town. We'll still stay around you so you'll be protected, but you won't know that we're there in the beginning. And then you're gonna wake up not sure of things, not know when you're gonna get your next meal, all this kind of stuff, and then you get to experience more purely, and the prince is like, "Yes, that's what I want." So they did that, and he, of course, woke up freaking out going, "Oh my god, who are all these people? What's going on? And he ended up working in a pig pen to earn money to pay for a lunch, and he got all these experiences, and again, they were nearby watching him, and one time he was gonna get in trouble, and then someone showed up. It's like an angel appearing, to help him. A person showed up, one of the guards was like, "Hey, what are you doing? Get away from him." You know? And they're like, "Oh, who are you?" And then they became friends, again, they didn't know who he was. And then the drugs started to wear off, and that's like our awakening when we come down here. We come down here veiled, not knowing shit, right? We're like, "What's going on? What's happening?" We're just learning for what's adapting to what's going on around us, but at some point, we awaken to who we really are, and we're like, "Oh, that's right." And but we can be in the experience and compared to the fear what we had, and then remember who we really are, and then there's this change. So that is all that. Is that a Mufasa message? Remember who you really are? That could be. Um, you being a parent of children probably would know more than me. I might have watched Lion King once. I know Mufasa's right? Mufasa is from Lion King? Is that, I think it was his friends were the, Hakuna Matata. But, yeah, remember who you really are, and it's a powerful statement, right? Let's see what else they want you to know about all this here. So you got the Emperor, yeah, and the 9 of bricks. Yeah, so this is kind of this, how do we apply it? Well, the Emperor is I decide what things are. The Nine of Swords is I fear that everyone else decides for me. Ooh, I never knew that. So good. The Emperor is I'm the Emperor, I decide, but our fears are that I don't decide, that God, a judgmental God, or all these humans decide. And it's like, no, that's our fear is I'm out of control. Everyone else is deciding my story. But the Emperor is I am the big honcho in the empire. I decide over my life. So I like that. So here's that empowerment. You got the Four of Swords and the Moon card. Yeah, there's this restful energy, resting the mind and nurturing yourself with this Mother Moon energy. Um, and I like that energy. Remember who you are, nurture yourself, focus in on you, putting those expectations to rest. See, again, things from that higher perspective that you are so much more than that, right? Than what everyone says or does or doesn't do or whatever. And then in the middle, you have the Empress. So you have the Emperor, you have the Empress. This is again huge Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy, nurturing yourself. And yeah, and among that is remembering with the Seven of Swords that if you feel like you're being deceived out here, you're wrong. Because we're deceiving ourselves. No one can deceive us. We can only deceive ourselves. And that happens when we have these thoughts and these stories that say that they are impacting me. They are the ones that are causing this. They are the one doing blah, blah, blah. When we're accusing other people of, you know, it's like, no, it's people don't lie. My thoughts about people lie. Um, because, I feel like their truth doesn't match my truth, so they must be lying. No, it just they're in a different world. They're in a different timeline or different dimension. We don't know, right? But from their perspective, that's their truth, and we can't say that's not true. We can say that's your truth, and I know my truth. And when we battle, right, trying to prove that their small t truths rooted in fear, that my small t truths rooted in fear are more true than theirs, that's why we fight, right? When we move into capital T truths and we see things from that capital T truth rooted in unconditional love and joy and gratitude, it doesn't need to be defended. Only small t truths rooted in fear have to be defended. Real truth doesn't have to be. Ooh, right? So the Seven of Swords is about realizing that whatever deceit we feel is on the outside, the fear of it, we're deceiving ourselves with a low vibrational small t truth rooted in fear. So I like that. The Two of Wands, the Two of Brooms is again our power of choice. Whatever we focus on is what we draw more of to us. So if I'm focusing in on deceit and this and that and that and that and that and that, I'm just saying, here, feed the dark wolf, keep feeding the dark wolf. It's going to get bigger. Within us, we all have a dark wolf and a white wolf, and they say, which one wins when they're battling? Whichever one we feed the most, it's going to be the strongest, right? And I usually say, we love the white wolf. They lay in the sun. They're all nice. They go outside to go bathroom. Whereas the black wolf, they tear up the furniture. They poop in the living room, and then as we're growing and feeding them, they go and get more of their buddies and bring more in, and then there's a boatload more of crap, right? And no furniture left. So I like this, uh, focus on what you want to grow. And then you got the Page of Brooms, the 10 of Brooms. Yep, so this is all about the change of energy. We've been talking a lot about that. Here's that we can move from burden to gratitude like that in a moment. We can be like worried and go, and then we can go, you know what? No, I'm grateful for this and this. And then our energy can flip on a dime and you can take energy to a new level. Yeah, and I feel like all these are reiterating, we've got the magician, the power of your energy, what you focus on. The two of swords is an energy of the power of story. All of this is talking about remember who you are, a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. Boom. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. I like this though. Whoop, whoop. I'm energized. How about you guys? Yes, yes, yes. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let me just put these in here and then you'll get another one of these. Whispers of Love, since this donation was also $5 or more. All right, got all those in there, and let's see what this brings in. So what else for Ruby G? Nope. This one here. All right. And do you have be in the present and dream of the future? When we dream, everything is possible. I love this card. Just looking at it earlier, see those beautiful pyramids and this little city. It looks like Atlantis or something. Just beautiful energies. Card number 40. So avoid dwelling on things that have passed and no longer exist. Everyone has a past that has helped to shape who they are. This history cannot be erased. Accept the past and look forward to the future. Set goals, dream big, and create. By doing this, you will eliminate the need to revisit the past. Having a goal helps you to focus on what is important. So setting a goal with a 1-year time frame is a simple way to live in the present. What would you like to be doing or achieving this time next year? Make it an attainable task and work on your dream every day. Once you have committed to your goal, you will find you are more easily able to reach it. Work consistently toward your dream, and you will make steady progress and achieve it much quicker. In this picture, a woman sits beneath the nighttime sky. The pyramids and crystal castle behind her represent ideals from the past. The structures refer to the past and things that brought you to this point. The stars in the sky symbolize the higher power that guides you. Humans are made of the same energy that made the stars. You have a light inside of you. Shine into the darkness and create your dreams. Ooh, I like that. All right, my dear, that is what they have for you. Thank you again so much for all your donations. Hopefully they help. All right. So I think I still have everyone on the list here. So up next, we do have 2 for Maria P. And then we have May up after that. All right. I think okay, here we go. All right, let me take a quick sip here and we'll dive in. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right, so 20915 is for your first one, Maria. Here we are, and we're down here. Open up, come on, there it goes. All righty, so let's dive into Walla's energy here. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today, right? And then he said he wanted to see you for a quick hug and a kiss. It's not a lot, but he said he's making time, question mark. So do you just want to know the energy around that? It seems like a statement, not a question, even there's a question mark out of it. So he said, so what's the intentions behind it? What energies around it, I guess is what we'll look at. And a message from Wally. Walter, right? What's coming for us this upcoming week based on current energies? And then anything coming towards him at work and change. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings for you today. Yeah, we've got this death and rebirth energy. Again, this is, I feel like we were getting something like this before where he's really in this. Things need to change. We need to, the old ways, you know, it's like we need to kind of move from one thing into another thing, not an end of a relationship, but you know, if you haven't seen Wicked, close your ears and don't read the if you're reading reading it, because in Wicked, they stage her death. She's not really dead, um, in this movie, right? So she's coming back to life. She's doing something else, and, or she didn't really die. It's changing into something else, right? So I like that. This is what this means, right? And then he said he wants to see you, da da da, making some time. Yeah, 10 of flowers, 10 of cups. So he's just, he's trying to show you that the relationship matters. 10 of cups is huge relationship joy energy. So he wants to, let you know that you're a priority, even though he's running around, he's got all this stuff to do, that he wants to, make sure that he can give you a quick hug and a kiss on his way to the next plane to go off onto the next adventure, right? So I feel like that's what that's about. A message from Wally. Got the magician. Yeah, it's I like this because I feel like this is kind of from his human, but mostly from his higher self, is that you are the one that controls how you experience everything, including your relationship. So it's not what I do or don't do, what I say or don't say, it's how you, the story you put to it, the energy you put toward it. You can look at it from a place of compassion and love and get curious and ask questions, or you can and react into a place of fear and then have reactions that cause, you to have this conflict that then results in a conflict between the two of you. And I feel like they're saying, you're the only one that can control your side. I'm the only one that can control my side. So, awareness of that is your power. So I feel like that's his message. What's coming for you in the upcoming week? You do have the 8 of flowers, 8 of cups. So this is walking away from emotions or people that no longer serve, coming up here. I know this upcoming week, you guys are going to be having an opportunity for a fight. So there is an opportunity coming up for another breakup. And, um, there is this, you know, awareness. I feel like they just need to put it out there to show you, one, a pattern, right? But two is, yeah, I get to change and control my future because I get to decide. And if we decide to rumble and have an argument and go into that conflict, like you were just saying, you're the only one that can choose your actions and your words and your silence and your stories, your emotions, actions, and all that. They can't. So, "Oh, they made me act this way." No, that's not true. People can make it easier or harder for us to, go into fear and react, but we're the ones that make the decision to do so. And, you know, we are triggered, people don't trigger us. There's a difference in that, taking responsibility for ourselves, right? But I feel like that's, a possibility here with this 8 of cups is I don't feel like it's him walking away from the other relationship, or if you call it a relationship, it's more of a situationship, right? Um, it's not that. This is like what can happen between, because what's coming up for us this coming week, right? Anything coming towards him at work? We got the 8 of brooms, a lot of activity, 8 of wands, go, 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 movement, movement, movement energy that comes in. So I feel like there's a lot of stuff happening. Is there changes? We've got the queen of yellow bricks, queen of swords. There's a balance between head and heart. But I do feel, because it's the same person on both cards. It's funny. Yeah, I feel like there is change that's happening. but it's balanced change. It doesn't feel like it's extreme kind of things that come in with that for him. All right, so that's what we have for that. Let's get to your fortune cookie. We'll go into number 2. And yeah, we have inaction, which says not taking any steps or making any effort towards a situation or a problem. And that's the kind of energy with that magician. It's if we're just kind of reacting to what people are doing and not doing, saying or not saying, and not saying, I'm the one in charge of my life. I'm going to initiate and do things. That's what the magician card is like the divine masculine energy of I'm not just waiting to receive, going, when are you guys going to do something? Who's going to decide? It's like, no, you're the decider. You're the one driving the bus. It's like, who's gonna step on the brake? They're like, you're driving the bus, Maria. You're like, oh, it's me. Slam on the brakes, or all right, we're gonna go take an exit ramp. We're going over here. You're the one driving it. Like, what was that one with where they were driving the bus? If it got below a certain thing, it would blow up. There's showing me that. I see it in my head. I just can't remember the name of it. But I like that. So that's what they have for the first one there for you. All right. And then for number 2, you're 21709 coming in here. Down here. There we are. And it'll be this one. All right. So let's change energies up, and we're going into Jeff's energy here. So Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Messages, or a message from Jeff. Okay. What's coming for you at work this week? What are these changes that are coming at work? Message from Spirit. Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you. We got the 5 of brooms, the 5 of wands. There is drama energy with this. There's also conflict, mental and emotional conflict towards you. And again, it makes sense. I mean, they're in this, I'm kind of waiting to see what you decide to do or not with Wally. And, they're kind of just like a vulture waiting for you, for the relationship to die so they could swoop in. Message from Jeff. Yeah, King of Pentacles. I feel like this is an energy of like, because this is abundance energy. This is, fullness of life. And I feel like the message from them would sound like, if you ever watched The Dating Game, this is what I'm seeing in my head, because I feel like he's given a speech like they would, where, because they have like a bachelorette, right? And they have the wall and then the 3 bachelors, and they ask them questions and they try to make it as schmoozy and built up and try to sell themselves so they get to be the one chosen to go on a date with them. That's kind of the energy I'm getting here, is that message. I don't even want to say it because it feels so dripping with schmooze of full, because the King of Pentacles is like abundant, full, da da da, security, boo boo boo. It's like a sales pitch. And I'm like, no. No. Anyway, so what's coming for you at work this week? Queen of Brooms, Queen of Wands. Well, a lot of it determines on your energy. Like we talked about in your previous reading, like the Magician, the Queen of Wands. They're not giving me a specific on here because they're saying your energy this week is going to determine so much of what's happening. I feel like in your work life, your love life, your whatever life, your energy is like at an all-time high. It must be like your planets are in alignment that are activating your power, because whatever you're focusing on is what's growing and expanding or shrinking, depending on what your focus is, higher vibration or lower vibration regarding the situation. So I feel like that's what they're saying here, is be aware of your energy. What are these changes that are coming for you at work? got the 6 of coins, 6 of pentacles. It does feel like it's a balancing of things because it is the scales. It's like there's some out of balance stuff that's gonna happen, and there are other things that happen to bring it back into balance. And I feel like there's people gonna be moved into different areas, um, which open a pocket, and then so it's like this person's going away, right? I think, like, someone's retiring, so they're like, "Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna split up their duties, this person's gonna take that, this person's gonna take that, because here goes the out of balance, so here's how we get it balanced back, adding more on to a couple people. But because they're taking on those, they're a bit overloaded, so these duties that those people do, have to take those off, goes out of balance. We're gonna give that to this person, because you have more capacity. And so I feel like there's this shifting of duties and things, trying to balance stuff out is what it feels like. And then a message from spirit to you. Yeah, you're the Knight of Cups, the Knight of Flowers. And, this energy here is this, it's like there's this, um, reminder that your whole journey is about the quest for your self love. And it's a reminder from spirit, since you wanted a message from spirit. They're like, this whole journey is about, going, um, going through life and in the beginning being told that your love, your worth, your self-love is determined by those things in the outside world, relationships with people of all kinds, situations and things, jobs, right? All this, but that it's not, that's not true, and it's the journey of trying to find your worth out here that all points you back inward, 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 inward. And eventually, when you get tired of the instability and the, temporariness of the outside world, that it comes back, points us here and upward. And then we're like, there it is. There's my fullness of life that's coming in. So I like that, right? Yes, thank you, GD on the YT. Speed. Yes, with Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock. Thank you so much. That's what I needed. 10 points to Gryffindorf. Is that what GD stands for? Gryffindorf on YouTube? No, I'm just kidding. All right. So hopefully that helps, Maria. And then your fortune cookie says justice, which is balance energy again. But it says fairness, balance, truth, accountability, equality, and making decisions based on what is right and ethical. So I feel like this is your energy regarding all this coming up here. So I like it. All righty. So that's what they got for you, Maria. We'll circle back around for your free reading eventually. And I think you're number 12 on the free reading list. So you're number 10, 11 on here, and then 12 on the free reading. Isn't that funny? All right. And boy, boom, boom, we had some little wave come in. So let's hit the chat here for a moment, and then May will be up next for donations. And after that, um, we do have some more here. So let me just make sure I didn't skip any free reading requests in here. Yeah, we got Lauren came in. Hey, Lauren, good to see you. A general love reading, absolutely. We'll put you on the free list. You're number 18 on the free list when we reach there. And for donations, and just for anyone new coming in, donations do get first priority. So if you do want to be moved in front of the free readings, donation of any kind will get you moved up there, depending on the amount. Like $1 is an ankle deep reading, and then we can go up to the knee, up to the waist, up to the neck, and or super dive in, depending on the amount of the donation. All right. So let's grab these here. So we got Ruby. Thank you for your additional donation. You're so sweet. There we go. We got that here. All right, so that's number 13. Let's give that a love and a like so I know I've got it here. And then AKA, hello, hello. I was just about to say, hey, you said hello. I didn't get a reading from you, but now I see you did a donation. So boom, boom. All right, welcome, Lauren. Well, thanks for being a first timer. Welcome, welcome. The whole process and everything is listed down in the description area of the video if you want to kind of peruse and see what else is available. I have a podcast and other things too, if you want to check it. All right, so AKA, I got you on your number 14 on the donation list. And then Anna, hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on here. You're number 15 and 16 on the donation here, because here's part 2. Let's give both of those a love, both of those a like. Get you on there. And of course, you'll put your questions out here at your convenience, and we'll get those added in. There we go. Boom, boom. Okay. So thank you again, GD. Thank you for being my, I would say the name, but it's on the wall and it would activate if I said their name. All right, Lauren, welcome, welcome. All right, so I think we are all caught up and on the list, and we will dive in here. So we got May, and then one for Ruby, and then AKA, and then 2 for Anna is where we're at in donations. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Okay, it's getting hot. All right. So May, you're 22707. So all of these 2s and 7s in your timestamp. So when you mentioned getting a second dog, did T think about how that could potentially affect us and our dating life at all? That's great. My host got a second dog, a little puppy named, what's a little pit bull, little male pit bull, black and white. And his name is Mr. What did she say? Mr. Mr. Finley Scott. That's why when someone, said, "Hey, Scott," I was like, "Finley Scott." I thought of their name. That was funny. And he's cute. But he is a puppy. So let's take a look here. So did he think about how potentially affect your dating relationship at all? Oh, I don't know. I mean, the bottom of the deck is the Ace of Pentacles, which is like, puppy, yes, abundant energy. I feel like, the Justice card, here's relationship, balanced relationship. I don't feel like that impacted that there. They got the 8 of Brooms, the 8 of Wands, a lot of activity, a lot of energy. I feel like they said puppies have a lot of energy. Dogs have a lot of energy that, there just can be a lot of activity with 2 dogs, and they're like, I feel like I feel like they were looking at it more go, go, go energy. Yeah, and we got the Emperor, which is you get to decide what you're wanting, but the Chariot is a victory, and again, tons of movement energy that comes in with that too. And then also the Page of Flowers and the Ace of Yellow Bricks. Yeah, so Ace of Swords. So Page of Cups, all good. Ace of Swords is just, I feel like with it all, they're like, I just feel like puppies, hell yeah, more dogs, hell yeah. And it's all, it's what's one more, you have to feed both, you have to take both out, you have to, there's like one with 2, it's not like children, a whole lot. And then they get to play with each other. I feel like he has all these things, that he's positive about it. I don't feel like he thinks that it would be negatively impacting dating life and all that, because they're like, if you have one, it's just a little extra work for 2 is like, I feel like his mindset. Little does he know. No, I'm just kidding. They comfort each other then. They can play with each other while you're out. You don't have to feel so bad that I have you out of the house and they're away from the dogs. Anyway, So I feel like that it seems positive there. May doesn't seem like there was any, you know, big, big upsets there at all. And yeah, and again, balance is your uh, fortune cookie. Maintaining stability, a situation where opposing forces are balanced, and the effort to achieve balance. So I feel like they're like, we can balance it out. There's not a problem at all. So challenge accepted. All right, so that's what they have for you, May. So many blessings to you. All right, absolutely. We can take a look here. We can do a $2 deep dive, which is about mid mid shin. We can do that. All right, so I got that one on there. Oh, and there's number 2. Thank you. We'll get that on there. And we'll put that on that one there. All right. Got the questions on there. So we'll take a look here. So up next we got Ruby 23135. So Ruby, here is your timestamp here. And thank you again, all your donations this evening and yesterday and the day before. I'm so grateful. I appreciate that. So the energy around your parents, mom and dad, you've been no contact for a while now. What's the energy if you go low? Contact again versus staying no contact. You go low. That's not taking the high road. That's going low. We'll take a look here and see what the energy comes in with that. So cheers, cheers. You're doing a lot of inner transformation, aren't you? You're really looking at a lot of stuff. I can tell. All right. Cheers, everybody. So the energy around your parents. So around mom, around dad. I do want that in these two. So this is their energies. And then if you contact again, what energy do you experience based on current energies? And what energy if you don't, if you stay no contact? I like it. Good questions. All right. Yeah, on the bottom of the deck, we do have the 6 of Swords, which the 6 of Swords is about, like, leaving behind old ways of thinking, seeing something from a different perspective, can take things from choppy waters to calmer waters. So, I feel like the underlying energy is it wouldn't be approaching it like you would normally before. It would be a different approach, and maybe they'll tell us about that here. But, of course, they're just saying it's a totally different, uh process in approaching them than you would have in the past. So whatever that means, we'll figure that out here. Let me just scooch back here. Move my heating pad off. I can feel the heat. Yeah, the heat I turned off. Let me turn that back on real quick here. All right. All this walking I'm doing, my back, I'm developing my core again. All right, so let's take a look here. And so, first around mom, what's the energy around mom? We got the King of Yellow Bricks. So, yeah, definitely the King of Swords energy, which is a big thinker in their head a lot, it seems. I got the Nine of Brooms. Seems like they're more of a stubborn one. I feel like they have more of a block up. It's like once they get their mindset, it's hard to get them to change, right? Normally, I feel as that's how it is. I do feel like they are in this change though, because we got the hanged man, or they call it the hanged one, which is this transformation of like in a cocoon transforming from a caterpillar to a butterfly, and the Hierophant, the major arcana master of change with that number 5. Both of these are about trying to see things from a higher perspective. So I do feel like, you know, they're trying to change their ways and they are in a bit of a time of inner reflection. So now I don't know if there's been enough change. We'll see what the energy is here again when if you contact again versus not. But I feel like you don't want to try to open up a caterpillar or a cocoon when the caterpillar hasn't fully, I mean, they need to come out of the cocoon themselves or they'll never be able to fly. So it's almost like, I kind of feel like it may be a little pause energy with contacting mom. Let's see what dad says here. Wow. Are they like opposites? Because we got the moon card, it's like mom is on the head and dad's on the heart. And we got the 8 of yellow bricks, 8 of swords. So they are letting go of a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that used to make them feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So there is a lot of release energy that they've been doing a lot of thinking about things. Got the Wheel of Fortune. So they're looks like the dad is in a good spot here. 2 of Pentacles, balanced energy that's coming in here. So dad looks really solid here. That's why maybe it's like, maybe if you reach out to dad and not mom, that's who I'm going to reach out to first. Secret meeting on a street corner or at a coffee shop, right? Wearing the hats and the glasses and the overcoats. So mom doesn't spot us. I don't know. Let's see what this comes in here. If you do reach out to them again, what kind of energy do you have? Well, we have the death card, which can be, let's see what this is. Is this endings, beginnings energy? You have the high priestess, yeah, which is kind of be like a retreat back to the high priestess temple. You got the 10 of yellow bricks. That's the 10 of swords, which is about letting go of expectations and being free of expectations. Again, 10 card, and you got the full card, which is a rebirth and it's the first card in the major arcana, which is, living without expectations, without with all these possibilities, with all these restrictions and supposed to be's and should be's and need to be kind of energy here. I feel like there's a good question to ask is why? Why do I feel I want to reach out to them? What need is there or what expectation am I trying to fulfill? Or is there a supposed to, a should? Um, am I doing this for me or am I doing this for someone else? Um, so I feel like there's some good questions you can ask yourself, but it feels here like there would be endings again. You would end up the death card going to your high priestess temple, the 10 of swords is expectations, and you would end up a new start again of going, there's too many expectations there. Um, Too many judgments of supposed to be and should be and need to be from them, and maybe us on them too. But let's see what if you continue to keep your distance for now. What's the energy here? And you have the 5 of Cups, which is a transformation of emotion. You can still do it without contacting them. And I feel like if that's what you're doing, I'm trying to resolve things. It's like we don't have to do it with them. We can sit in front of an empty chair, pretend they're there, talk to them as if they're there, and transform. Excuse me, and look at those. You have an Ace of Yellow Bricks, Ace of Swords. You can still gain clarity with this Ace of Swords. And I feel like you would eventually, because this is about reaching out, Ace of Swords is like new contact. And then eventually, after you've kind of processed your emotions, I feel like that's what the Six of Swords is kind of referring back to, is that it's best for you to kind of do your inner emotional work independently, and then as you go forward, then you can reach out when you feel this place of, um, I don't have any expectations on what they will do or not do, say or not say. I just want to reach out from a place of, you know, true curiosity and love, not from a place of, I want an apology or I want to meet expectations or anything like that. Right. Got the strength card. Yeah. So I like this. You show your strength with no contact. You can still be courageous and going, you know what? I'm okay with no contact right now. I got the 10 of brooms, 10 of wands. This is from moving from an energy of burden to an energy of abundance, joy energy. Yeah. Why do you want to give up your joy of having no contact? Do tell, right? So hopefully that helps with making a decision there. You even have the world card underneath that other card on the bottom of the deck, which is an ending of an old cycle, beginning of a new adventure, free of expectations. So I'm just going to shuffle these in to the deck here because there's so many. I'm just going to do it this way. All right. And then this was a $5 or more. So you do get a fortune cookie from the Whispers of Love for this. Let's see what we got here. And this one is rest and relaxation is essential. I feel like that's a clear picture, right? Card 42. We all have a fundamental need to take a break. So I feel like they're supporting you to continue this break, right? You are at your best when all aspects of your life are balanced. Love yourself and the people in your life enough to create an environment where everyone has the opportunity to take care of their needs. You are at your best and able to fully appreciate all that life offers when you are well rested. When you're under a lot of stress, your muscles respond and become tense. Be aware of what stress feels like for you and implement some relaxation techniques to keep things from escalating. Your ability to calm down and relax will improve with practice. It is important to recognize and address your needs. Do not wait until you are completely depleted before you stop for rejuvenation. Make relaxation a part of your day. Give your mind and muscles a much needed rest. In the picture, a mermaid dreams as she lies on the ocean floor and a pod of dolphins swim overhead. The pale green hue of the artwork highlights a need to take time to heal. Dolphins have an innate ability to go into a beta state for rest after a long night of hunting. What is your idea of relaxing? Allow rest and relaxation to be a part of your life. I think it's a very clear message, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donation. Sean's really right. All right. Let me just crack my back here. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, feels good. So, uh, oh, your network is so bad it's raining. Anime freak. Oh, well, we can always watch it on replay, of course, at any time. So hang in there. Glad it's raining there. We need rain here in Colorado. You can send some this way. All right. And then we've got Asherman. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And we will get you on the free list here. You'll be number 19 when we get to free readings eventually there. All right. You love having your back cracked too. And I was just like, because I walked 5 miles yesterday, 5 miles today, and I think my lower back or my mid back is getting used to because I walk inclines and walk around neighborhoods up and down all over. It's like it's getting used to walking that many miles. So good stuff. It's good for me. All right. So up next we have AKA hello. 2:45:08 is your timestamp. Thank you so much for your donation. So, you want to know, will you meet your romantic lifetime partner this month of June or next month of July? I like it. Hello. You're so funny, Anna. To the fridge and back. Mine was too. That's why, but my blood pressure and other things tell me you need to go walk more. So that's what we're doing. All right, so let's take a look here. AKA, is it going to be in the month of June or is it going to be the month of July? All right, so we'll see what we get here and then we'll find out what else we can find out here. Got the 10 of brooms, a lot of action in June, but uh, July is the 2 of cups, which is relationship energy. So I'm thinking it's July. The 10 of wands, there's a lot of action, a lot of movement energy. Feel like you're more the rest of this month, which is what? A little over a week, week and a half, um, is focusing your energy of, am I focusing in on the abundance, with the things I do enjoy about relationships of the past, and or am I focusing on lack, need, want, fear energy, right? And so I feel like these next week and a half is kind of focusing in on, I'm going to try to look for the positive in things because this is good practice for a relationship, right? Because if we get into a relationship and we're focusing on what's not happening, then we get more of that, and that's expectations that aren't being met suck the life out of a relationship, right? Whereas if we're focusing and we get used to just going, I'm not gonna focus in on what they didn't do, I'm gonna focus on what I love about what they do, and I'm gonna share it with them. Like, "You know what I love? I love how you do that." And they're like, "Really?" And they'll wanna do more of that. Because when we tell someone, "You're not doing that right," are they gonna wanna do that right more often or do less? The second, right? No one, that's not encouraging, that's like knocking someone down, right? When we encourage people, that grows a relationship. When we tear someone down, that just tears down the relationship too. Now, even though that's not our intention, but but it is what it is, right? So that comes in there, right? Yeah, so I love that. So I feel like that's what you're doing here, the rest with that, and then the 2 of cups. So let's see here. Um, I feel like you want more than just that answer, right? What else can we know about this meeting in July? How, when, who, where, what, why? Give us the news. Give us the tea. All right. We'll start with that. Wow. So, we have the Queen of Swords, Queen of Yellow Bricks. How I remember this is funny. Um, because why would you think bricks were air energy and sword suit, right? It seems like bricks would be pentacles or whatever, but I imagine, to help me remember, they pick up the brick and they throw it. Brick flying through the air. Oh, air sign. Air energy. That's funny. Anyway, don't throw bricks. But this is a Queen of Swords, is an energy of being uh like a wonderful compatible energy, right? And both a balance between head and heart. So I feel like they're saying here it's such a wonderful, match. It's just, you meet each other on the mental level so well, you meet each other on the emotional level so well. You're both so well balanced and your energies align very well. So I like it. Then you got two cards, one card, two card. The card in the middle is the 8 of coins, the 8 of pentacles. So there is a little bit of, um, I don't know, this doesn't feel like work, but it feels related to work, but not, but you both don't work there. It might be like a work event that you're going to or doing, and then they're also there because of their work, and you guys don't work at the same company, but I feel like, guys, you bump into each other because it feels like you guys are working, but you're not working together, and then you guys bump into each other here at the Wisomania. So I feel like there's something going on there. Um, so I'm not sure if you have something going on in July that's work related, or is there like a company barbecue? I just feel like there's something. Yeah. Is there any work related event? Um, and it may not be that you're working it. It could be like something because they're reminding me, like they had Elish Gardens. It was like a amusement park. And they had the company, everyone you could get a free ticket for you, and then families were, discounted prices, or there's a baseball game, or, I feel like there's some sort of outing that's sponsored by the company. It just feels something like that with this 8 of Pentacles because it's putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and I felt like it wasn't transformation energy, it wasn't this, wasn't that, and it was like work, but not work. So whatever this means, we'll see what comes in here. You also have the 10 of Pentacles and the Ace of Brooms. Yeah. There is this, they're very motivated to want to be in a relationship. Um, so they're not, there's passion here. Excuse me, but it's not I feel like they're in a I don't wanna just be sleeping around with a bunch of people. I wanna be in a relationship with someone. I want it to be relationship oriented, not just being, the town whore or something. Oh, yeah. So there is this, um, kind of energy there. We got the 4 of Wands and the 4 of Coins too. So we've got this very balanced energy again coming in here. 4 of Wands is like a marriage card, and the 4 of Coins, 4 Pentacles, is home energy too. And I just feel like this is they're talking about the compatibility here. And maybe that's more of this in the middle as a kind of the as I get more cards, that gets less cloudy for me here. But it feels like this is all the stuff that you guys have in common. Passion, I want a relationship, I want marriage, I want a home, a house. And in the middle, I feel like this may be more that you guys are in the same type of job. Like you guys, do the same type of thing, but not at the same company, but you guys do the same type of job. Um, so that's what's interesting there. So, hmm. I wanted to know, can we know more about where you guys meet? Can we know based on current energy? Can we, huh? Can we? Can we? Huh? Can we? It's funny. They're telling me jokingly, they because I have great relationship with the spirit world, right? They go, "Oh, you're so irritating." Can we? Can we? Huh? 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 Can we? Yeah, well, we got the Lovers card again, and the Judgment card is this pull, this calling, and it just feels like you're doing what you love in a way. And so you're doing something you love to do, and they're doing something they love to do, and it just happens to be the same thing. Again, commonalities. Oh, okay, I get it. Like, do you see it now, what we were showing you? All the things you guys have in common, that's how you meet. Because that was my question. How do you guys meet? And they're like, because you have all these things in common, doing things you love, you end up bumping into them, and they end up bumping into you. So keep doing those things that you enjoy to do, and if you haven't done the things you enjoy doing, get to it, woman. So, I like it. All right. And let's see here, and for your, uh I'll round it up to $5 because I know you can't for some reason, it doesn't let you give, Even amounts, we're going to give you a one of these whispers of love oracle for your fortune cookie here. And yours is be willing to express love to receive love. Ooh, I like it. Beautiful card. Card number 6. You are a genuinely loving individual. Expressing love to others helps them feel supported, respected, and cared about. As you practice this custom, you will become more loving. When you want to be more loving, it is easy to recognize ways of doing so. One way to express love is through eye contact. Your eyes are the most expressive part of your body. Do you get comments on your eyes a lot? Making eye contact when you're speaking with someone tells them you see, hear, and appreciate them. Try making eye contact with others a daily practice, right? Yeah. Oh, how fun. It is easy to become distracted by our busy lives, but a moment of eye contact can make a world of difference to those who you communicate with. It used to struggle, right? I like this because this is that I feel like it is gonna be the eye contact, like, you see someone and you're like, "Who's that?" And they look at you and you just kind of the eyes, and they're like, "Hey." And you're like, "Hey." And here, a young sea nymph makes eye contact with a small mermaid sitting in a seashell. The seashells represent the spiritual gifts you possess. The feathers on the nymph's head are about giving thanks or showing appreciation. Mermaids are usually a symbol of love. Share eye contact with those you speak to and see how it deepens your connection. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. I feel like if you don't if you don't have like a hobby, a passion, something that you're interested in learning, something, I feel like you're being drawn to something. I'm pulling up my socks. I don't know what that has to do with it. Soccer? Are you a sports person? Um, but I feel like it's, you're being drawn to it with that calling card. I just feel like you're being drawn towards something. And so follow that. Uh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hmm. But definitely, if you wanna meet someone, unless you're gonna do a mail order groom or something, uh, or bride or whatever, you know, you need to get out. Yeah, it's not dating apps, it's not any of that stuff. This is you doing something that you're passionate about and you love, and maybe it's a new hobby, or you like going to bookstores, or, um you like coffee and you go to a coffee shop, you know, it doesn't have to be anything elaborate. It's just is something you enjoy. I feel like that's the nudge that they're, kind of uh, nudging you towards. So hopefully that helps. All right, my dear, that is what they have for you. Thank you again so much for your donation. I'm very grateful. Yeah, and just see what goes, or um, look at if you have a local. Sometimes they have like those what's happening in the city pages in the newspaper, or nowadays it's probably online. Yeah, let me check our city's website and see, is there any kind of festival, or is there something that I think I'd enjoy doing, and if you're drawn to it, or not, but you get to decide. There's no wrong, no right. And if you don't go out in July, then you're like, oh, I'll meet him, because who's meant for you will never pass you by, so you don't have to worry about that, right? All right. So let me take a sip here and we'll dive in. We just have two more for Anna here. So if I don't get any more donations after that, then we'll be jumping into some free readings. So cheers, cheers. And I might take a quick break here. I've been on for 3 hours, so I might take a quick break, get some circulation going, and I'm almost out of coffee. I do have my water, but I think getting up and walking around, maybe I'll go grab me my protein shake, and that'll get some stuff going. All right. So Anna, for number one, 30032 is for yours. For the first one here. Hey, Pinky High Nose. Hello, hello. Good to see you. All right. So Anna, thank you for your dual donations. I appreciate those. So since it's been several weeks, you'd like a deep dive, please, on the current state of the letters sent to D, M, and W regarding us. So D, M, nope, nope, nope. M, what about M? And W. Okay. And then what other energies under each of these can we have? Got 3 there. What about this one? This one here too? Okay. And then anything else under W. W, right. 3 under there. Okay. Underlying energy around all of this mess. 6 of Swords, which is an energy of leaving some old things behind, getting clarity, moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. And there it is a movement kind of energy, and even among like communication movement as well. So we will see what this will mean. So we'll start off here with D. So the overall energy first with that here, yeah, we have the Strength card of the Leo energy and the 6 of Coins, balancing energy here. I mean, there's something here about the Strength card, Leo energies. There's like this being seen energy, and the 6 of Pentacles has a little bit of a you give a little, we give a little towards this. Like, you know, it's not like one-sided. It's like, well, you know, we see this piece and then we see this piece. We see where, yeah, there is some stuff, but then there's also this side. So I feel like they're kind of in this, hmm, kind of energy. It's kind of the scales are kind of going back and forth. Let's see what the 3 cards underneath that bring in here. Um, yeah, we have the Emperor, which is like it's in front of someone, I feel, to make a decision. And we do have the Ace of Swords, which is about clarity. And the Devil card is something about the devils in the details. So I feel like there's conflict with that one. And kind of the energy I'm getting with this all with them is they're like, well, I can see how, because I feel like they sent something and they sent something back in response to it. And they're like, well, I can see where they're coming from because of how it's worded here. You could take it this way, or you could take it that way. But then down here it says this, but then over here it says this. And I feel like they're, well, there's this, well, there's that, well, there's this, well, there's that. I think there's been like this, little kind of, it's not an argument, but it's an argument, like they're arguing their case of why they didn't think this is, you know, uh, something that needs to be looked at, or that, oh, we didn't know because of this, or, I feel like they're kind of, that's the kind of responses there. And that's why it's in front of a decision maker, because I feel like there's so much kind of ambiguity in their process or something that they're like, well, All right, we need to get it in front of someone that's going to decide because there is that, it's like gotta prove it beyond a benefit of a doubt. There's too many loopholes or something with that particular um company or whatever. So hopefully that makes sense to you. All right, and then M, we've got them. We got the Knight of Yellow Bricks, Knight of Swords. Digging into more details here, asking more questions, asking for more clarity. Um, and I feel like it's the first one feels like they're stuck in red tape and, details, and it feels like number 2 is also stuck in, we need to ask this, what about this, what about that? And I feel like there's, seeking clarity with that knight who's on a quest for that. Underneath that, we got the Knight of Flowers, which is interesting, a movement of emotional energy. We got the Six of Brooms, Six of Wands, which feels like a victory energy, and the Nine of Brooms, which feels like a pause, a block kind of energy that's coming in here. And for this one, it feels like we're going to continue to have things just kind of go as is while we're getting clarity. There's something about, like, I don't know if this makes sense, because I don't know a whole lot of what all this is about, I can't remember, but there's, like, this, we're not gonna block you being able to do business because or whatever this is about because, the Knight of Cups is they're trying to maintain a good rapport and, good customer service and empathy and that while we investigate, we know this is part of your livelihood kind of energy. So I feel like they're kind of continuing it, but I feel like it's red taped again. It's like details. We need some more information. Okay, we're good. We'll review it. We'll get back to you. And then it gets stuck on the pile that they're going through, right? It just feels like there's a lot of overworked people. Feels like things are going very slow with these suddenly. And then W. We have the Page of Coins, Page of Pentacles, Wheel of Fortune. So it feels like here there is an outcome coming here, but it feels like a positive outcome for who? Let's see. Because Page of Pentacles is abundance, and so is the Wheel of Fortune. We got the Five of Coins underneath, which is this is the fear of lack of not having enough, not being enough, the fear of abandonment. What's underneath that? Yeah, so we've got the King of Coins, King of Pentacles. Oh, I see what's going on here. And then the King of Brooms, the King of Wands on the other side, and in the middle is um, the Two of Swords. So it's like there's a split decision that's coming in here, and that's why we have Page of Coins and Page. They're trying to find something that's it's a win-win, a benefit for both, or that neither is hurt financially, kind of energy that comes in here. Um, so it's interesting with this here because it does feel like there's someone in this one that wants to take action, but then it's split with this other person who's looking out for the bottom line. And I feel like that's kind of what it's coming through. Feels like for a lot of these, it's about the money. It's about, what's gonna keep money coming in, what's gonna hurt money coming in. And I feel like they're kind of I don't even know if it's a spoken rule, but it's kind of the drive of a lot of these things. But it makes sense that there's the seeking clarity still going on here, and I feel like there's, not a speed to make a decision with a lot of this stuff here. I feel like all of it is caught up in red tape and decisions in front of people, and then they are like it's like we're getting to a deadline to make a decision. Well, here, activate this piece of it. We need more information that'll buy us more time. Let's figure this out. Let's delay this. I feel like they're all about delays, delays, delays. All three of them right now. I don't know if this has to do with inflation and money's tight, and so that's kind of changing a lot of perceptions, but it feels very, as I would say, money oriented, you know, or success oriented, or whatever these types of businesses have. It has to do with um, abundance. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one. All right. Yeah. So you got end. Hmm. So the act of bringing an event, a process, or a period to a close, a state of being final with no continuation or progress. There you go. No continuation or progress. Can't make that up, right? All right. So that's for the first one there, my dear. And then we'll go to your second one here in a moment. Let me just do a quick shout out here. And so, Pinky High Nose, we will grab your question and get you onto the free list. You'll be number 20 on the free list once we get to the free questions. We're finishing up donations right now. We haven't started any free readings yet. All right. So, Anna, we've got 31150 for your second one here. So, has F been notified by either D, M, or W? All right, let's start there. D, M, and I want this one for W. So, notification. We have the Two of Brooms, the Two of Wands. I do feel like they have here, for clarification. I feel like we kind of got that message on the first reading, right? M, we've got the Four of Coins. I feel like they have here as well, but this is more of a stable energy. So I feel like it's not such a notification of, but of we just need some clarity, very flowery, very steady kind of energy. The first one, Two of Wands, is we need assistance in helping in deciding to make a decision. We need you to take action on providing us something. It feels like the second one is more, um, they did ask for some information, like their side of the story kind of energy, if that makes sense. And then W, we do have the Queen of Flowers, Queen of Pentacles. I feel like this is a little bit of, again, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. When they reached out, it was more of we received an inquiry and this is the process. And if we could have you submit this and just tell, again, kind of your side of the story. These two, like, it feels like M and W feel more like hand holding along the way, like gentle, whereas the other one feels more, the first one, D, kind of feels more transactional, like not as fluffed up as the other two, if that makes sense. So what was F's reaction to these? Let's take a look here. All right, boom, boom, boom. For the one from D, they have the Ace of Pentacles. I feel like that was the first one that came in. And so they kind of felt, this is a positive energy, like, okay, this is just, you know, I'm going to be victorious in this kind of energy. They weren't bothered by that one, how it came through. For M, we got the Nine of Swords, nightmares and insomnia. So something with this coming from M, they were like, oh, kind of energy coming in, as well as this other one, because we got the Devil card, the shaking and the rattling of their mental cage. So I feel like it, and maybe it was because the second one and then the third one came in, they were just like, what is happening? kind of energy that's, with that. So that's interesting. Okay. Let me move those out of the way here so I can see this other one. And what will be the final outcomes, decisions on those towards of? Okay. So based on current energies, let's see where these are headed. So for D, and then for F, the second, no, M is for the second one, and then W is for that one. Yeah. Hmm. All right. So for D, the outcome is Ace of Brooms, Ace of Wands. There is this action energy because that's fire action, new action energy. Um, and let me see, what is that action? Because I do feel like they take action on it, but is it like extreme or is it piddly? You know, does it match it here? Seven of flowers, yeah, seven of cups. It's mixed emotions kind of energy there. So I feel with that one, with it being the seven of cups, emotional confusion, I feel like they take action, but it's like not like drastic action. It's like, well, blah. And they're like, okay, I can live with that. And I don't feel like it's drastic. I feel like it's, um, like I said, you know, mediocre in a way kind of action. It's not what you would want them to do or expect them to do. Um, so, you know, I feel like I guess that explains it. M, we've got the 8 of coins. I feel like their decision is they work with them on changes that they need to make sure that whatever thing they didn't do doesn't happen again. I feel like there's ways to put I don't know, again, I'm not privy to all the details, right? But there's like filters that you can put on and this kind of thing that can be put in place and you can post this disclaimer here or these rules of engagement. I feel like there's things like they're like, this is what we need you to do, and we can help you with this, and we can implement this, and you can add this, and then we'll monitor, kind of thing. W is the four of flowers, the four of cups here. This is like a joyful celebration energy. I almost feel like this one, I feel like W dismisses it kind of energy. Because I feel like it feels like a bed of roses, it feels like, "Oh, okay. Oh, good news on that one," you know? Um, so I don't feel like the outcomes are what maybe you were expecting or hoping for, but, I feel like that based on current energies anyway, that's where they're headed in the current energetic environment, that's coming in. Which again, it feels like they're trying to maintain money coming in is the motivation, and so they're trying to do things that, that, will maintain that for them. Sorry, trying to do things at once. Blah, blah, blah. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie says too here. Yeah. It's a clown show, which says a sarcastic personality, joyful times, the effort to seek enjoyment. So, yeah, it doesn't feel like it's a bad time. So, yeah, that's what they got for you there, Anna. So, hopefully that helps. And many blessings. Thank you again for your donations. I'm very grateful. Let me check my emails, make sure nothing else came in. All right. So, you're very welcome. Glad it makes sense. Because I'm like, blah, 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 blah. All right. So that's it for my donations right now. I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to go grab a protein shake, maybe hit the facilities. Oh my gosh. Oh, well, welcome back, Anime Freak. You can always rewind if you want. I haven't gotten to any free readings yet. I think, yeah, you're number 10 on the free reading list. I'm about to take just a quick break um, just to get my legs moving again here, and use the facilities, grab a protein drink so my stomach doesn't start growling and disturb the readings. And then if there's no donations when I come back, I will jump into free reading. So we will do that. All right. So thank you guys for your patience. Thank you for all the thumbs up. I shall return. Night, night, Anna. Dream well. Yeah, I'm going to instead of getting more coffee, I am gonna have my big water jug. So I will move to that after I drink my energy drink. My not energy, my protein shake drink. So I'll even take my coffee cup to the sink, right? So thank you guys so much. Much love. I'll be right back. My jacket fail. All right. We have returned. Let's get you. Let me raise this up. There we go. Get all situated here. Get my little heating pad on my back. Very good. Getting older, I tell you, I love that I've lived as long as I have. All right. So let me take a quick drink of my little caramel. I like the caramel taste. This one is really good. I have the chocolate one too, but this caramel one that I opened up, I'm like, num num. All right. So we will jump in here. We've got, let's see, 20 free readings. So we'll start with number 1 here. And we got Swaroop Bobby, 324. 24. Look at that. So here we go, Swaroop. And you want to know coming week reading, please. What's coming towards you? All right. So based on your current energies, what is coming your way? We do have this one and this one. And you've got the Page of Brooms and the Wheel of Fortune. Wow. Yeah. So there is this great possibilities with the brooms. The wand suit is possibility energy. It's kinda like your intention energy, and you have the Wheel of Fortune, which, of course, is a good card of, abundance, of something turning and feeling like it's successful and, and great energy. So, when I get cards, like these that come out together, it tells me, like, next week is a great opportunity of, like, energetically it's like your magic wand is hyper activated where whatever you focus on comes in faster and bigger, which is great if you're focusing on gratitude for what you have and you have had, and you're focusing on unconditional love and joy and laughter and play and peace. You get all this that comes in fast and big for you. But I pity the soul that's focusing in on fear, focusing on lack, need, want, energy. It pushes stuff away fast and big and or brings in things you fear fast and big, like a giant bear. So we don't uh, want to be willy-nilly about what we're focusing on next week. We really want to be focused and intentional. Things I do whenever I have weeks like that is I put a little reminder on my phone, vibrating silent alarm that goes off every waking hour. Remember your focus, remember your focus, bring us back to gratitude, bring it back to gratitude. Putting sticky notes, whatever it is that you can get your attention to bring your focus back. I highly recommend it for next week because it's either gonna be a wonderful well, it can be a balance out too, but you can have, like, a lot of big stuff come in, a lot of stuff you don't wanna come in, can all balance out in the end, but don't we want it to be overbalanced with all that abundance? I sure do. But I feel like that's what they have for you right now, Swoop, so many blessings to you. Sounds like a fun week, and happy solstice. Alright, and then Mini Heal, you're up 32712 is your timestamp here. And what major, in love so what major event or major thing in love is coming in for you, right? Based on your current energies, what is coming in? These 2. This one, let's see what we got here. So, you got the Page of Wands. Again, here's this energy of where people are focusing their energy, right? And you also have the Hierophant and the Lovers. So, what major is coming in for you right now is a stepping stone relationship. I know, but they're necessary. Well, they're not necessary. They are we can bypass stepping stones. If you wanna know what stepping stones are and that kind of energy, I do have a podcast. We talk about the faded love, and here's the link for it here. But, a stepping stone isn't like our end result. It's like going across a river. You need these stepping stones to get across to the other side. Where is our relationship on the other side? The one like our soul partner that will be with the rest of our lives, if that's part of our, our plan or in its possibilities, etc. But and I feel like we've already talked about that for you. But the Page of Wands is your energy determines your experience with it, and I feel like that's what they want you to know is that you have, this individual that comes across and you're like, "Wow," knowing that it's not them, not they're not the final, destination, but you can still enjoy the, what do they call it? Like when you have an airport that is your where you get your connection to your next location. It's not your final destination, but it's a connection airport. And it's like, okay, you can still enjoy the airport and walk around it, shop, whatever you want, but knowing that it's not the last of it, right? It's not the last thing that comes in that the purpose of a stepping stone is for you for growing, for growth, for transformation, so that you don't take all this stuff with you into your final relationship and you don't have to go through it with them. You get to arrive, in a space of higher vibration so you can have a higher vibrational relationship because that's what they help you do is, we're at lower vibration. They help us, with our interaction, with this conflict, with this, the experiences we have. We cut away things are it goes up. The next stepping stone, duh, 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 next stepping stone, duh, 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 and it goes up like that. So I feel like that's what they want you to know that's coming in now. And like I said, we can bypass them, but um, it's like to bypass it is like to be able to not cross this bridge to or this stepping stone to get to the other side. We have to go all the way down here and then up here and then back here across over here. Just takes us longer to get there because that these mirrors are huge for us to transform. So that's what they have for you. So hopefully that helps many heal. That's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. Would you say anime? Oh yeah, right. Yeah, they're just helping us learn, right? Isn't that great? Thank you, stepping stones. All right. And then, AKA, you're up 331. Oops. 331. 28 is yours. So, AKA, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And the question is, what should you know about overall energies for the next month or so? All right, let's take a look here. What is important to know? Okay, boom, boom. You do have the 9 of yellow bricks, the 9 of swords. Let's see here what else they have here. You have the chariot, and you also have the ace of coins, ace of pentacles. I feel like a big piece of a big energy they want you to know that has a lot of moving parts to it. Um, you know, the chariot ruled by the moon, energy behind the scenes. But so this is movement energy of a lot of stuff moving, a lot of moving parts that are going on during the next, month or so. And I feel like you do get with the 9 of swords, it's dream time, intense dreams that you have are meant for you to remember when you wake up. They're not nightmares and it's not dangerous or anything. It's just we get intense dreams because if we wake up and it's a normal dream, we're like, I know I dreamt and it was about, oh, it escaped me. Because as soon as we wake up, become conscious, it runs away. We're like, oh, damn it. I don't remember what I dreamed. But if we dream like there was a giant bunny rabbit with a tutu on, eating record albums, we're going to wake up and go, what the hell was that? And we're going to remember that because that was so odd and intense and weird. And they were, madly eating the records and it's like, what does that mean? And then we can investigate when we're wide awake and remembering all that. And then the ace of pentacles, ace of coins, is saying that you're going to have things come in the outside world. So we talk about this a little bit. Spirit doesn't just bring things up to us and go, hey, what? You know what? Uh, you need to deal with this. We're just like, well, what the hell is that? Right? It scares the crap out of us. And in our human form, we might have a heart attack, because we're like, because the suddenness of the extremity of things can kill us, right? So they ease into us. They bring things up in our dreams. So it's a controlled environment. We don't feel as we're not mentally awake, where it's our emotional center that's working and transforming things. And then they'll bring things out. They call it like our peripherals. They'll bring things into our life from out here and out here, seeing people go through those things that we're dreaming about, these emotions that we're going to transform. And we'll see people going through stuff and we'll start to go, oh, I had stuff like that happen with me before. And what's going on with them? So we're not so much, inward facing consciously until that all comes together, and then they're like, "All right, we think they're ready." And they're like, "Here, this is something to look at." And then we're like, "Oh, okay. I can look at that," instead of it being scaring the crap out of us, right? So I feel like that's what the next couple months are. There's some great processing of emotions and past experiences coming up in your dreams, your peripherals, and then they come up and you're like, I'm ready to journal this, journal the crap out of my life, as we were saying before with Olivier. Journal the crap out of your life. And I feel like that helps transform. And of course, if you have any kind of guidance on clearing out, it's like clearing out the emotional pipeline. The podcast I just put out called The Freedom Work and Clearing the Pipeline is available for free. And here's the link for anyone else. The playlist link is down in the description area. If you go to my main page, it's at the top. So it's number 18, phase 2, the freedom work, clearing. Clearing. I was saying cleaning? No, clearing the pipeline. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. And then we got Ateshi Singh, 33557. Coming in here. Whoops. There we go. Here is your timestamp. All right. So you say you're about to be 27. Oh, little spring chicken, you. Oh my God. I'm more than twice your age. Now I need to turn up the heat on my heating pad. Ow. Where's my cane? All right. So you've never been in a relationship, dated, witnessed a marriage growing up. You've had moments of self-love, but when will I experience a relationship and learn more about myself as I am in one? Oh, that's great. My first relationship was 29, so don't feel bad. All right. So let's take a look here based on your current energies. When will you experience a relationship and learn more about yourself being in one? All right. Let's do a when deck here. Yeah, I feel like this is the one here. Got the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, a new beginning. You have March 21st to June 20th. Ah, you missed it by that much. You're like, oh, yesterday. Now you have to wait till next year. Well, and the thing about the future is it's fluid, right? So based on current energy, you're looking at March 21st to June 20th of next year, which is actually springtime, right? Yeah, because that's Aries. Um, yeah, because Pisces is to March 20th. So that's springtime. Spring equinox on the northern hemisphere, springtime, or fall in the southern hemisphere, right? So what they would say about this, right, is that you're experiencing self-love and being in a relationship energy. Let me pull up a tarot card because um, I want to see what their recommendation is here for you. Watch be Ace of Pentacles. No, it's the Chariot. The power of choice. So that's a good choice of a card because the Chariot is. And this makes sense because what controls the speed of things coming in is the energy that we put out. Like if I'm putting out energy of I'm grateful for what I do have and what I have had. And if I want a relationship, I go, Creator, I want a relationship. And here, give it to them. And you don't ask again because they won't forget. And you trust that they're going to bring in the perfect person in the perfect timing, the perfect way. In the meantime, we continue to work on this, our power of choice, which is the story I'm putting into things, the emotions I'm choosing, the energy I'm choosing, and the actions I'm taking, letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve me, emotions that don't serve me, energy that don't serve me, physical things even in the physical world that don't serve me, just making space for relationship and then do the things I love, take action in my life, expanding my mind, expanding my heart, expanding my physical world, my spirituality, my power of choice energy. And it's all this, moving forward, this going forward, this, kind of energy that comes in. So I do like this, that you do have this ability to bring it in sooner. And the thing that we, if we have like I need to be in a relationship, I want to be in a relationship, I fear I'll never be in one, that energy is actually lack energy, and that tells the universe, or energy pulls in the experience of lack more. It pushes it further and further away. When we release that and we go and we start focusing in on what I'm grateful for, the friendships, the love I've experienced, doesn't have to be romantic. It can be, um, love of self, love from creator, love of friends, love of family. Um, and and we can start having gratitude around, like, if as you look into what you feel that you're wanting out of a relationship, first of all, we can ask, what is it that I feel that I will find in a relationship that I don't find inside of me already? And because as we discover that, then that changes our our drive, our yeah, our drive. What is my intention? What am I searching for outside of me that I feel's not inside of me? So when you have self-love, then you just fill up and you start overflowing. Then you draw in someone that matches your energy, right? But if we're like, I need rush, I'm running out of time, da 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 da, it's like, am I running out of time? Is that, and we start questioning our expectations, and that's what we can do in the meantime. And that's what, as we raise our vibration, that speeds things up and draws someone closer to us, so that time frame of spring of next year can be fall of this year, and then it can be summer time. And here we are in summer. Boom, it can happen. But so hopefully that helps. We have a lot of in my free podcast, The Easier Path, talking about things as well. If you want to check that out, there's some free content in there too. All right. So that's what they have for you, Tashi. So many blessings to you. All right, we have a donation in, so we're gonna step over for that, and then we will return back to free readings, unless there's another donation that comes in, of course. So, Ruby, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. You're too good to me. All right. No, you're perfectly good to me. That's the positive way to say it, right? So let's take a look here. Let me grab your question so I can it's bigger font over here. And this is this here. All right. There we go. All right. What is this? Pow, 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 pow. Wax on, wax off. Is that Mr. Miyagi? All right. All right. Let me add your clarification here, and then I will read your essay. See what we have going on here. All right. So we got 34309 for this one. So thank you again so much, Ruby. Here's your timestamp. Let's see. So, what's the deal with your ex? Oh my gosh. Why does he keep putting my son on shoes soaked in cat pee? Doesn't he smell them first, store them in the closet maybe, pretending he didn't okay, and then pretending he didn't illegally, in fact, just knowing the consequences and blaming me and complaining my cats are still there and mad and peeing. It's animal behavior. These are the consequences of his own actions. He was told if he didn't follow the law and give notice and serve court papers. I mean, he did it thinking he would win in custody court, but we have evidence, text messages. Why does he think pretending will help? All right. Yeah, I hear you. Kind of sense that a little bit. Look, roar. Mama bear is peeking up. Yeah, right. It's like, you rang. All right, let's take a look. See what we got going on. So, all right. Sounds good, enemy. Enjoy. Or just go outside with it raining, right? All right, let me take a sip here. Let's get some protein in here before we enter the world of your ex. I kind of have to gird my loins, like they said in Devil Wears Prada. Gird your loins. We're entering danger zone. So I feel the energy around all this is just what is the reason for the behavior? I feel like is a good beginning question. So, what is the root of this behavior? What's causing this human to do the things they do? Those, all right. We'll start there. Yeah, and we got the 8 of brooms on the bottom, which is the 8 of wands. 8 of wands energy, you know, it is it is a lot of flame, a lot of fire energy, right? And I feel like it's a simple answer, which will explain a lot of things, right? That when someone is feeling like when our inner child, right, when we feel unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, our little inner child pulls the fire alarm. It boots out our intelligent, loving, compassionate side. So we then, um, whatever wound we had, the original wound when we were 7 years old and younger, when it happened, we go back to that age, and that's the age of which we act from, which is not intelligent, loving, and compassionate. It's usually stupid and selfish and angry, right? Or sad, because that's the inner child, it reacts from fear in either sadness or anger or withdrawal, That's kind of sadness. They depress and you know, that's what depress, it depresses instead of pressing forward. Excuse me. So I feel like a lot of the source of why they do what they do is rooted in that they have fears that get activated and triggers all over the place. When you're getting triggered and triggered and triggered and triggered, you're doing stupid things over and over and over again. You're not thinking straight. You're thinking like a maybe a 4-year-old. Feels like his wounds happened early. Like he's had a lot of wounds. So he's in, this fight or flight mode activates very quickly, very often, and, um, so, I feel like that's why he's just, acting like a 2-year-old, and it's like, um, his son is a part of him, but he's also part of you, and subconsciously, he punishes you by putting, it's like he can't blame himself. So he has to blame you or blame other people. So it's like, "Oh, the cat peeing and all this kind of stuff, that's your fault, and so I'm gonna put your son in, these because you need to see that this is your fault, and this is my way of trying to punish you," because that's what little kids do. "Eh, I'm hitting you because you didn't do what I wanted you to do," right? So, there's that energy that comes in. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like he he's just like, it's your cats, it's doing that stuff. I'm not gonna buy him new shoes, so you get to have these. Here you go. Um, and when we're talking about pretending that he didn't illegally evict us and da 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 da. Again, blaming other people. He has to blame other people. And he feels like in the moments when he's in that fear and that fire, he's not thinking straight. And so he's always so look at this pattern, right? I get upset. I do something out of anger and like a child. And then when the that action and stuff is over and I calm down, it's almost like the Hulk. You wake up and suddenly you realize, "What did I destroy while I was blacked out?" Because it's almost like you black out because 'cause you're gone and now your inner child's acting, and, that's why they call rage, a fit of rage, and people seeing red and they don't see things clearly. Because when we're in fear, and then we calm down and we're like, "Oh, crap, what do I have to fix?" Because Hulk got upset, "You won't like me when I'm mad." Right? I feel like he has to blame other people, right, with all this energy. I got other cards here too I gotta look at here, but, um, he I don't feel like he thinks straight because, he triggers so much that he's thinking from a child, from a like, the mentality of a child a lot when he's in fear and freaking out, and when he calms down, then he sees all the crap that happened while he was freaking out, and then it freaks him out again, so it's like, as soon as you realize and look around at all the destruction, your fight or flight kicks in, you turn back into the Hulk again, and it just compounds thing upon thing upon thing upon thing upon thing upon thing that he ends up not being and thinking straight. And then when he is thinking, he's not in fear, then he feels the pressure and everything, and then he like drinks or does whatever else, right? To try to feel numb or feel in control. And that's all the stuff that he does, right? So, yeah, yeah, and exactly. He does need help, and maybe that's what needs to happen here. Yeah, yeah. In order to do that, and children raising children. You know, So let's see what else we have here. That was just the bottom of the deck. So we got 4 cards. Let's see what we got. We got the Ace of Flowers, yeah, Ace of Cups. So self-love, lack thereof, right? They don't love themselves. They didn't get examples of love when they were growing up, so they don't know how to give and receive love. So, their heart is closed, and so they deal through passion and action and fire, not through emotions, right? I don't know if he's ever cried in his life, it's like passion, fire, anger. I don't feel like sadness. If he's sad, I just don't feel like he's able to express emotion. I feel like he's just rage. And and that's the way that he expresses and experiences life. It doesn't matter how much someone tries to love them, they can't receive the love. And no matter how much someone wants them to love them, they can't give it because that conduit is so small of the amount of love that they love themselves at this point in their life that they can't give and receive love. So, they're doing things from fire and rage. Got the Three of Brooms, the Three of Wands. They I feel like they've been bailed out of a lot of things a lot of times because they have this belief that there's always a way around it. This is the mentality. There's always a way around it. I can avoid the big punishment or I can avoid there's always another way. There's always another way. That's what I feel like this mentality is with this 3 of Wands. There's always another way. And it's like, good luck with that. Because uh, the other 2 ways you're planning on going are out of, under construction. Those bridges are down. You cannot cross those other bridges because 'cause you've burned a lot of bridges. And when you eventually burn enough bridges, there aren't other ways. So you kind of burn your way into a corner. There's no other way but through now, mister, so yeah, right? Isn't that interesting? And then the Chariot. Yeah. And this is movement energy. It's the moon energy behind the scenes. And I just feel like they don't make conscious choices. I feel like they're running on autopilot. I feel a lot of Mother Moon energy behind them. And I feel like they kind of mirror a lot of Mother. I feel like maybe she is the source of a lot of his upbringing and uh habits and the way they look at things, like a lot of the rage. I feel like she has a lot of rage. Oh, who had the Knight of Wands? Oh, father has a lot of rage too. I just feel like there's a lot of rage, and so they grew up with rage, and so they have their own rage, and this fire, this action, action, action. It's all about movement, not about emotion, with them here. But I feel like they don't make conscious choices. They just make reactive choices. They don't respond, they react. And I feel like when they get in front and get asked questions, they're just gonna react. They're not gonna, you know, anything that they've studied or whatever, when they get in that fear mode, that's all gone. The little inner child goes, "What am I doing on this chair? Why are people" I mean, I know it's gonna be virtual. Why these people on the screen talk to me? What are they asking me stupid questions for? That's a stupid question. Whoa. I feel like that's kinda what kicks in, right? Yeah, yeah, right. And then we also have here, yeah, the 3 of coins, the 3 of pentacles. I mean, this is a they are being true to their authentic self for who they are. They're a perfect expression of their upbringing, and um, I just feel like they've been like you said, they've been in that uh, reactive mode, like an inner child, for so long. They don't know any different, and they haven't had any, again, no accountability. So they're just like, I don't need to change. I'm perfect because that's what he learned from his parents when they were acting up and doing things. They didn't ask for forgiveness. There was no accountability for them, or they didn't take accountability. So they learned by what they saw and what they experienced. So I feel like that's kind of the core of all that. Does that help kind of see where they're coming from and why they're doing the things that they're doing? And it's not, are they stupid? No, they're just out of their minds. And we all are well, I guess we are. He is kind of stupid when, like we all are, when we're out of our minds, right? Yeah. It is an adult, you know, um, I mean, a child in an adult body, and, um, yeah, I mean, there not needs to be, but there will be consequences and there will be accountability. That's why it's important for children, to have accountability and understand, well, this is what happens when we do that, not bail them out and make it all better, but say, I'll help you. Yeah, you you did that thing and you broke that window, and now we're gonna have to pay for it. So now you're gonna, you know, we'll pay for it and get it fixed, but now you have to work all summer. You're gonna mow their lawn, and we're gonna see about you mowing other people's lawns, and you can get paid for that, and then you can give us that money. And, it's like when you held accountable, you're gonna be careful where you throw a rock or hit a baseball in the future, right? You're like, "Okay, I'm gonna be responsible," instead of, "Oh, wait. Oh, well," right? Yeah, which can also be the case, yeah. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. You got spend quality time together, listen and talk to each other. Yeah, I like this. They're all pointing you back to your current husband. That's old news. That's old school. Focus on the love of your life right there. So let's take a look here. 46. I know these are love cards too, so obviously it's going to be a bunch of that stuff, but I like that. Most of yours are, look at that guy. You're like, what about why is this stupid person doing all this crap? Look at look at a wonderful contrast. What a wonderful, loving, intelligent man you're with. And you're like, thank you for the contrast because I appreciate him so much more than I would have if I'd have just met him and he'd have been the first one that I met, right? It's like, I love him so much, so much, so much. I just love you so much, so I like that. And then, oh yeah, you had a special day today, right? Special day. Oh yeah, because it was Father's Day. Duh. But I feel like you need to do something. um, with him telling him how you appreciate him, not just Father and Father's Day, but make it a special day for him outside of the, Hallmark created day. It says it is easy to slip into the routine of daily life without making time to really connect and give your partner or relationship your full and uninterrupted attention. Make eye contact and actively appreciate each other. Ooh. When you really tune into someone, they feel validated and valued. Doing this will deepen your relationship. When was the last time you complimented something your partner or loved one did? Giving someone a compliment takes little time and does not have a price tag. Encouraging or commending someone can positively affect his or her entire day. Oh, nice. Prettiest eyes. In here, two elementals share a kiss under a crescent moon. The kiss represents shared feelings of love or friendship. When you're in a relationship, do you make time to be present and share your love? Quality time can make or break any relationship. So if you haven't been fully aware of someone, it's time to make this change. I like it. So definitely time to pay attention to your man. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helped out a little. Again, so grateful for all your donations. I appreciate those. All right, so we're gonna head back into the free readings. So up next, we do have Butterfly is up. Hey. And for this one, here is your timestamp here. So you would like a message from Goddess Terra. Absolutely. Let's take a look here. What does Goddess Terra bring in here? All right. Do it's that one. What else? And this one here. All right. Got the Eight of Flowers and the King of Brooms. I love this energy here. The Eight of Flowers, the Eight of Cups is interesting that they have it like someone being left at the altar, but because the Eight of Cups is leaving behind emotions that no longer serve, relationships no longer serve, and um, and the King of Brooms, the King of Wands, is about I'm the one that takes action. I'm the one who decides, and that I feel like there's this energy from them that it's okay, human relationships are human relationships, and we're all eternally connected on the other side. So we never really lose connection with anyone. But I feel like they're telling you that it's okay and it's time to take action to really look at where you invest in your emotional energy. Are there relationships with people that you're the one giving 70, 80, 90% all the time? Other people only giving 10, 20, 30%? Because it's important for you to become aware of your emotional bank that gets drained when you give to so many people and you don't get a whole lot back from them. And it's okay to back off to 50% and see if they make up the difference. And if not, the relationship drifts apart, then that just ends and you allow yourself all that emotional energy back. There might be some where you're like, no, they're on the chopping block right now. Get gone now, you're gone, you're out of here, the way they do it, because I have a dark sense of humor. They're like, yeah, sometimes on relationships, we're the life support system. And sometimes it's important for us to just unplug and see if it'll live on its own. And if it doesn't, it was meant to go, right? And and then there's of course the emotional energy we have from 7 years old and younger that we push down, anger and sadness we weren't allowed to feel. So we push, 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 push. And then and then we don't deal with it. It's charged. It takes energy to push it down. It takes energy to keep it, at the very lowest, level and not expressed. And so when we go back and look at any of these, emotional, um, um, old emotions, then we can transmute them and we can transform it, and then we get all that energy back, and then it fills up. That allows you to have a full emotional bank. If you don't have love and you're looking for love, then that's a preparation, because our heart won't allow new passion projects or new relationships to come in if we don't have the emotional energy to express it, in that direction. Um, it just denies it. No budget. But then when we have it, then they approve it and it comes through. And so I feel like she's pointing you to, it's okay to cleanse and make space in your life by, we can get caught in expectations that, oh, well, it's family. You have to stay close to them. It's like, no, that's something made up by Hallmark, you know, or whatever. It's all right. We can let this, we can let it go. We can stop investing. We can back off, and then we get filled back up. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, butterfly. So many blessings to you. All right. And Ruby, I do see another donation, but it looks like you retracted all your messages. So are you going to give me a new one, maybe? Are you changing your mind on what you were going to ask? Because I didn't catch them before you deleted those last two. So I see your donation. As soon as I see your question, we'll jump back to you there. But for the sake of time, I'm going to continue on with free readings. So we got Eagle Money up next, 40654. So there is your timestamp. So Eagle, general for the next 5 days. Let's see here. What's going on? What does Spirit want you to know? Oh, and this one here. Okay. So you do have the Two of Coins and the Full card. I like it. Someone dancing. Boom, boom, boom. So the Full card, of course, is a new beginning. Um, um, this ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, free of, like I said, expectations, full of possibilities. And the Two of Pentacles, it feels like here the next 5 days you're going to be being brought um, an opportunity, like a choice between two physical things in the outside world. One of them is going to be what the mind wanted, choosing the old way, going the old route. All right, I guess I should do what I've always done. Or or there's this new opportunity that's free, it's full of possibilities, and I feel like this is an important energy to consider, to take a new road, take a new way of approaching it, go in this other direction, and see what adventures are there, because there's no guardrails when you go that way. It's like, wow, anything can be possible down this other road. This other one feels restrictive and very controlled. It feels safe for our inner child. Doesn't mean it's going to be fun. Fun, exciting, living energy. If you go this way, you know, restrictive things like we had before. So I feel like that's an important thing with this decision to make in the outside world, where there's these two choices. One's the old choice, one's a new opportunity, kind of being nudged for the new opportunity. All right. So that's what they have for you, Eagle. So many blessings to you. All right. There we go, Ruby. Oh, you accidentally erased. I saw you erasing the other ones. As I'm doing it, I can see it going retracted, 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 which I know you delete them, and I know why. Um, and then I'm like, uh-oh, I didn't get those. Oh, I should have grabbed them faster. So now I have them. So thank you. I see them here. We'll grab them in here. All right. Let me take a last sip of my little drink here, and then we'll dive into yours. All right. Yum, yum. All righty. So we got let's do 410 even for your timestamp here. Oh, it did. Okay. And so you wanna know what's the tea with the baby mom? Oh, last night, we found out there was a party at the neighbors and the police were called. There was talk of a fight with the baby mom. I don't know if she was there, if she called the police in retaliation, but we think she found out the neighbor aided in the CPS investigation against her. Oh, how fun. All right, let's take a look here. So the tea on the baby mom last night. What can we know about the sitch? And what was the involvement with the party? And is there anything about the finding out about the investigation? Energy. I think those are the big things, right? Okay. Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, we got the 9 of brooms on the bottom. It's almost like this is a, like a barrier. I almost wonder if they're gonna put a restraining order on her. Because this 9 of brooms, this 9 of wands feels like restriction. "You can't come on our property. I wanna put a restraining order." Alright. So I feel like there's something gonna be happening like that there. So what was the tea on the baby mama? We got the queen of coins, the queen of pentacles. Yeah, this is mother nurture, mother nature. Let's see what this is about. And we have the king of flowers, the king of cups, and we have the judgment. Yeah, the judgment card coming in. Hmm. Yeah, this is interesting combo here because it's like I feel like these are the neighbors because the queen of pentacles is such a I mean, it's a nurturing person, abundant person, and the king of flowers is a someone who's balanced between head and heart, and it just feels like a nice little, family next door, or that they get along anyway. Um, and so I like their energy, but this has to do with the judgment. You normally don't look at the judgment as actually like a judge and judgment, but I do feel like they feel like it's necessary to put a restraining order on her. And I feel like that's what this judgment is with this 9 of wands there. So I do feel like there was some altercations. Let's see what we were gonna ask for this one. I knew this one was gonna be about did they find out about the investigation? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I feel like the queen of swords here, that's mind, right? That is their I feel like they discovered it somehow. This 10 of cups. Yeah, it's this relationship. They're like these happy people next door, you know, and there is this, you know, um, this kind of energy coming in here with that queen of swords, with all this emotion behind it, and I feel like the 10 of cups isn't about joy, it's like a lot of emotion, and so I do feel that that makes total sense here with this, this discovery that these emotions flooded in, and then emotions flowed, that came out there. What was this other one gonna be? Oh, yeah, was there a fight? Was she involved in that over on the other side there? Yeah. I feel like different meaning of the card, but we have the 5 of pentacles, the feeling of loss, of being, abandonment, this less than energy turned into the 6 of brooms, which 6 of wands is normally something different, but it looks like fireworks in this picture. They're like, "Yep, there were fireworks." So I do feel what you're hearing here, that it is right that, you know, she did discover it. And then she was, um I do feel like they're going back to finding out that the guy that she's seen was also, you know, seeing someone else. Um, and or flirting and stuff, and that just it's like the combination of things just it doesn't take a whole lot for them to go over the edge, but they did. And then, I don't necessarily feel like there was it's like they were I don't know if they were under the influence of something. Let me clarify, because I know last night we had that they weren't drunk, but let me see if were they under the influence of anything else that just made their filters, like, extra low and reactive? We have the 7 of swords. Now here's that deceit, lying, energy. So that feels like she was out of her mind. Um, Maybe not getting enough sleep. Um, at least that night she wasn't impacted by it, right? Oh, functioning alcoholic. Okay. Maybe that's why she wasn't drunk, because she's a functioning alcoholic. So she's not drunk, she's just inebriated, right? Can be. That definitely can be there, but I do feel like she was tired, out of her mind in a way. Let's see here, and the 9 of flowers. Yeah, the 9 of cups. It's like almost like a she was hallucinating. Yeah, just to survive, right? Interesting. Hey, Crystal. Yeah, absolutely, you can donate. Oh, it just feels like the energy that I'm picking up, I feel like I'm wired, like I'm overtired and I'm pissed off and I'm hurt um and maybe I can't afford, alcohol and I'm on something else, or maybe I'm on prescription or over the counter drugs or something trying to do something. But yeah, I definitely feel like she found out, and I feel like they're going to, do a little bit of a restraining order to keep her off their property. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, wow. Yeah, I like it. Or they're gonna put a cross up in there, not like a cross, like the bad cross, but like, because it says religious belief, spirituality, but or surrender or prayers, but it says the battle between good and evil. That's what it feels like now between the neighbors. This is a battle between, yeah, drinks vanilla extract. Yeah, kind of like that kind of energy, that comes in there. So I I like that. I mean, I don't like that. I'm just like, wow. Oh, there we go. Crack, crack. Um, yeah, so that's what they have for you, my dear, for that one. And we do see, so you had this one I had not done yet. So let's put you on here. That's number 19. Oops. And that one is here. Boom, boom, boom. So I got that one. Okay, I got your $2 question, that one there. So if you want to delete it, I got it now. And then Crystal, I did get yours come through here too. And so you'll be number 20 here after rubies. All right. Let me take a quick sip here. That shake is a little thick. All right. So let us move on to this one here. So Ruby, we got 419.36 for this one. And will or do M and J realize how their actions affected their son? Okay. And that there's no need for consequence. They fear who he is. Okay. Let's take a look here. So do they realize their actions affected their son? Let's look at M. Do they realize it? Both those are M. And then what about J? that there's a need? Do they recognize there's a need for consequences? Okay. And do they fear who he is? Let me just move these like this. Do they fear who he is or who he could become without intervention? Whoa. Did you guys hear that? Boom. Someone's doing fireworks again at 9:20 p.m. at night on a Sunday night. All right. Let us check it here. So, first of all, does M realize how their actions affected their son? We got the Hierophant and the Lover's card. Yeah, I feel like they know that, the 5 is the growing pains and all that, but the relationship was more important. Or I feel like, is M mom? Because I feel like that what you were talking about earlier about, this surrogate person that they were like, I had enough going on in my life and I understand. And like, there's excuses, right? So, this Hierophant is all about the, I know that, you know, I caught, because 5 is like a number of conflict too. Yeah, I know. And I feel like their relationships also affected them. And I feel like they realize that. Now that they feel like there should be consequences, of course not. 9 of flowers, 9 of cups. It's all about dreams come true. It's all about, getting what I want kind of energy. And then do they fear who he would become without intervention? Um, 9 of coins. I feel like they feel at some point they'll be locked up. That's so bad. Wow. The 9 of coins, 9 of pentacles, they're gonna end up being alone. And I feel like she fears that he's gonna end up being alone, um, or that he'll end up being locked up. So I do feel like she has those fears, but it's too late now. What am I gonna do? All right. And then Jay, their actions affected their son. You know, I I don't feel like they do. They have the 6 of coins, which is like balanced energy, and 4 of flowers too. 4 of wands is marriage, joy, celebration energy. Um, I almost feel like Jay blames M, saying, "Well, they're the one, with this marriage and, that took things out of balance. I was the balanced one." Is what I feel like is their perception of their little world. And maybe they are the more balanced one, but not by much, right? Um, what about consequences? Knight of brooms. I feel like with this Knight of wands, because that is, you know, the heat, the anger. And we talked about them before, right? Because that they have um anger problems. This fire comes out of nowhere. And I don't believe, like, because if they think their son needs consequences, then they need consequences too. So I don't feel like they feel that. And then are they afraid of who they'll become? 5 of cups is sorrow, energy, emotionally conflicted. I feel. I don't feel like he fears who he'll become, or what he would do. I just feel like he kind of feels like he's going to end up being emotionally not disturbed, emotionally disturbed, but emotionally impacted by it. Um, but when I'm feeling the energy between these two, both of his parents came from very rough backgrounds. And I feel like dad came from very rural, and getting beat and getting all sorts of stuff was normal, and that's why there's so much anger, and it was anger, there's, like, a lot of family, um, chains that have been going on and on and on and on and on, and so they're just like, "This is normal. What are you talking about?" Because it's just now, I feel like they've moved from, to bigger cities, but I felt like they lived in smaller places where people just kinda washed over things. There wasn't a whole lot of accountability. A lot of things weren't said. Things were dealt with between families. Um Let's not get the law involved. We'll work it out. A lot of hidden stuff, growing up and all that kind of stuff from the parents. And so they're not in that same mindset as we are, where we've, come from a different type of upbringing, it feels. So it's like we can't expect other people to be like us, and because they didn't grow up like us. And so when we realize that everyone doesn't have the same way of looking at things. I mean, we'll look at the United States right now, right? You're like, "What? I didn't know. Who knew my uncle was racist," or whatever, it's like, wow. So, yeah, yeah. So that makes sense, right? A lot of that stuff. So you can't expect them to want the same level of justice or obeying the law or perceptions of things as you, unless you wanna feel disappointed or confused, right? Going, "What the hell?" When you realize we're all aliens from different planets, right? All thrown together here. When you look at it that way, you realize people are different. Yeah. So, you know, it's good for us to be aware as well, because if we're aware there are anger, there can be anger within us, a desire for revenge, the wish to punish, holding a grudge. And so when we're looking at, all the stuff that's going on over there, how does some of this stuff reside within us too, Um, what kind of consequences, um, that we want on others? It was funny when I was in Christianity, because I used to, I grew up with a very high bar for myself, and I would look at other people and I go, "They need to have justice." And I hear spirit speak and go, "Do you want justice for everything you've done in your life?" No, never mind. I let that go. Cause it's like, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know. I think it's just best for me to forgive as much as I can." Because, you know, because it was all, "Judge not lest ye be judged. Shaken down, pressed together, and running over shall you be judged in accordance to how you judge." I think it was a scripture or something. Brainwashed. But I feel like that's what they want you to know right now. So hopefully that helps, my dear. Compassion, right? It's like, there by the grace of God go we, and we all the way home. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Hang in there. And thank you again so much. All your donations. I'm so grateful. All right. And we got Crystal Ray up next, 42912. So, Crystal, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And thank you for your donation via Z PayPal. I got your questions over here. So let's see what we got going on. Hey, love. How you be? Happy solstice. So, Justin's thoughts of you. You like him so much. Oh, boo 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 boo. All right. So let's take a look here. What are Justin's thoughts currently? We got that, we got that, and that. All right, we'll start with Justin. Just cleaning. Oh, fun. Fun, right? So Justin's thoughts. So we've got the 9 of yellow bricks and the 8 of yellow bricks. Wow. I like this. There's I feel like their mind is being settled. Like the Nine of Swords is like a nightmare and insomnia energy, or a lot of expectations or fears, that things are gonna happen or not gonna happen. But this Eight of Swords, the Eight of Yellow Bricks, is about flow, letting go of mindsets, thoughts, and beliefs that were restrictive. So I feel like, it feels like kind of those thoughts and stuff they had in the beginning when they got upset. I do feel kinda have leveled off and they kinda let things go, and they kind of are looking a little bit here like, "Maybe I slightly overreacted a little bit," I feel like they're realizing and they're letting a lot of that stuff go, that they had, like, um, applied stuff to you, based on things that happened in their past, um, and they kind of leaped ahead and put you in this box of, "Oh, you're just like them," and then they realized, "Oh, you're not, sorry. Let me just, you know, dust you off and put you back over here where you don't belong in that box over there," So I like that. I like that clarity coming in. Yes, I like it. So they do have the Empress. They do see you, this sensual, full of emotion, this birthing energy, this, that it's positive energies. They have the Five of Flowers, the Five of Cups, and I do feel like this is not a sorrow energy, but the five of change of emotion energy. And I feel like they really see here now that you've really put forward your emotions. Whereas before it was like, passion, right? I feel like they feel emotions and they feel that change of emotional sharing that you oh, I didn't know you wanted that. Let me just flip that switch. Here you go. Here's the emotions. Because the Empress is like 5 parts cup emotions and 1 part fire, 1 part earth, 1 part air. So you were like, "You want emotions? I'm gonna give you emotions, baby." And I feel like you have, and I feel like that's at least from their viewpoint, they feel like you have. So I like that. You got the 8 of coins, the Eight of Pentacles. So I feel like they're enjoying this transformation energy. They feel like things are evolving. We're letting go of things that don't serve. We're moving, in the cocoon. We're becoming something more, kind of energy, putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. All right. And we do have the Four of Wands, the Four of Brooms here, which does represent it is joy, celebration, joyful gathering, marriage, but I don't feel like, that could be on their thoughts as, uh, you know, I feel like what is it? Like our grandmas used to say, don't go on a date with someone that won't make a good mate. So I feel like they have that in mind of their, keeping an eye on, um, you know, how would you be as a wife, kind of energy. And I feel like they always have that in the back of their mind, as you probably do going, would you make a good husband? So I feel like that's good energy coming in from Justin there. And let's see here. And then 2, you want to know what are Corey's thoughts of you. Let's see what's going on with Corey, his thoughts towards you. You still think about him. Why is it that you think about him? Why do you think it is that you think about him? Things that make you go, hmm. So Corey's thoughts of you, yeah, he has the Wheel of Fortune. He feels like what happened is fortunate. There's this energy of like this needed to happen. This is good. This is for us. We needed this. You know, it was time. For you to go do you and me do me kind of energy with this tuna for me, tuna for you with the Wheel of Fortune. We also have the King of Flowers, the Hermit card. Yeah, because it feels like, here's the Hermit. We needed to be here, away. And the King of Flowers is the King of Cups, which is that because it's time for us to find individuals that align with our energy. I feel like didn't we get from Corey before they're bringing back that he was like, "We were never gonna become more than what we were." Wow, that's silence, right? Period. Wow. We were never gonna become more than what we were, so it was time for me to find someone that aligned my energy and you align with someone that matched yours. And I kind of feel like they were like, "Yeah, we it was good, it was fun, but it was never gonna be, you know, um" and this is interesting on the bottom of the deck, the marriage card again. Like, we weren't gonna be marrying. We weren't that, you know? That wasn't I wasn't marriage material for you, and you weren't marriage material for me. So at some point, it had to stop so we could go find people to get married to. It's like his this is Corey's thinking. Let's see what else. King of yellow bricks. Yeah, so in his head a lot. I don't feel like he's in his heart. Well, we had that he couldn't get into his heart, right? Because he's a lot in his mind and passion, but he doesn't have a whole lot of self-love, so he can't give a lot of love, energy. And like you said, he's Justin is very passionate, right? Yeah. And the tower, again, the tower card is this is meant to be, we were removed out of each other's lives for a reason to make space for someone that's in more alignment with who we are. You know, um, our energy, like our passionate energy matched, but we had so much energy that was off from each other. And I, for hell, for sure, wasn't going to adapt to be match my energy to yours. And I knew for hell, for sure, too. Does he say that a lot? I know for hell that you wouldn't change your energy to be with me. So we knew this was going to happen, just a matter of time. And here it is. And I feel like he was just upset that you were the one that chose to, I think I'm going to go somewhere else. What? Oh, that was I was gonna say that. No, I broke up with you. No, I broke up with you, Let's argue over it. But I feel like that's the kind of energy that's there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings into. Yeah, self. Interesting. Let's see. It says it is the awareness of one's own thoughts, feelings, and existence, focusing solely on thinking about and seeing oneself. So it's interesting, right? So I like it because when we're going, what were they thinking about me? What were they thinking about? What are you thinking about yourself? That's the most important question, right? To understand that. And like you said, you don't know why. You don't know why you're thinking of him. I feel like it's, and you can see if this resonates for you or not, but I feel like you care because you were placing some of your value on what he thinks about you and um yeah, period. And so because you were placing some of your value, your self-worth on what he thinks and doesn't think and you know and so that's why I I need to know how he thinks about me because what if he thinks bad about me? You're just a mirror, honey, right? It doesn't matter. He's pointing at a mirror, judging himself, not you, right? His perception of the world is based on his own filter, and he's looking at mirrors going, "Oh my god, these people are so stupid," right? And then they realize it's him looking in the mirror, and he's like, "Oh, whoops," you know? And that's what it is, people's thoughts and emotions around us are rooted so much on the view of their own self and what's going on. It has little to do with us at all, and so why do we put such, value in what other people think about us? So what we're taught growing up. We're taught mom's opinion of me matters, dad's opinion of me matters, my siblings, then the teachers, and then the schoolmates, and we're taught all these people, their opinion of me means I get rejected or not, so I start caring too much about what everyone thinks about me. But when we get old enough, I'm like, I can survive on my own. I don't need um, their approval. So I get to set myself free from it all. I like it. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. Hopefully that helps. Cheers, cheers to you. Enjoy Justin. All right. So we will return back to the free readings. And we have Cat Mia up next. So Cat Mia, we got 440, 43. There is your timestamp. And you're lacking confidence to do it. Can you give me confidence? All right. Let's take a look here. What can Spirit tell you to help you see the confidence that you do have inside? You just currently don't have access to your confidence. Yeah. So you have the star card here, which is like wishing upon a star, but it is the star card is you. And the ace of coins is, you know, I feel like this is remember who you are energy. We had a message similar to this earlier, but the star card is normally you see a giant star on the card, and that's our higher self. That's who we are, right? And this helps bring in balance. It's like we have this umbilical cord that connects us to this upper world where our higher self, that powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love, they are who we are. They're the actor behind this character, behind this expression. We're the little pinky dipped down, testing and walking around and enjoying it, but we're connected to all that is, right? And through our higher self, because our higher self is part of the big C of all of creator, you know. And I feel like this is this, you know, I'm lacking confidence to do it. It's like, what are you afraid of? You know, number one, as you look at it, is what are you afraid if you don't do it? What are you afraid of if something doesn't unfold? Do you think that changes your worth? Your worth isn't defined by this outside world at all. Your worth is inward and upward. You are not, that's retail price. You know, self-worth comes from self-worth, inward and upward. Retail price is the value we put on ourselves based on what we think everyone else thinks of us, which is fickle, ever changing. We end up on the, you know, Kmart blue light special clearance rack, or we're given away because, you know, the value isn't there. Or we're, you know, one moment later, we're priced higher, then lower and up and down. Depends on what other people are feeling and thinking, their perception of the world, whatever we don't see the world clearly. We see the world as we are, not as it is. So other people's opinion, other things of the outside world don't define us because they're not real. It's not true. No one has a true picture of it. No one really sees us clearly, not even ourselves, because we see ourselves through our conditioning and all of our experiences as a human until we connect higher. When we see ourselves through our higher self or the creator or the universe's eyes, wow, priceless, because you are eternally and unconditionally loved in the eyes of creator in the universe. We're perfect. We're already perfect. We're coming down here not to become more perfect or become different. We come down to explore the perfect mountain of who we are, to discover what we are, who we are at different altitudes, different energy levels, to go, oh, this is who we are, to explore. So it's not a pass or fail or judgment. That's a human thing that we create for our adventure to make it more scary. You know, what if you fail? Ooh, what if we do? Fail? That's just we didn't get a result that we were expecting. That's not failure. That's just different. And that's the whole thing. Spirit doesn't look at us as good or better, worse, blah, 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 whatever. That's judgment. They're like, no, that's not us. That's a human thing. Sometimes going, oh, they do that too. And they're like, no, we don't, you know. But we let you guys have your fun thinking that if you need us to feel like we're judgmental, go right ahead. But we're not. We're not going to judge you because we think you're perfect and it's all adventure that you're on. And so I feel like to instill confidence, remember who you really are. You're not just this human character. You're the actor behind this human character. Powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. All right. So hopefully that helps a little bit, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Christina Lowe. Hey, Christina, my friend. How are you? Hello. You're so funny. And hope you're doing well. And so there's your timestamp. And you would like a reading on the energy in the next few months in your daughter Kayla's love life. All right. Based on current energies. Thank you. Here we go. Yeah, it feels like here they are on this adventure of finding their self love. So it's more of an internal reflection energy that's coming in with this here. So I feel like she's being pointed inward, not like outward acting yet. We got the Six of Swords too, which is about leaving behind old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher perspective, which allows us to move from a choppy water to calmer water energy, and it allows movement then with mindset change. Things change in the outside world. And I feel like here with this 10 of wands, the 10 of brooms, this is about changing our energy and our focus from focusing on, um, again, like need, want, fear I won't have a relationship or what's going to happen in a relationship. Focus on gratitude for what we do have. If we're in a relationship, what we do have. And if we don't, you know, if we had relationships, what we loved about and we're grateful for about those, and focus on gratitude because that will draw things to us, whereas the need, the want, and that goes away. And I feel like a big piece of what she's going through is letting go of expectations of what a relationship should be, who they're supposed to be, how they're supposed to be, what the relationship is supposed to bring me, how it's supposed to proceed, how it's supposed to end up, what it's supposed to bring me, who I'm supposed to be. It's exhausting, right? And this release of um, expectations is good because when we have expectations, we're focusing on what's not happening because we're always going, all right, is that happening? Are they doing this? Am I doing that? Is the relationship bringing me this? Oh, this isn't. The rest of it just feels like, okay, okay, okay. It's not abundance. It's okay, that's done, not that it's celebrated. So we focus on the stuff that's not happening. And then, of course, wherever we focus our energy is what grows and expands. And so we bring in more of that lack, more of that kind of energy that comes in. Whereas gratitude, abundance right away, this feeling and it grows. Expectations, all of this, we have to do all this. We're in the negative till we get up to zero. And then finally, if we ever get up to fulfilling all expectations, then there's abundance. That's why relationships poop out because we're focused on all the lack. It's just like zzz, 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 and then it just crushes and falls apart. Whereas abundance, right away, gratitude, there's no expectations. It's like, I love that. I'm so grateful for that, especially if we share it with someone too. But I feel like this energy is that they're working on this um, kind of change so we don't keep doing what we've always done and get what we always have gotten. Right. So I think that's what they have right now, Christina. So hopefully that helps, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Carmel Damon. You are up. Here's your timestamp. And what's DL's current feelings and intentions towards you? All right, let's take a look here. What are DL's current feelings and intentions? So feelings. We got the Chariot card. I feel like they're, the behind the scenes, this moon energy of the Chariot. There's a lot of emotions behind the scenes, and but this Chariot card, it's a victory kind of energy. But there's also this because it's the power of choice card. And I'm sitting in that energy of I go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth kind of energy. So I feel like the emotions aren't consistent. They're kind of all over the place. What are their intentions towards you? Yeah, I don't know. We've got the Sun card, which is a lot of passion, a lot of fire energy. victory energy, but I feel like it's more the passion fire. And the 3 of flowers, the 3 of cups, you know, it's like there's I feel like that's why there's this fluctuation because I feel like there's another interest they have too, and that's why they go back and forth. And we're talking about intentions as I need to make a decision. My intentions is to make a decision, but I don't know what I want yet, because I feel like there's stuff that's this other person they really like about them, and there's stuff they really, really like about you that's different from this other person too. And I feel like they're just trying to figure out what it is they truly want. And that's why I just feel like they're confused and they don't know what they want. That's why they kind of just sit there in the decision making line and don't make a whole lot of choices because they're like standing there at the fork in the road, path going this way, path going this way, and they're going, well, but da 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 da, but da 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 da, but da 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 da. Well, but then also da 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 da. Huh. Well, I'm not going to think about it right now, and I feel like they just stop. So I know that's what they got for you right now, Carmel. I think you can do better. You deserve better, is what I really mean. Anyway, that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings. All right. And then anime. Hello, hello. Are you back from your shower? How was your shower? If you are back, here's your timestamp if you are. So, will Haresh realize and come back to reconcile with me? All right, let's find out here. Let's see how smart they are. Dun, dun, dun. All right, so will they realize and come back and reconcile? So, based on current energies, let's see what we're looking at here. So, we've got the Knight of Flowers. Ooh, Knight of Cups. And we've got the Page of Flowers, Page of Cups. So, this does bring me energy that they will try to come back to reconcile here with this energy because the Page of Cups is like a returned love energy, and the Knight of Cups is movement of romance and movement. If you know Yeah, because if you wouldn't have told me, that you're looking for someone to return and you were, saying, "What does love look like?" I would say, "It looks like there's a love that you've known in the past that feels like they're gonna bring their heart back to you." So that's what we are based on current energies right now. So maybe they're smarter, maybe they are smart after all. But I know, you're like, "Shh, shh, shh." It's important to realize that if there's departure, simply coming back together is not gonna change things. It's just gonna be a repeating cycle because 'cause we'll continue to do what we've always done to get what we've always gotten. To get a different result, we have to have different actions. So it's important while you're separated to really look at and go, what was the conflict? What was the fear in me that was getting ignited? Um, what did I want to learn through this? What gift was in this for me? Because it's all about reflection and transformation, right? Otherwise, we're just going to be together for a little bit until we're not again, right? And then we'll see if we come back again. If we do, we'll just kind of repeat the same kind of cycles. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you. Anime, so many blessings to you. Right. And then Olivier Vagara, 55412 is for you. Here's your timestamp. Hello, hello. So, spirit guides for this week. Let's take a look. What do they have here for you for this week? All right. Oh, I just put that back in, came flying back out. Let's see what comes in here with this other one. All right. Well, I was going like, wow, you had the Knight of Cups, Knight of Flowers, and then and then the Hermit. I was like, oh, are you gonna have romance coming? Oh no, you're not. Because the Hermit card energy is this pulling back. I feel like this week the guidance there for you is because the Knight of Cups is also the quest for your self-love. And so the combination is more inward reflection of What's holding me back from loving myself? Is there anything I think is wrong with me? Anything that I feel I needs to be improved? Um, and I think we talked about what do I feel is outside of me that's not inside of me already. That sounded dirty. What what are we trying to search for? That's even gonna sound worse. What are we searching for in the outside world that we feel is missing from inside of us? Anyway, so those are I feel like some good questions to journal. So you can journal the crap out of your life. Continue. How's that going? Is that fun? So hopefully that helps. But that's what they got for you right now, Olivier. So many blessings to you. I'm moving on before I get in trouble. So Maria P, you're up 455.55. Look at all those fives. So thank you for your donations earlier. And a general on you and Wally's relationship. All right, here we go. Got the Knight of Coins and the Wheel of Fortune. Wow. So Knight of Coins, Knight of Pentacles, is this kind of slow moving energy, right? It's the slowest moving knight out of them all. And the Wheel of Fortune, it is happening for you. And I feel like, it's an important thing to realize when things are going slow and it's not happening at the speed that we feel that it should be happening. It is going on and boom, 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 boom. And you know, there is this um, whenever we get a slow, it tells us why. And so it's like realizing that everything that happens in your relationship, any relationships, anything is all happening for you. The tune of for you, for tune, right? And I feel like when things slow down, we're like, well, it's that they're not doing that, and this isn't happening fast enough, and we have all these expectations, and that's when we get caught up in lack energy, right? But when things slow down, it gives us an opportunity to face those things because sometimes we're so busy and progressing and all this stuff happening that um, we don't have the space and awareness to reflect inward and to transform things. And I feel like this kind of 3-week period, right, where he's been traveling, traveling, traveling for all sorts of reasons, that this has been happening for you, and it's been intended to be a time of reflection for you, and so you can ask yourself all those questions. What am I expecting? Why am I expecting that? Why do I think that matters? What if it never happens? You can ask yourself those questions if you write down, what are all the things that are supposed to, what are the expectations, right, of a relationship? And then question those. Because that's the things that hold us back. And those are also the questions that will set us free. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. So many. Very good. Enemy, you're trying to get back to your question. Oh, no problem at all. Oh, in the actual, on the actual chat. So you're probably not watching right now. You're probably back at reading that right now. All right. Anyway, so that is what we have there. Let me just think I've got all these. Okay. So up next, we got Cat Goddess 45905. So Cat Goddess, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And a general reading, please. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. So I do have the 6 of brooms, the 6 of wands, and the 7 of coins, the 7 of pentacles. So the 7 of pentacles brings in an energy of like the last thing that grows on a fruit tree is the fruit. It's kind of a patience um, energy, or that in this case, it's something that you've been waiting for a long time. Like it's been slowly growing. You planted the seedling came out, it went through the dirt, it broke the surface, it grew into a bigger, branch. And Then it grew into this bigger tree. It grew to the branches. Then it started having leaves, and then it had blossoms, and now fruit. And this is what this is saying is the fruit is appearing. The 6 of Wands is a victory energy, kind of a not really so much a fruition energy as a look, success. So whatever you've been working on something for a while, waiting, for this fruit to come about on what you planted, you're getting some of it now and you're starting to see it. It's like waking up that first morning and going out and you've seen apple on your apple tree, the first one, and you're like, and then the next day you wake up and there's 5, and the next day you wake up and there's 15. The next day there's 25, the next day there's 50, and you have this wow, it just keeps culminating and growing and growing and growing is what I'm feeling here. So I feel like whatever this has been that you've been, you know, putting in like the blood, the sweat, the tears, and you've been putting in the actions and the work around it, that you're going to see the fruition of that coming up for you. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got JoJo 50112. So JoJo, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And did the security guards at the event kick that man out because they saw him put something in your drink or act suspicious? I remember that moment clearly. I just started to wonder why, because I remember everything stopping for a moment and I felt a vibe of uh, warning, telling on being protected. Oh, okay, let's take a look here. So did the security guards at the event call the man out because you drink? All right, got this here. Let's see what we got here. Interesting. Because we got the 3 of yellow bricks, which is the 3 of swords, and the devil card energy in here too. Devil card is like a shaking and rattling of energy here. Um, yeah, I feel like, this would tell me with the 3 of swords that they broke the rules, because the devil card's all about the rules, right? And the 3 of swords is the disappointment of you broke the rules. The rules were not obeyed kind of energy. So I do feel like they kicked him out for breaking rules. Let me just get a clarification here. Was it because he did something to drink or acting suspicious? Let's see here. Got the 7 of brooms, the 7 of wands. What is this? Because this is an energy of, I feel like he's a rule breaker quite often here. The 7 of wands is like, I'm not going to dim light. I'm not going to care what you do. Blah, 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 blah. So it doesn't feel like something so nefarious. It just feels like they've been breaking a lot of stuff. I feel like they broke a lot of rules. Like, I feel like maybe they were banned from this place before and they were told to leave and not come back. And I feel like they tried sneaking in because they think, oh, no one's going to notice me. And I feel like they were like, I feel like he's just a perpetual rule breaker kind of energy, a little bit of a, you know, what's the word I was going to, not stallion, but it's someone that's like, I'm going to be me and you can't change me kind of energy that came in here. So I feel like that's what happened there. So hopefully that helps, Jojo. So many blessings. You're always attracted to the rebels. All right. Many blessings. Oh, so good, anime. I'm so glad. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Blueberry 50407 coming in. Here is your timestamp. So you'd like a general reading about your passed on maternal grandfather. Okay. Your mom's dad. All right. Several readers told you he's going to be reincarnated as your firstborn, and I see him in your dreams and visions as well. I never get to meet him, and he passed a month before I was born. Oh, wow. All right, let's take a look here. So do a general reading on your maternal grandfather. Just do you want to confirm that, Mr. Grandpapa? Let's take a look. Got the Ace of Coins, Ace of Pentacles, New Beginnings, and the Temperance card here too. Sagittarius energy. Eventually, here. Um, I would say here, if we're wanting a general reading just to kinda confirm this, since you shared all that, it feels like that's what you'd like to confirm. I would have to agree that they are, um, wanting to come in as one of your children, but not necessarily your firstborn. 'Cause the Ace of Coins is like a new beginning, coming down into a new start, so that's reincarnation. So that when I saw that, that told me, "Yeah, I am gonna be reincarnated." But the Temperance card is like patience. It's eventually I will be reincarnated into, one of your children, and it'll be one that's a Sagittarius. So it'll be one that will be born, between what is that? November 20th and December 20th, somewhere around there. Um, so I don't feel like necessarily it's going to be, um, the firstborn unless you're waiting a long time to have a child. Because I feel like it's, you know, um, let's see here. Can you tell us, like, what number are you trying to come down in? Yeah, I got third, 3 of coins, 3 of pentacles. So, unless you have triplets, then that would be different, but I feel like it's gonna be child number 3 that comes through, with that. So, hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Blueberry. Um, yeah, and I like it. I feel like they do want to have, kind of a, participation in the and continue on this family tree for now, so I like that. Right? So many blessings to you. Okay, Anime said he broke up with you because he was feeling like he wasn't in a place he wanted to be, but we're still talking. I feel like he's in Arizona. We'll support him and stay. He also let me know that he still loves me. And he just doesn't feel like he is enough to be what you deserve. I'm trying to make him see we can grow and build together. We don't have to go. Yeah. Good night. Sleep tight. Have a wonderful night. I like that. So many, many blessings to you. All right. And then we got the GT on the YT, 50742. So, GD, we got you here. Is your timestamp. And are you able to sense why you've been seeing yellow cars every time you're driving for more than a year now? It's hard to ignore since it's not a common color and it happens daily. All right. So, what's the purpose behind the yellow cars, please? What can we know about that? You got the High Priestess energy and the King of Coins, the King of Pentacles coming in here. Interesting. The High Priestess, I do feel like it is a message from Spirit. And so it's kind of like repeating numbers for you. But I feel like they are, instead, they're going like, you don't like things like normal things, like, like repeating numbers, boring, you know, so cliche. They're like, "All right, well, we'll bring you yellow cars then." There's something about else about yellow cars here in a second, but I feel like first of all, they're showing you yellow cars as a reminder that they're there. So every time you see a yellow car, it's a message from spirit going, "You're not alone, we're with you." And, um And that's the way spirit does it, because we have a huge support group of spirit beings, right, that are there for us, and supporting us, and we forget that they're there sometimes because we get so involved in the characterization of this human that we forget sometimes we're spirit beings and that we have this wonderful posse of support that we can talk to. We can ask them for clarity. We can ask them for assistance and, in our lives and everything. But we forget. And so they do a little, usually repeating numbers is a big thing they do, but a lot of different synchronicities. But for you, they chose the yellow car. It's funny that we're using the Wicked tarot, like Wizard of Oz, the yellow brick road. So this is the road back to Oz. Every time you see a yellow car, it's a reference to, coming and remembering us. Now, with the King of Pentacles, I am feeling like there's something to do. Yellow cars are a reflection of a car. Someone had a yellow car when you were a child, either a grandparent or your father or an uncle, because it's a strong male presence in your life with this King of Pentacles. And they either had a yellow car or they were lusting after a yellow car. And so I feel like that's the significance of the yellow car, that they chose it because it also connects to, and I feel like it's someone that's on the other side, someone that's not alive anymore. And so that's this reference back to them and letting you know that they're with you too, but the whole spiritual team is there as well. So I feel like it's that kind of connection. So hopefully that makes sense. And if you're not sure about the yellow car, if you guys have old photo out, the olden days photo albums, or if there's pictures, you can even ask family, hey, did they ever have a yellow car? I'm like, yeah, remember? And they'll be like, oh my God, I remember it now. So hopefully that helps. That's what I feel that's for you. GD on the YT. So many blessings to you. All right. All right. Let's see here. We had a couple more people coming. Do a couple shout outs. We got Hamoudi. Hello, hello. I'm doing well. How about you? All right. And we will get you on. You'll be number 21 on the free reading list. And I'm currently about to be on number 17. So you're not too far away. And then we've got, is that Sapphire Moons? Yeah, I can do a free reading for you. Do you want a general reading or do you have a specific question? Let me know and we'll get you on the list here. All right. But in the meantime, we'll continue on. For the sake of time, we got, okay. Boom, boom. You are fast. I will get you. You're number 22 on the free reading list here. Let me take a quick sip here, too. All right. So we got Phoenix Oracle Healing 5, 12, 42. So Phoenix, there you go. So a general love read. All right, friend, absolutely. So let's see here. What can we know about love? Got that. And what, both of those? All right. What? Okay. Yeah, got the Knight of Cups, Knight of Flowers coming in. So there definitely is romance, love headed your way. Let's see what we need to know about this. Yeah, it's like you're in a little period of the 9 of Pentacles right now, learning independence and learning to be, focused on you. So it's a bit of hermit energy that you're in, but you're in this, you're learning the Page of Brooms, the Page of Wands energy. And what they're teaching you, that, of course, is whatever you focus on is what you grow and expand. And I feel like they're kind of taking you through this realization that when we focus in on our expectations, that's what sucks the life out of relationships. And what we're taught, growing up, you have this long list of supposed tos, and if that doesn't happen, means you're unlovable and it's not a successful relationship, blah, 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 whatever they say, right? Untrue. Because gratitude is what grows things. Expectations is lack because we focus in on what's not happening and then we push it away and the relationship falls apart because we suck the life out of it. Because it's all about lack, lack, and more, nag, nag, fight, fight, blow up, gone, right? That's the way do like my little explanation. But when we focus in with our power of our energy and our focus, and I focus in on gratitude, my energy alone, focus in what I'm grateful for this person, for the what's in the relationship, for what I'm bringing in the relationship, growth. It grows. It grows simply by me having gratitude on my inside. But when we start making it a practice of being appreciative and grateful to the actual person, sharing with them what we love about who they are and what we love and what we're grateful for about what they do with us and for us, to us. Whoa, that grows the relationship even more because when we tell someone we love about who they are and what they're doing, are they going to want to do more of that? Hell yeah, they are, right? If we complain and nag and point out what they're not doing, is that gonna encourage them to do more of it? Hell no, that's gonna make them wanna do less. Because who wants to be belittled or told what, like a parent, "You did wrong," you know? It's like, I want a partner, not a parent, and partners support one another and grow, and I feel like that's what you're learning, really some strong foundations before this comes in, so that's what they got for you. So many of the blessings to you and happy solstice. All right. And then we have Lauren, 5/16/11. So, Lauren, here is your timestamp and a general love reading. Let's take a look here and see what Spirit has here for you. Got these two. You got the High Priestess and the Ace of Yellow Bricks. So right now for love, you're kind of like this high priestess who the high priestess goes, I need a break, everybody. I'm going up to my high priestess temple alone. I'm going to connect with the upper worlds. I'm going to look behind the veils to try to understand myself, understand my life, my choices, think about things, dive deep into my emotions, see things from this higher perspective. And then when I'm ready, I'll come back down out of there and then, get back into society in a way, right? It's almost like the hermit card, but this is more inner. Well, I mean, they're both inner reflective, but this ace of yellow bricks, the ace of swords, is also about seeing things from a higher perspective. So it feels like you're in this period of time where you're pulled back, thinking about all the expectations around what a relationship should be, supposed to be, need to be, have to be, must be, who that person's supposed to be, what they're supposed to be in the relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start and progress and end up, what it's supposed to bring me, who I'm supposed to be in the relationship, who am I supposed to be in general. It's exhausting, right? This Ace of Swords helps us clarify what are those things because all that stuff is usually opinion from the outside world, about what relationships are supposed to be. And there's all of this contradictory stuff too, but we have all these expectations, and those, as we talk about quite often, those are the things that suck the life out of a relationship because when you have this big list and you're checking it off, going, is that happening? All right. Is that happening? Yep. Is that happening? All right. Is that happening? No. Circle that. See how the energy kind of focuses on what's not happening, not celebrating what is. So when we focus our energy on what's not happening, it draws in more of not happening. It sucks the life out of the relationship, and that's why it crumbles. Because we, of course, get upset when things are not being done the way that we think that they're supposed to be doing, and we think that everyone has the same rules, and we don't. We don't at all. We all have different expectations, and we just assume everyone else does, and then we assume they're not doing it on purpose because they hate me or something, and then, that's where fights start, and then enough fights is what destroys a relationship, right? But this is about seeing it differently, seeing that if I can have gratitude for what is and gratitude for, what someone is doing, and like we were just talking about in, Phoenix, the reading right before yours, we focus in on this stuff of what we love, and then it grows the relationship instead of destroys it. So I feel like that's a big piece of what you're learning while you're kind of in this pocket of being away and being alone, and I feel like that's what's coming in there. So feel that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. That is what we got. All right. All right. So it looks like we have a donation that come in. Say, hey, obviously Cancer, good to see you. We'll get you on the you'll be up next for the donations. And we also had a free reading come in from Earth Angel. Hey, good to see you again. And thank you for your donation earlier. So we'll get you on the free list here. You'll be number 23 on the free listers. And I'm on number 19. So I only got like 5 free readings left. You'll be number, the 5th one here coming up. All right, let's give that a love and a like there. Obviously, Cancer, and your timestamp is 5:20:34. There we are. So, hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. And you want to know, what does your friend need the most from you right now? Your friend. Hey, friend. All right, let's take a look here. Based on their energies, what does this human character need from you? All right, so we got that and that. I do want that one, and I do want this one. All right. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the 7 of Cups. 7 of Cups is a ton of different emotions. And I feel the energy that's coming in is like, I need you to allow me to feel all of my emotions, not just the ones that you think are right. All emotions, I want to be able to feel them all. All right. You do that, right? That's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what else comes in here. We have the 2 of Cups. So this is, be an important person in my life. So that's, it's relationship energy. It's like, I need you to be an important person in my life. And I feel like that, flip that. I need to feel like I'm an important person in your life. Because I feel like they already know that they're an important person in your life, but I need to know that I'm an important person in your life, that I'm not. It's funny that we have Wicked. If you've seen Wicked, she takes her on as a project, right? And I feel like that might be how your friend feels, that I'm your project, not your friend, right? And I feel like, and this doesn't mean, you know, we're talking about from like their standpoint, right? So, remember where the view from which we're seeing things is inside them, right? Not reality, inside them, because this is what I'm walking around in. So hopefully that makes sense. And then we've got the, what is this? The 6 of Cups and the 10 of Cups. I what I need from you, I need fun and joy, and I need you to act childlike. I need you to be silly. I need you to not be serious. I need I need laughter. I need to act like a child. I need, like, you know, someone to be silly with, energy. That's funny. But it makes sense because I feel from their standpoint, they might feel a bit less than and judged, and um, conversations being, about how to improve myself, and that this is how I can look at things differently, and da da da. And they're like, can you just not be so serious and just be fun? It's like, ugh. Right. Anyway, what else does she need from you, or they, your friend? We got the Star card and the 3 of Brooms on the bottom, the 3 of Wands. And I feel like this energy is, I need you to allow me to change my dream as much as I need to, you know? I need you to not to get frustrated with me when my dream changes 3 times a day. This is what I would like from you, right? And then, the last ones, we have the 5 of cups and the king of flowers. All that said, and then I also need you to help me balance my emotions. The 5 of cups is my sorrow, my sadness, my low vibration, my anger and my sadness, with you being the king of flowers, the king of cups, right? This beautiful balance between head and heart, and then I need you to teach me that. And to help me transform my emotions. That's all. So, snap, snap. You need to get to it there, obviously, Cancer. That's all. That's all. How's that working? Sorry I asked. Anyway, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, but I feel like that is what they feel that they, need the most from you right now. Alright, so let's see here. What does your fortune cookie say too? Oh, no, this one here. That's funny. Rats. Got rats. Interesting. Insatiable tendency to hide or conceal and theft, right? So I feel like this is the friend, you know. They're insatiable. They have a tendency to hide or conceal and thief things, not necessarily like really stealing, real things, but steal something from you, right? So I just need to turn my heating pad on here for my little back. There we go. Do you like my bear shirt? Happy Pride. All right. So that's what they have for you, obviously, Cancer. Hopefully that helps you understand them a little bit as well. And then Twin Flame, hello, hello. Good to see you. Glad you're liking the duds. I have some more new ones that I have coming. I mean, they're arrived today that I'll be wearing next weekend. Boom, boom, boom. I really like them. All right, Twin Flame, let me give that a love and a like. So thank you for your donation. You're up next. And your timestamp 527, 4 to 2. So Twin Flame. Boom, boom. There we are. So will you meet your husband at church, gym, or elsewhere? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, will it be church? Okay. Will it be gym or elsewhere? I'm like, might be elsewhere. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards that came out. Well, let's see what this is here. All right. So, is it church? We got the 2 of brooms, the 2 of wands, which means that there's a possibility that it can be church. Um, but let's take a look here. Is it going to be at the gym? You've got the 7 of brooms, the 7 of wands. I feel like it can be there too, because this is about, these are possibilities, brooms, wands energy. And so this feels like they do come on occasion to your church, do come on occasion to your gym. And let's see what other places that you guys stalker. Now we get it. Is he gonna notice you're following him, right? Yeah. Well, that's right. You might meet him at church, but not make moves, right? Um, and then you see him at the gym or elsewhere. Let's see what elsewhere is here. Yeah, you got the queen of brooms. So there's again a lot of possibilities. Let's see, what do we have here? Got the 8 of cups energy here. So, and I feel like, and this is not the regular 8 of cups, because I feel like at a wedding is a possibility here that really stood out to me. We've got the 4 of flowers, the 4 of cups. I feel like this is with, you might meet him through a friend as well. Maybe they're gonna be at you have a friend who's getting married? I know, right? I feel like you guys just might be, like, moving in each other's circles, but not, you know, it's almost like you're there and you leave and then they walk in, or you guys pass each other and you're talking to people and you don't recognize each other. It's almost like you're like whoosh, 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 so close it feels here. You have the 10 of coins, the 10 of pentacles, with the 3 of yellow bricks, the 3 of swords, an unexpected. It's funny because I feel like this is a family gathering, a family friend gathering with this oh, that makes sense with, I feel like this is all the wedding here because it's a family gathering wedding type of thing, and the 3 of swords is an unexpected, because it's unexpected that you would meet them there, because it's like, how long have you known this person? It's like my host, right? She's like my best friend. I met her through another one of my close friends, and I didn't meet her until my other friend was moving out of state, and she was like, "I don't know why I never introduced you guys, because I feel like you guys would be instant friends." And sure enough, when because she was moving away, she goes, "Here, you guys can be friends because 'cause I'm not gonna be here," you know? And we are like, "Oh, that's fine." Um, and, uh, and I like this, I'm like, and I kinda feel like this is almost that here because you have a chance to meet him at church or your gym, and with the queen of, and then this wedding or some sort of gathering celebration, doesn't have to be a wedding, but it can be a family friend gathering celebration. 4th of July? Is there a barbecue? But this queen of brooms also, well, now I guess I would go to it even if you're not invited. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe that's the unexpected. "Hey, everybody. Surprise." That's funny. Um, but this queen of wands energy that's coming in feels like it's also something else that you do that you love to do. Um, so I like that, that, there's another thing. It's complicated. Oh, no, it's all right. I was just joking. But, I feel like there's also an opportunity with that queen of wands that in doing something, because that's like a passion, expression of passion, something that you love to do, that you also have a chance to meet him there. So you have a lot of commonalities, but I feel like there's not like a consistent, like they don't go to church every Sunday. They don't go to the gym every day or, 2 or 3 or 4 times a week. I feel like they, have this busy life where their job takes them, where they can't do all this, right? Oh, what a coincidence. As you turn over and there they are. What are you doing in their bed? They turn over and you're there. "Hi, you like to lay in beds too?" That's funny. So let's see what your other fortune cookie, comes in here with. I mean, your fortune cookie, not your other. Yeah, I love it. What a perfect thing, the wheels of fate. There's, like, so many little opportunities. Fate continuously moving in a cycle or completely breaking free from a certain loop, but I feel like you guys are moving in these cycles that eventually, if you change a cycle, then you're gonna meet 'em, meet 'em, meet 'em, meet 'em, but I feel like how you guys are going, you're, like, missing each other. the orbit that you guys are in. If you change your orbit, you're gonna like so it's like switching something up eventually does that. But maybe it is like a 4th of July party. It doesn't have to be a wedding, but it's a family friend gathering. So it's not just family, it's not just friends. It's like there's this, it's something where there'd be multiple people all together, kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, my dear. How exciting. All right. So we'll come back here to the free readings. We got On Schumann at 5:35, I do believe, was it. So look at all those repeating numbers there. I know it does sound exciting. I'm excited for you. Again, I live vicariously through all of you guys. So you got here, hey, big brother, good to see you. What is the connection between you and Anu? All right, let's take a look here. What is the connection? Got these here. Yeah, there's this interesting here, this ending and beginning energy here. We got the 10 of Wands, which is an energy of the ending of energy being invested in one way and an energy beginning another way. And then the Ace of Pentacles is about a new beginning kind of energy that comes in here. What is this connection that you guys have here? The biggest piece of energy that I'm feeling in here, because I'm not getting like romantic, I'm not getting, kind of all this stuff. It's like the connection that you have is you're kind of like teaching each other that it's almost like Aquarian energy. The old ways don't work anymore. It's time to change, to do things differently. I feel like you both are kind of challenging your each other's of your what they call status quo, the way you've always done things, and they're like, "Mm-mm," and they're like, "What?" And they're like, "We need to do it this way," and you're like, "Nah," and they're like, "What?" And I feel like you guys, are this helping each other end something, end a lot of cycles that you guys have to have new beginnings, and and I feel like you guys will do it in a variety of different ways, but I feel like you just need to know that it's like there's this catalyst. It's not like a twin flame energy. It doesn't feel that, like, heated and extreme. It just feels like you guys have decided and agreed in this lifetime before you came down here is, I'm gonna be a catalyst of change for you, and then and you get to be a catalyst of change for me. And we're like, "All right, let's do it," and I feel like there's that kind of, um, I don't know, it's like you guys run parallel paths and you keep on nudging each other, but it's, like, playful. It almost feels like brother, sister, but maybe not. More like because this is flirty, it's like, kind of feel like it's flirty, pushing each other's buttons and challenging each other in a variety of different ways. So, hopefully that makes sense to you, Anshuman, but that's what they've got for you, right? So interesting. I don't feel like it's supposed to go, like, into, like it's almost like they're reminding me of a friend of mine that, and you might have a little bit of bantering, a little bit of cuddling here and there or whatever, but it's like you don't go full blown into anything, nothing super intimate, but in between partners and in between dating and stuff, you guys come back together and battle it out in a fun way and, challenge each other and have fun and stuff, but also, have serious conversations sometimes and, but challenge, right? This, like, beautiful mirror kind of energy. So so that is what I have for you on Schumann. So uh, enjoy. Many blessings. All right. Let me take a look here. I think we had. Rahul came in. Hey, Rahul. Oh, failed the exam. All right. Well, we'll see what we got here. You'll be number 24 on the free reading list when we get to that there. We have a donation, so we're going to jump up there. Let me take a sip here. Hold on. Okay. And Twin Flame, thank you for your additional donation. So let us grab that here. Whoops. Come on, mouse. There we go. Get you on here. Boom, boom. All right, so let's give that a love and a like. And your timestamp for this one is 5 4. Oh, let's do 5:41 even. So Twin Flame, this is for your number 2 question. And so you said, Janet didn't invite me, invited some friends, asked me to work as a helper for pay. You accepted, then declined. I didn't think you should work because she didn't invite me to begin with. So I declined and told her I didn't know if I would go to the party. My friend Norma asked me to ask her to go as her plus one, but I haven't decided if I'm going yet. Oh gosh. All right. So let's take a look here. Of course, with spirit, there's no shoulds, right? We'll just see the energy if you go and the energy if you don't, and you get to decide if you'll go to that. And then we'll ask, is this the thing that you will you meet this person at, right? So let's ask that first, because that would kind of just solve the whole questions, right? You're like, hell, I'm going then, right? So is this the place? Is this the party we're talking about? Do you have family going there? No, we have Knight of Coins, Knight of Pentacles. This is the slow roll here. That's the wrong night. You meet someone there, but it's not that one. This is something else. Yeah. So because this is somewhere where family and friends will be kind of energy. Church family. Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't with this Knight of Pentacles, I don't feel like that you meet them there. So with that, so knowing that, if you go to the party, what kind of energy will you experience? And if you don't go to the party, what kind of energy will you experience? Okay. Nope, not that. All right. Yeah, the bottom of the deck here, you do have the Page of Swords. So I do feel like you're going to get clarity. And you can ask for clarity too from spirit. You can ask them like, and well, maybe if after this you don't know, you can always ask spirit, I'm not sure if I should go, if I want to go to this or not. Can you bring me information that just makes it a no-brainer? You know, whether I want to go or not. You're like, okay. So if you go, the energy is you do have the Three of Pentacles, the Judgment card here. You're able to be true to your authentic self, which leads you to something later. I feel like if you go, it is like this, well, I'm afraid to go. I don't know what people will think. And what about this? What about that? And I feel like there's this energy of, I'm going to be gone. I'm going to be me and I'm not going to worry about it. I feel like there's this, if you go, you're going to have a boost of confidence in a way by going there. You got the Magician, you got the Four of Coins, yep, Four of Pentacles. I feel like there is this stepping into your power if you go energy with the Magician, and even the Four of Coins. Four of Pentacles is about, you know, this challenge of, um, we did the Four of Pentacles is about we are taught to define ourselves by what other people, our relationships with humans of all kinds, friends, family, lovers, whoever, situations like jobs, education, social status, with marital status, whatever, and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, possessions. In this, I feel like it teaches you, like, I don't need to define myself by anyone else. I define myself. That's why there's this empowerment. Like, I'm gonna be me, and the magician too, I'm gonna have a good time. I don't care what anyone else says. I'm gonna have a good time. It's not my good time, my happiness isn't gonna be dependent on anyone else. I'm going, and I'm having a good time, you know? It's like my mom, she'd be like, "Have a great weekend." She would stop herself because she knew me after a while that, through our conversations and stuff that I'm like, "I'm gonna choose to have a good time." And she goes, "I know. Oh, have a good weekend." "Oh, I know you will because you always choose to." And I'm like, "You got it, mom." Because I'm not gonna let anything else outside of me define what kind of time I'm gonna have in my life. Because 'cause I'm the master of my life, right? I feel like this kind of energy that kinda kicks in if you go. If you don't go, I do feel here with the 3 of brooms, the 3 of wands, you do end up doing something else that day because the knight of, swords, the knight of yellow bricks is there is you get news of something else and you go on this other direction. Let's see what that is here. That brings you, yep, a party, another party. 4 of here is the party to a bookstore. Aha. And you have the sun card. There's this great thing here. And there is, unfortunately, someone dies. No, it's the death and rebirth energy that comes in here. So here's that 4 of wands energy. So maybe there is a book signing. Well, it would be family and friends, is what I felt with that there. No, that wasn't that. It was the 8 of cups that was the represented the wedding, right? But, I feel like there's joy and celebration, and there's a renewal and a bright light there too. So, I feel like either way you grow, but I really feel here if you're gonna go to a bookstore, um, there is a great victory that happens there. Um, let me see here. We didn't ask the other question. We asked if you met them at that party. Do you meet them at the bookstore? No, I don't feel like you meet them there. You have the full card, um, the 4 of swords there, which is rest and stuff. So I don't feel like you meet them at either one of those, but I do feel like you have a good time at the bookstore. So, yeah, it could be something in the future. There could be like a, there could be like a barbecue. Do they celebrate the 4th of July? 'Cause was it in July that you were meeting them, or was that someone else's? I'm not sure. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of opportunities to meet them. So do the things you love because that's the kind of thing we're talking about. I love bookstores. I wanna go to a bookstore. So, I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna go in that direction, kind of thing. So I like it. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. Hmm. 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 Or maybe in the emergency room, unexpectedly. No, just kidding. Urgent critical situation arising from a sudden or unexpected event that requires immediate action or attention. Here's that unexpected event, again, unexpectedly appearing and going, who are you? Kind of energy that's there. So very interesting. All right, my dear. So that's what they have for you there. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Hey, Debbie, good to see my Texan friend. All right, and then we've got like Pinky High Nose. You're up. 55002 is for your free reading here. And when will you feel free from your mom's narcissism? All right, let's take a look here. What do they want you to know here? Well, that's a lot. All right. Do we want to do a when card? I think I want to do a when card over here. All right. So you've got April 20th to May 20th, which would be next year, right? But this is the Hierophant, the master of change, which means it can happen sooner because you got the Five of Pentacles, which the Five of Pentacles is an energy, the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, an energy of not being enough, not having enough. And so, even though it says April 20th to May 20th which would be next year, that's based on current energies. And you can change things and, things can alter, things can come back, can come sooner or can come later, depending on our energetic focus, right? So, um, with this Hierophant and both this five energy, this is growing energy, growing pain energy, growth, change energy that comes in. Excuse me. And there's this I want to say like this importance for you to realize, and I know this might be hard to hear in the beginning, so bear with me, that you're not imprisoned by your mom's narcissism. Um, you can set yourself free. So she's not the one imprisoning you. Excuse me, it's your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that are imprisoning you to her. And it's this fear of being abandoned. This goes back to your childhood fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, being punished, you know. And so to be free from it, you have to, you know, take the amount of weight of your self-worth that you've handed over to her, um, is this energy to um, take it back and go, their actions or non-actions, words or silence don't define me, and to free ourselves from that because that's why we feel imprisoned. That's why we feel trapped when we're taught you don't define your worth, I define your worth. And we're taught that the outside world, relationships, situations, and things define us. So we feel out of control. We feel like all over the place, right? We feel unstable because all those things are unstable. Of course, like your mom's unstable with the, you know, narcissism, right? But there's this I when I come back to me and realize I'm the one that determines my worth, right? I'm the one that gets to decide what stories, anything out here means. When you take back your power, that's when you become free. It's not, you know, because all of these things that you're going through, all these five energies of conflict in your outside world, they're all designed to point you back to you so you can find your power. And so I feel like, that's where we start there, and it could be um because obviously there is some energy of she's influenced your mindset about how you think about yourself because that's what narcissists do. They feel very insecure, so they're going to try to make you feel insecure so they can feel power over you. So some good inner healing for our own selves and transformation, it's getting your power back. So anything you can do, I always, counseling was an amazing thing that I went through, just even if it was for a short while where you learn tools to find your power again. I've got a great podcast called The Easier Path that talks a lot about getting our power back and how we can release things. But whatever the tool that works for you to find your power and to take your power back, that's when you're free. Um, because no one can do that for you except for you, right? So hopefully that helps. Pinky high, what is it? Pinky high nose. And hang in there. You're not alone. You got a great group of Zen friends here. So we'll send you lots of love. And again, if you have any other questions, let us know, right? So many blessings to you. All right. So I did get a couple more donations in. So let me jump up here and we will jump to those. And then I've got just 4 free readings left right now. I've got Hamudi and then Sapphire Moons and Earth Angel and Rahul is what we have right now. All right. So Debbie, let's get you on here. Email and anything else. I got like the most recent email. Is that the one? Because I think you sent me stuff about your ceremony. That's for me to read later, right? The one, the one you just sent is the one you mean by the email. Is that correcto? All right, I'll let you tell me here. And while we're doing that, let me give that a love and a like. And no, Debbie, Mies, I don't think you put yourself on the free list here. Nope, you're not on the free list either, so you can get on there. Okay, very good. Thank you. And then Twin Flame, yes, I see your additional question and donation. Thank you for that. I'll get you on the list here too. So you'll be up after Debbie. All right. So let me take a sip here and then I'll do that while I'm reading your email. How's that? Okay, I get you. All right, I am caught up. Let me grab your free question. We'll get you your number 25 on the free reading list there. All right. All right. So I think I am good to go here. Excuse me, I drink too much water. I'm like burping it up now. Burp. Okay. So, Debbie O, thank you for your donation. We got 5:58:45 is your timestamp here. And we'll get you on there too. All right. There we go. Got you on there. You're number 26 on the free list. All right. Oh, you want to show us the bear? See if I can do it better. A bit of teddy bear. Happy Pride. I gotta crack my back now. Hold on. Oh, that felt so good. Oh, did you hear that? Thank you so much. All right. So, Debbie, thank you so much again, like I said, for your donation. Let me get up to the donations again. There we go. So, want to process these feelings. So we'll take it here. uh, so what's at the root? I feel like with this energy you're talking about with sis here. Oh, hold on. We just hit 6 hours. I just gotta click go again. Okay, there we go. All right. So I feel we want to look at, because I feel like it's important for you to know what were your sister's intentions in being I can't say that. I was gonna say something really crass. um by being so mean. That's what we'll say instead. But just fill in the blanks in your head what you think I was gonna say. Why was she being such a yes. All right. So let's see what was what were her intentions, or what was the reason why she's been saying that? And let's find out here. All right. Anything else around that? What's really below the surface of that too? Okay. No, it was a much worse word. That was second. When I was gonna say it a second time, that came in, but it was something even worse. I was like, "Whoa." It's something I think that British people say. And I'm embarrassed to say what it is, but, um, and I don't know why that was coming through. I don't think that was me. I think I was um, channeling someone from the other side. No, begins with a C. But anyway, um, so let's see here. Why was she doing this? Let's find out here. So we got the Emperor. Yeah, well, we got it. We got Aries energy. Yeah, it was probably C saying it, right? It probably was. But the Emperor energy, this is Aries. I'm in control. I'm the boss. And it's kind of that energy, the feeling the need to be in control, right? We also have the King of Brooms, King of Wands. Yeah, so Emperor and King of Wands, both of those energies are so much alike with fire in control energy, right? I need to feel like I'm in control and I need to do that. Um, yeah, is an energy here. I mean, I feel like this goes back to the um, incident at the store, you know, because there's something here, you know, because this, I know you weren't in a wheelchair, but you were in one of those little, electric grocery carts, right? And that's immediately what came to my mind when I saw that. And the wheel. Yeah. I mean, you can see the wheels, both of them. You have the wheel of fortune and then the wheelchair here too, right? Yeah. And and so I feel like there's something about what is this something about? Because there's this nurturer energy and let's see underneath here, because I feel like there's a little bit of resentment that goes back a little bit in a wheelchair at the airport too. So wheelchair at the airport, the thing in the um, the little cart in the store. And we got the 2 of swords. So there is this story that they have that goes back and forth with the 10 of wands, which goes from burden to abundance. And and even with that Empress energy, it's Empress and the Wheel of Fortune is all about abundance and fullness. But when you look at the wheels, it is almost like there's um this it's a burden. you know, to it takes extra care, there takes extra stuff. And I don't know if there's something about, the fear of not being able to care for someone, but there is this kind of burden energy that comes in with that of, you know, um, because there's something about I wasn't taken care of, so why should I take care of you? Why do I need to make accommodations for you? And kind of energy like that, right? So there is a little bit of this, um, why you trying to get attention energy, you know? And I feel like this is why it's resentment that goes back to childhood because I feel like you got attention. Did you get attention from, like, your father and just easily, and she try to get attention from your father? Like, you were always like, you just naturally got attention kind of energy? There's something there in this. And I don't feel like she's consciously doing it. I feel like this is below the surface. Why you always getting more attention, you're drawing attention to you. And I feel like that's something that's bubbled up. And this could be coming up, of course, because what have you guys been working on? Emotional freaking healing, right? Bubble, 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 boil and bubble, right? And yeah, and the Three of Swords on the bottom. Yeah, the heartbreak and the disappointment. So, there's this energy, below that, those feelings. So I feel like, you know, she may not even realize that's what's bubbling up, but I feel like that's this thing of why you getting attention? You're just, do you really need that? Or are you just doing it to get attention? But I don't feel like that's conscious. I feel like that's subconscious. And then this stuff comes out and she doesn't realize she's doing it. Um, there's a little bit on the surface level, this control and come on, I need things to happen fast. It takes, I feel like she's in a rush. What is she an Aries? Is she a fire sign? Because I just feel like she's like, go, 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 go. And she's like, oh God, now we gotta get a cart. We gotta get this special cart. Oh, and we gotta get a wheelchair. Okay. Oh my God. It's like, come on, come on. They're like in a rush, 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 right? Yeah. Yeah. Just, oh my God, Debbie, you're just screaming for attention all the time. Right? You're like, "I'm gonna take this brace off or I'm gonna lose this brace off in your butt if you don't shut up." But, I feel like that's a lot of the energy there. I feel like what else we wanna know here is why did it bother you so much, right? Oh, she wasn't. Hey, obviously Cancer. Oh, I love it. You're very welcome. All right. So now that's because we wanted to understand. I feel like you needed to understand why she was doing it. So you understand this isn't about you. This is about her pain. This is about something beneath the surface that's bubbling up. Not, it's never personal. It's always an expression of pain, right? Um, and especially when you hear anything like, I need to control something in the outside world, if it's unkind, if it's of fear, we know it's from the inner child, right? Yeah. Well, her saying you're slow doesn't have anything to do with the brace. This is about something like why her saying that to you makes you feel a certain way. What's being sparked here, right? So let's take a look at that here. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get to it. Yep. There is this got this death card here. This death and rebirth energy. Hmm. That's what that's about. Let's see what this top card is. We've got the 9 of coins, the 9 of pentacles. Yeah, so this energy I'm getting with the 9 of pentacles, um, this comes from a place of it's almost like you feel like they're yelling at you, and it's weird that it comes in here, right? Yeah, because there's this, 'cause what I got was, like, when someone would yell at you, you would feel ostracized and separate and alone, and I feel like when someone like, especially you don't expect that, um, you're expecting them to act a certain way, and when they don't, and it makes you feel like suddenly, like, I'm over here and you're over there. It becomes an isolation feeling, an isolated feeling. So when someone would yell at you, like when you were a child, you would feel like it's me against the world because you feel ganged up on in a way, whatever this energy is that I'm picking up on. Let's see if we can find out more about where that's coming from here. Because yeah. So it's funny because we've got I mean, you can't make it up because you got the Knight of Pentacles, the slowest moving knight out of them all. And then you got the 6 of Cups, and that's childhood, right? And the Ace of Yellow Bricks, which is the Ace of Swords, which is clarity that comes in, but I feel like it cuts like a knife is what I feel like that comes in with that. And there's this, something about you being called slow when you were younger too, but I feel like again, like and you said, yeah, you feel like you're isolated, you wanna go within, you wanna hide. It's like there's this, um you feel like oh, no, that's what they're gonna say. It makes you feel like a child is what they wanted to say too. Not only does this go back to your childhood, it makes you feel like a child. You feel like you're being berated, like you're something's wrong with you. "Oh, you're slow." It's like, "Oh, what?" It's that rejection, and that is sparking, old feelings from when you were younger too, where you felt, um and I feel like maybe a lot of siblings, right, um, were telling you, who you weren't, what you were doing, because they were jealous of you because, um, you were getting the things they never did. Because that usually, younger children, right? The younger, because you were the 5th of 5, right? Is that what we were talking about, right, the other day? Because it's like when you're the youngest one, especially out of that many, like, I was only the 2nd of 2, you know? But when you're 5, parents learn through each one. They're really strict on the first one, less strict on the second, less strict on the third, less strict on the fourth, and even more giving to the fifth one, right? And the others are like, "How is that fair? I didn't get that until I was like da da da. Why do they get one now?" Well, things have changed. And they're like, so I feel like they picked on you because they wanted to, because they felt lower and that you were higher. So they some try to destroy you to bring you down to where they feel they're at. Others try to boast themselves up to where they feel you were at, or both, right? And I feel like that's kind of this old wounds are coming up, and I feel like this reminds you of it. You're slow. You should do this. You should do that. Well, you should shut up, and you're not. So why should I do that? No, I like it. So this is helping you, though, you know, because there are the 9 of Swords, which is your nightmare and insomnia, these old feelings from before, these old thoughts and beliefs. Your Queen of Swords, you're this is part of and it's coming up for you so you can balance these emotions. So this was part of your journey, and so she was being a wonderful, like, spirit was, um, sticking their hand up her butt and was being a ventriloquist so they could say this for you, so you could transform. So you can like, "Oh, when people say things that, trigger us, it's spirit using them as a ventriloquist." Just imagine them as a ventriloquist dummy and going, "Oh, thank you for that." So grateful. So, um, so it's part of releasing some old emotions and questioning those thoughts that when someone says something, it's not about us. This is about something going on with them. They're very much, I feel your sister's in very much a rush, 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 rush. And she feels like you going, having to slow down for you irritates her because she feels like she's pressured to be go, 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 kind of energy. Yeah. And that's a story. The story that she's being unkind to you is not true. You can change that story. In that she's not being unkind to me, she's being unkind to herself. Because remember, you're a mirror. So when she's saying you're slow, how does she feel she's slow? Why does she feel she's behind? Why does she feel like she's, you know, and there's a little bit of all the stuff you were doing and the breakthroughs and the stuff you're having. She feels slow in that. So she has to point out how you're slow in something that she's fast at walking. Ooh, ooh. Interesting. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, because love is all around you. There is love everywhere all the time. Simply acknowledge this as a truth. So you can find the love in someone if we want to find it, or we can find the snarky blankety blank 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 in someone if we want to find it too. Look around and recognize that love is showing itself to you always. It comes in the smiles of a stranger's face, simple acts of kindness, and the warm sun in a blue sky. Life is wonderful. How lucky you are to be so loved. If you feel you need a little more love, look around you. Take in all that is happening. Look at everything you have achieved. Feel love from family, neighbors, friends, your coworkers, pets, or animals in nature. Can you feel the love? Think about the love in your life that you may not have noticed, because love comes in diverse shapes and varieties. Know who and what you love and who and what loves you in return. In this picture, a woman spins around with her arms out wide. The many images on her skirt of individuals, couples, and nature reflect her environment. Her open arms are a beautiful reminder to keep an open heart and mind. Love is around you always. Yeah. So I like that. That's your beautiful card there. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Deb, just to understand, you know, and kind of see that all her actions were not aimed at you. These were reflections of what were going on inside of her. Yeah. So hopefully that helps a little bit, my dear. And then, of course, we'll circle back around for your free reading here in a little bit here. Just to have a additional donation we got. Let's see. I'll make sure no one else came in here. So obviously Cancer. We already answered you. And I think we started here. Yeah. So, all right. Didn't miss anybody. You're very welcome, my dear. Journal the crap out of your life. That's my new saying. All right, so Twin Flame 62002 is for your additional donation. Thank you so much for all your donations this eve. And you want to know, will you meet your hubby this year or next year? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, is it going to be this year or next year? Oh, I was like, so this year, look what you got. The 8 of Cups, that party. So the party, whatever this is sometime this year. Because next year would be the High Priestess, which is being a lone energy. So that's like a no, that no, um, that's not it. So you do meet him this year with this 8 of Flowers. You can't make it, you just can't make it up. This is that exact card that was all the beginning of this gathering with family energy. Let me see here if we can tap into a time. Are we able to see when this gathering, this wedding thingy might be? When could it be? Oh my gosh. It's funny because I got the 8 of Cups. This is the 8 of Cups that we got here, and we got the 8 of Cups here for the timing. It has like the 19th through the 28th energy. It's February, but I feel like that's already gone. Unless you had something February 19th to February 28th of this year, then you already met them. But I don't feel like that's it. I feel like because it's a maybe energy, they have me remove the month and we make it's going to be something from the 19th to the 28th of a month. So it's in the last part of a month somewhere. Um, yeah. Um, and yeah, it's Saturn and Pisces, so none of those correspond to anything here. It is the number 8 twice, so maybe it's something in August. Could be a possibility. Let me see if they'll tell us anything else here. But definitely, it's this year. Based on current energy that's coming in, right? It could. It could. It almost feels too soon because I feel like you're still working on something, but well, we can always ask here. Is it June? 6 of yellow bricks, 6 of swords. No, that's movement energy. Is it July? 5 of coins, 5 pentacles. No, that's lack energy. Is it August? King of Cups. King of Cups is that a perfectly compatible person. So maybe. Oh my gosh. Is your family going to be there? Family and friends. I don't know. But yeah, it's possible. Um, and that would definitely be unexpected, right? What is he doing? What is a man doing here at a baby shower? And they're like, "Oh, come on, get with the times." Her family will be there. Uh-oh. Yeah. Have you ever met her brother? But yeah, I do feel like it's August with that. If not August, what about September? Okay. September, no, another 5 energy of conflict. October, the strength card. That's Leo energy. If it's not oh, that's another 8 energy. Like, no, it's pointing it back to the number 8. They're like, nope. So that's August, September, October. What about November? Nope, 9 of coins. That's lone energy in December. I feel like we're not going to get anything. The Emperor energy there. But that I feel like that the King of Flowers, that's just, I mean, that's the King of Cups. So yeah. No, I was just joking because it's someone that you haven't met before. This is, someone brand new, because that's when you're gonna meet them, not meet them again. Let me see here. So, is it at the baby shower that you'll meet? Oh, we got the 8 of brooms. Here's the 8 again. Suddenly, out of nowhere, unexpected. Let me see. I don't that doesn't feel like uh, the baby shower. Yeah, king of wands, king of brooms. Yeah, um, it doesn't feel like there, at the baby shower. Because this 8 of 8 here's the 8 again, like, no, it's suddenly, unplanned, unexpected. Well, but it was the event, right? At an event. Well, it could be because you got this, 6 of cups, which is children. It's a child card, which would be baby, right? So baby, give me something else that tells me absolute. The hanged man. Transformation, birthing energy, right? Hmm. It definitely is a possibility, I feel here. And then we got got hermit, but I feel like, oh, child energy again. I don't know. I'm feeling like this isn't a coincidence, so we'll have to see. But based on current energies, I definitely feel like there could be a possibility. So they're like, "Why are you so gussied up for a baby shower? You never know who you're gonna meet." But it would be unexpected to meet someone at a baby shower, like meet a man at a baby shower, right? Too funny. All right. Well, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Maybe we'll get something else for that too here. All right. Well, so got an anchor, which says stability, security, and grounding, a symbol of being firmly rooted, feeling safe, or finding emotional and physical steadiness amongst change or chaos. So, there is this anchor energy around that. So maybe, yeah, maybe. Oh my gosh. What if they're at both? Then you'll be like, "Aha." Anyway, but that's what they have for right now, my dear. Hopefully that helps. All right. So let me get back to these other free readings here. So we have Hamudi, you're up 628-31. So here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And I am doing well. Hope you're doing well. And you want to know, will you see or talk to the Pisces before you leave China? All right. So, based on current energies, will you see or talk to? Hmm. You got the 5 of wands and the high priestess. This energy right now is a no because, you know, 5 of fives are like conflict, and 5 of wands is there's a conflict that you're unable to, and the high priestess is about being alone up in your high priestess tower and that kind of energy. But also the wands energy says that that can change, right? Because the future is always flexible and changing based on our choices, which if you change your energy, if you have this energy of, I want to see them, I need to see them, what if I don't get to see them? That energy is can cause the conflict, right? If we change it to, you know what, I'm so grateful when I was able to see them. think about all the wonderful times that you're able to see them and talk with them. And when you have gratitude around those, that's what can transform and change the energy as well. So, it doesn't mean it can't happen with some changes of some energy, but right now, where you're at with your energy, it's like, "No," but you can switch that, and I do feel there's possibility energy with this 5 of Wands that can also, um, bring that to happen. So, gratitude for what we have had, what we do have, draws in more of that. Fear or focusing on the other, then that can, draw that away as well. All right. So that's what they have for you, Hamudi, sorry. I don't know why I'm just calling you Booty. Booty. All right, but that's what they got there. All right. Hey, Helga, you know what? No, it's not too late. You can throw a question out there. You can do a donation or a free reading, whatever you'd like. I'm only 6.5 hours, but I'm getting a little tired, but, I'm gonna finish these up, and we're getting close to the end anyway. So feel free to put one out, and we will get you squared away. All right, we got Sapphire Moons coming up, 6/31/19 is coming in here, so here is your timestamp. And you are wondering what the future of your relationship looks like with Nick. All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what is that looking like? Where are you heading here? All right. All right. Not bad. Not bad. Because you've got the Page of Cups, Page of Flowers, which is a heightened love energy. So a happiness energy, love that's moving up. And then the King of Coins, King of Pentacles, is an abundant energy too. So right now the energy is looking good. It looks like you have this fullness of the outside world energy, as well as emotionally, like upgrade of emotions going to a new level, that comes in with that as well. So solid foundation with the King of Pentacles, beautiful heightened love energy too. Which is what the future looks like right now. So it's looking good. I don't have much more to add to that. They're not indicating anything. I just kind of feel maybe that's what you needed to hear, right? Like, okay, things are going okay, things are building. And the King of Pentacles can be about building more of a life in the outside world together too. So whether that, can be, yeah, you're very welcome. So hopefully that's enough for tonight. But feel free to always ask, you can ask more specific questions if you want to, like, what about this? What about that? You can definitely, we can delve into all sorts of tea. Only one free reading per night though. So, but I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights if you're interested in getting into the tea of things, right? All right. So many blessings to you. You're very welcome. All right, Helga, I see your question. You'll be number 27 on the free list here. And we're on number 23, so not too far away. All right. So Earth Angel 63343 is yours. And do you have a high chance of winning the lottery? Like $1? Sure. So winning big, winning significantly large sum of lottery. Let's see here. Based on current energies. Not right now. Not yet. You got the Hermit card, which is kind of this inward, upward reflection energy. You got the Six of Swords, Six of Yellow bricks, which is about kind of leaving some old thinking behind, you know, um, looking at things differently can move energy, from choppy waters to calmer waters. There's something that's coming in here about um lottery, which because I play the lottery every once in a while, but I used to play it religiously till I watched I read a book called uh, Tapping, like tapping, you know, how you do tapping, Tapping into Wealth by Margaret Lynch. And there's this wonderful, it brings a lot of beliefs, and because we talked to our inner child, it brings a lot of beliefs up. And it's like lottery is a belief of lack, depending on how we go about it, right? If we're like, go, 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 go kind of energy, you know, I gotta win, I gotta win, I gotta win. I'm trying to escape something. I need the security. I'm never gonna have enough. There can be some energy in that. And when we do it from a place of fullness, and it's different energy that we do it, but it's some great awareness. If you're interested, it's a wonderful book. It's like I said, Tapping into Wealth by Margaret Lynch, and we can really get to some freeing, some limiting beliefs about abundance. And if you haven't checked out my podcast, I have one called Abundance Where It Be. That can also help things come toward us based on our energy and our inner child. So we talk about it here. I just posted the link to it down here, but if you are not watching live right now, if you look down in the description area, you can find the playlist link for the easier path. Or if you go to my main page by clicking on my name, it'll be at the top. The playlist is up there, and it's number 14, Abundance Where It Be. That could also change the energies. So, but right now, that's kind of this pointing inward and looking at changing some mindsets is where it's at. So you never know, but right now, not today. All right. So many blessings to you. I hope you win. I hope everyone wins. It was at I forget what it was one with where someone was they took over being God for a while, and they made everyone win lotto, and everyone won $1, and there was fights, and everyone was upset because they all had to share it. It was funny. I can't forget the name of it right now, but it doesn't matter. All right, so many blessings to you. Oh, your birthday is the 27th, Helga. Oh, how perfect. I like it. Let me take a quick sip. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, Rahul, you're up 637, 35, I believe it was. So, Rahul, there is your timestamp, and you failed the exam. All right. What do you see in the future? All right, we'll take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know? That's your future here. We got that, and we got that. Wow. Yeah. I mean, you got both the Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles, and the Queen of Yellow Bricks, which is the Queen of Swords coming in. Now, the Queen of both of these queens behind the scenes, all queens have cups energy, which is emotional energy. The Queen of Swords balances the head and the heart, and the Queen of Pentacles is about nurturing and following the heart in a way here. And I don't know, when we did your other readings, did it come up about, is this sure that this is where you wanna go, or is there something where your heart is drawing you somewhere else? Are you trying to do this, examine this stuff? Is this what you wanna do, like, in your heart? Or is it what you were taught you were supposed to do, and what you think you should do and are supposed to do and have to do, and, to meet expectations of family or whatever it might be, that, comes in? Or, because I feel like when we have, like, something that doesn't work out, it can have us go back and go, "Why? What gift is in this for me? What is it trying to tell me? Is it that maybe I don't wanna do this? Is that subconsciously I wanted to fail so that I could go do something else? Is this someone else's dream and not my own?" Um, and I feel like that this is the future is, Spirit's saying, spend some time, step back, step into your heart, and, feel like, um, where is it guiding you? Where is it drawing you? So I feel like that's kind of where they're coming in here for you right now. So hang in there, you know, um, life's too short to be upset about the past, right? Now the future is open for you. So that's what they got for you, my dear. All right. Hang in there. Many blessings to you. Oh, you always feel you don't feel like it's a reading, it's a life coaching session. It can feel that way, doesn't it? It's because spirit does wanna guide us. When we ask for their guidance, by golly, they're gonna give it to us, right? Sometimes when we ask for this, they're like, "That's nice, but let's tell you what you really want, what you really need to hear." And I'm like, "That I love that, though." So I love you. Thank you so much. Life coach sessions with bruddaZEN and Spirit, right? Spirit and bruddaZEN. Spirit through bruddaZEN. That's probably more accurate. All right, you're so funny. I like you. All right. So Debbie O, 64114. Ooh, look at that mirroring. 4114. All right. And then see if C has anything for you tonight. All right, C. What do you have for Debbie? Debbie. What do you have for C? Let's see. Okay, put that in this. All right. What do you want Debbie to know? Yeah, I mean, powerful cards here because you've got the King of Brooms, which is the King of Wands. He's funny because he's bringing up brooms and he's joking, here's your car, the broom. Ha 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 ha. And the Ace of Cups, right? He's so funny. But so um I feel like what he's bringing up is, of course, everything you're doing with this Ace of Cups, which is your learning and turning towards your self love, right? All this emotional release you're doing is he's kind of showing like, he's showing me you in this big hot air balloon it's a shape of a heart. And then you're in the basket underneath. And all the stuff you're releasing emotionally are what is keeping you from having higher love vibration, because all these lower vibrational old emotions are those, ropes that are keeping it down, the sandbags, and they're showing me, he goes, "This is what you're doing. You're cutting off the sandbags. You're cutting the ropes so that you can fly higher and you can go into, different places." So I like that. Um, and then the King of Wands, he's telling you too that you don't have to be, um, you know, trapped or feel like you have to do anything you don't want to do. Because the King of Wands, they cleared the throne room because they're the king, they're the ruler of their life, that everyone gets to talk about what they want and do what they want. But that doesn't mean anything about you, that energy that's there, right? So I like that. I like this empowerment energy. They're turning you back to your heart, going, "This is your adventure, not anyone else's. You are the master, the King of Wands. You have this ability and this power to determine what it is you want to do and where you want to go." And this is all part of it. The King of Wands does clear the throne room, does sit with their heart, gets out of their head, decides what they want, and then puts action behind it. And and I feel like he's celebrating. You've done so much and and that's why he's showing action of how you've cut away all these emotions and all these things. So much work, and you put so much action into it that every step that you're taking, you're feeling more and more an empowerment of who you are and realizing who you are. And he likes that. You're a princess, you're a royal. So um, I like that. That's what he has for you. All right. Bows to the queen. All right. So that's what I got for you, my friend. So sleep tight. Got one more day in Cali, right? Before you leave on Tuesday. Live it up, girl. Live it up. All right. All righty. And then we've got Jana. Hello, hello. Are you where you're supposed to be? Yeah, you're here in on my stream. That's exactly where you're supposed to be. I'll get you on the free list. You're number 28. I'm on 26 right now. Well, I will be. I have a donation. Hey, Phoenix. So I'll do that. And then I'll return back to free readings. I just got 26, 27, 28. Just have three. So you're number three on the free readings once I return. So I'll catch you there. All right. So Phoenix, hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation here. And let's grab your question. Whoops. Try it again. There we go. We'll give that a love and a like. There we go. All right. So your timestamp 6:46:12. Oops, that's not right. All right, there we are. So Phoenix, what's the energy between you and ER this weekend? And is he missing me or thinking about you? All right, let's take a look here. So what is the energy between you and ER this weekend? Start there. Let me shuffle up here. All right. So what's the energy between you and ER this weekend? I got those. Do you want that one and that one? This one here. Okay, I guess they want that one too. All right. I think there was this one too. All right, and these two. All right. So we got all those 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. All right. And then is he missing you? And is he thinking about you? And if so, what about? I want to find out. Okay. All right. So, what is the energy between you two this weekend? We do have the page of yellow bricks and the calling card of the judgment card here. So, there's a bit of seeing things like more clearly. It's almost like this hot air balloon. I'm being drawn up to see things more clearly. So, I feel like there is this kind of, it's almost like you guys are in a hot air balloon and now it's blown into a different direction, takes you to a different height to see things differently. So there's something, some sort of clarity coming in this weekend. Let's see what this is about. All right. All right. All right. Yeah. We've got the Knight of Cups and the Knight of Wands. So you got um passion and emotion, right? The night of romance, the night of passion, the night of love. So there definitely is this movement of heart and passion energy that comes in here. So we'll see what this is about. Underneath that, you do have the Six of Cups and the Magician. Have we talked about past life energies at all? Because, there is this, I feel like there's some sort of expansion of energy that, because there's this familiarity, right? This comfort level, this draw that keeps drawing us back and back and back. And it's not like twin flame where you feel tied, where you can't escape. It's just, it feels like this, you know, we're drawing back to each other. We keep drawing back to each other in uh, it's a different way. It doesn't feel like it's fire, because I feel like twin flame energy is like it's a fire that draws us back together because it burns things away and it where passion burns too. This feels like emotion. It feels like heart, like um past life or other life emotions that are bubbling in along our subconscious that we can feel with others, and especially in the last few years like probably over the last 3 years, we've really expanded as humanity into our subconscious. So a lot more stuff, a lot more past life energies are being activated as well. And I feel like that's something that kind of bubbles up this weekend. Uh, not well, this weekend's over, right? You mean next weekend? This coming weekend? I was like, "Wait, it's Sunday, isn't it?" So, I feel like that's something, and this could be the summer solstice is igniting something as well, the solstice energy. And then under that, you do have the 9 of Pentacles and the Wheel of Fortune. So there is this sense of independence and a little bit of, some alone time, which is for you, and it is designed to give you that alone time for reflection, comes in here. So I feel like that's the energy. Is he missing you? Let's see. Is he reloading if he is? We have the 8 of Cups, and it's this normally this energy, of this card is a little different. This particular deck, it does feel like loneliness because it's like you're left at the altar, right? Um, and I do feel like that's missing energy. Um, is he thinking about you? Got the 3 of Pentacles here. This is about being true to one's authentic self. I feel like they're kind of focused on themselves. What else do we got here? Okay, no, but yeah, I do feel like he's thinking about you. We got 3 female entities here, though, with that 3 of coins. I'm like, "Hmm," but I'm not getting, like, third party kind of energy. I feel like he's with 3 other, like, females in a way, but I don't feel like they're, like, romantic females. I don't know, is he with family? 'Cause it feels like it's like mom and sisters. 'Cause we got 2 pages, which like younger sisters and mom, and I feel like he's like, um, he's kinda overwhelmed with, like, um, feminine divine feminine energy around him, where I don't feel like he's just trying to think of, "I need some time alone. I need to get away from everyone." I don't know, maybe he is with family. Well, it's Father's Day, maybe he spent the day with family, and he's like, "I'm done thinking about being surrounded by feminine energy. I feel overwhelmed," kinda coming in. Oh, yeah. So, I feel like he's like, too much talking going all around, he can't think. He's just, like, thinking. It's almost like that old commercial, "Calgon, take me away." Take me away, someone, please. So, I like that. But he is missing you with that 8 of cups that comes in. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too. That's funny. It's like surrounded by feminine energy. Ah, God, just wanna be alone. He's thinking, "Do all women talk this much? Because 'Cause they're all blah, 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 just doesn't stop." He's funny. Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Alright. Alright. Oh. Yeah, we got unreachable. It says, "Things that are difficult to obtain or reach and may need to be given up." But I feel like, this energy is more difficult to obtain. It's like you're trying to catch a rainbow. You're like, uh, interesting, at least for today, right? But, so I like that. So hopefully that resonates. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Appreciate that. You are very welcome, my friend. All right. Hey, BMX rider, good to have you. We'll get you into the free readings here. It'll be number 29. I'm actually in 26, so it's not as far away as it may sound right now. You'll be like only you'll be the fourth reading here in a moment. So unless I get donations. All right. So twin flame, yes, you're up 6:55:19 is your timestamp here. And a general from Spirit. What does Spirit have here for you? You do have the Seven of Flowers and the Two of Wands, the Two of Brooms. So, you know, there's an interesting reading with this because sorry, I need to take a sip. I'm like running out of spit in my mouth. Realize I was talking without drinking. So the Seven of Flowers, the Seven of Cups is, a lot of different emotions to be felt. And that there, with the Two of Brooms, the Two of Wands, it's the power of our choice of where we're investing our energy. And I feel like there's a gentleness message of, it's okay. There's no wrong emotion. We don't have to strive for, I've got to choose high vibration emotion every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, whatever. They're like, we come here to experience both lower vibration and higher vibration. And the thing to, be aware of is that it's the awareness that if I'm tired of feeling a low vibration, I have the power to change it. But if I don't, um, you know, um, you know, don't want to change, I don't have to either. If I'm like, I'm feeling sad, damn it, and I'm going to feel sad all day, embrace it, enjoy it. Go, girl. But when you're done going, okay, I'm done, then you can, switch it. And that's what I feel like they're wanting to see is be gentle. Feel the feels, whatever you want to feel. There's no wrong one, but know that when you're done, you're not stuck in it. You can always change it as well. So that is what they got for you, Twin Flame. Thank you again for all your donations this evening and many blessings. Happy solstice. Hey, Donna Marie. Hello, hello. Yeah, you can still make a donation reading. Absolutely. Please feel free. I'm just finishing up the last of the free readings here. So as soon as you put that out there, I will jump to it. All right. But while we're waiting, we got Helga B. Hey, 6:58:04. So Helga, here is your timestamp. And what can you expect for July? That's right, for your birthday month. Let's take a look here. For your birthday month, what can you expect? We got that, and they want this one here. So based on current energies, all right. I like this. With the 10 of yellow bricks, which is the 10 of swords, it's beautiful ending and beginning energy because you got the 10 of the sword suit, and then the magician number one, the major arcana number one. And this is an energy, I like it, 10 of swords is, I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations. I am done. I'm gonna be me. In fact, I'm tired of trying to have everyone live up to my expectations. I'm releasing everyone, but I'm releasing everyone, and I'm releasing myself from everyone's as well. I'm gonna live my life. I'm gonna be who I wanna be. I'm getting out of my head, getting into my heart. And this magician energy is I'm stepping in, and realizing that I am the conduit of my energy flowing through me and flooding out to the world. And this is like an energy of getting out of the head and into the heart and living from the heart and sharing that love in your heart with the world in your own special, unique way. It's like I'm breaking free, and I feel like you're kind of in this auspicious year, like this next year of your life, or this next rotation around the sun is, uh, like this new beginning energy, this, I'm living from my heart and I'm gonna do what I love and I'm not gonna put myself last. I'm putting myself first this next year and I'm gonna do the things that I love and enjoy, and I'm not gonna let anyone stop me kind of energy. And I feel like July is the celebration of that. Yeah, 4th of July, right? Freedom starts on the 4th and it ignites on the 27th of your birthday, right? And you're just like, "Let's go." And I like this energy for you. It just feels very like it's time for freedom for you and, releasing a lot. If you haven't checked out my recent podcast, because I feel like what a great title, because it's freedom, the freedom work, clearing the pipeline. So if you're interested, you can check that out if that resonates. Um, but I love that for you. So that is what they got for you, my dear. A little snippet for July. There's more to come, I'm sure. So that's what they have for you now, though. So many blessings to you and enjoy. Happy early birthday to you. All right. So let me get up here. And so, Donna Marie, let's grab this here. Oh, your birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday to you. birthday people in the house. All right. Let me just get you up in here. I'll give that a love and a like here. All right. So, Donna Marie, we're at 70146 for yours. You're very welcome, Helga. I know, woot woot. You're so funny. All right. So, any messages for your birthday tomorrow? Happy birthday to you. Who knew I could sing as well? All right. What for your birthday tomorrow? All right. So not that one, but not that one. I do want this one and this one as well. All right. Let me just scooch these around here. So we do have on the bottom, we do have the King of Brooms, the King of Wands energy. I do like this. I mean, this is a very much the stepping, almost like how we were just talking about with Helga, because the King of Wands does. Sorry if you guys heard my stomach go row, 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 row. Evidently, that protein shake wasn't enough for it. I want more. Um, this is like this beginning of stepping into your power in a whole new way. And there's this clearing the throne room of all the self-appointed advisors and getting out of our head and into our heart and deciding what is it I want to do this next year. Make a plan. I'm going to put energy behind it. So I like this energy. It's like moving to a new level of empowerment feels like this for you. You also have the Justice card. So you're gaining a lot of clarity around relationships. And I feel like this is part of this empowerment because it's Libra energy whirling over the house of partnerships. And there's this I am clearing out a lot of ways that I was looking at what I want in a relationship because I'm questioning it. And I'm going, nope, swiping, right? I'm getting rid of, some long held thoughts and beliefs and going, why do I want that? That doesn't matter anymore, those kind of energies. So I like that. What else is coming in with this here? You got these four coming in. Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a year. You've got definitely got this Ace of Pentacles. What are these other ones here? Yeah, and this is it's like you're defining your life by your self-worth instead of defining your self-worth by your life. I like that. So you're defining yourself. by your self-love and your inward, not by the outward life energy. Because you've got this here, you've got this 9 of flowers. I feel like you're redefining what the dream come true is. You're, the Knight of Brooms, the Knight of Wands is the year we've been in the year of the fire horse, but I feel like this is you taking action and you're on a quest. Again, the knight, all the knights are on a quest. The Knight of Wands, they're on the quest for the Ace of Wands, which is stepping into your power. Like the King of Wands is, it's almost like they're serving the King of Wands. I am going to go on this quest and help you find your power. So it's like your fire elemental spirit guide is assisting you a lot this next year. If you don't know who your fire elemental spirit guide is, I also have a little podcast on that. Yeah, it was this. It's called the Monthly Quest podcast. There's like 5 or 6 of them I did last year, and we introduced to our 4 elemental spirit guides, our 5th elemental spirit guide, which is the ethereal, which is our guardian angel or guardian angel. So if you're interested, check that out. If you're wanting to kind of delve into who your elemental, especially your fire one, is going to have a huge um, impact over this next year for you. And you have the King of Flowers too, King of Cups. And this is part of this change in determining who this perfect, compatible individual is, and I feel like you're redefining relationship energy, is a big piece of your journey, at least in the beginning here. And then you have these 2 that came out. You have got the 7 of Coins and the Emperor. So here's the same energy. The King of Wands and the Emperor are a lot alike for me, but this is in bigger life-changing ways. And the 7 of Coins is it's not gonna be a fast track bullet train to this. It's gonna be slow. It's gonna be methodical. You don't have to rush through it. It's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. But also, I feel like as you're going through this, one of the things of the 7 of Pentacles, 7 of Coins, is when you start to see the fruit of some things, you're like, "Meh, this isn't what I want." And you can switch it and change it to something else. It's like trading in an apple orchard for um, you can go really into something else, but just like a avocado tree orchard because you want guacamole, you know? I'm done with applesauce and well, could we ever be done with apple fritters? But, we're gonna focus on guacamole. So I feel like there's this change energy that's coming in, and you're taking the lead in making the change with that too. And then you have these 3 that came out. Yeah, and here's this. You do have this calling card with the judgment card here, and it's like you're getting this yearning, this pulling into something new. And what are these about? Yeah, and even have the Leo strength card energy, which is you stepping forward towards this dream that you've been having, or this, if you haven't had it yet, it's like you're going to get this pull to do something else. And you do have the 2 of Swords too, which is the change of story. And I kind of feel like that is what this next year is bringing you, is a huge change of story. You're like, I'm done with this book. Now I'm starting a new one. What is this new book of my life? And this is you stepping into it and you deciding what you want it to be, knowing there is no wrong or right. There's just different. And you don't have to figure out your entire rest of your life or anything. It's just about, where's my heart leading me to next? And I like that for you. So hopefully that helps a little bit. We'll also pull feel like, well, we're going to give you a whispers of love here. Yeah, changes are brewing. I'm liking it. We'll give you a whispers of love for your fortune cookie, but then I also want to give you a guardian angel little heart card for your birthday. So let's take a look here. So for your fortune cookie, one here. All right. We have physical touch. Woo. Ooh la la. Which says a tender touch can mean so much. It's card number 47. Come on. Fingers work. There we go. So sometimes a hug is exactly what is needed. Physical connection is important to humans. Hand holding, kissing, embracing, back rubs, and an arm around the shoulder or a pat on the back are ways of expressing support, care, encouragement, and more. Ooh la la, romantique. You're so funny. Think about how good you feel when someone greets you with a warm hug or offers you a comforting hand. These small interactions can really help you with your day. Giving and receiving through touch helps to keep your heart open. Physical touch is immeasurably vital in creating a spiritual bond. The delicate force provided through touch helps build trust and understanding in your relationships. Physical touch can calm, console, and express much more than words. All I've been seeing in my head is Cher from Moonstruck when she's all, "Psh, snap out of it." Anyway, in this card here, a woodsman kisses the hand of a statue and changes her from stone to flesh. Imagine how important this could be. Giving someone a hand, a squeeze, a high five, or a hug can change someone's entire day. I like that. So I feel like they're bringing in like you give the best hugs. I feel like you hear that a lot. All right. And then we have these beautiful guardian angel cards. This is what they want to have one here. Yeah. So let's shuffle these. Let's see if I do a good job on these again. Let's try. There we go. All right. So let's see what the angels have for you for your birthday. All right. There it is. Boom, boom. Yeah. I love this. Beautiful, beautiful card here. Let's see if it probably won't. Is it going to focus? It's coming through the TV to you. It says, you do not need another's approval to feel worthy of love. Regardless of what you've done or what you think you've failed to do, from your soul's perspective, there's neither right nor wrong. Every experience in life is here to help you expand your awareness of love so that you may embrace ever greater spheres of wisdom. You've done nothing wrong. I love that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Happy, happy birthday. I'm sure you're going to do something special for yourself. If not, you better do one now. All right. So many blessings. Happy birthday to you. All right. And then Debbie O, you are up. Thank you for your additional donation. Let's get you on here. Oh, I love it. Taking the day off and it's play day. Right. We'll get that a love and a like there. All right, Debbie. So 7:13:51 is your timestamp here. There you are. And you didn't see any mail that you were interested in. Will I go on a date this year by September or next year? Well, you have a day tomorrow yet. Don't count it short now. What if you meet someone? You might meet them at the airport even on Tuesday. There is still time, girl. All right. So let's take a look here. Hey, Polite. Good to see you. All right. So will you go on a date this year by September? Let's look at that first. It's like you already gave up. All right. And then, or next year. What's the energy around next year? All right. Yeah, we do have the Knight of Pentacles here. You also have the Knight of Yellow Bricks, the Knight of Swords underneath that. So there is slow movement and quicker movement, like slow movement in the outside world, but something about communication is increased with this Knight of Pentacles, I mean, Knight of Swords. So let's see here. What about today by September? We have the Strength card. I feel like if you get out, because the Strength card is Leo energy about being seen and standing out. I feel like that's an important energy. We got the Star card. Yeah. There can be a dream come true kind of energy here. With that, we also have the Eight of Yellow Bricks, the Eight of Swords, and the Nine of Brooms, the Nine of Wands. I feel like with this Eight of Swords and the Nine of Wands, there is possibilities here for this, the 9 being September, right? That the block that that needs to be removed for that to be able to happen. Sorry if you guys hear my stomach growl. Um, if it distracted me. I'm like, "Oh my god, is it the bear?" Growl. It was the bear growling, that's what it was. But this block that you have, it has to do with letting go of some mindsets, some expectations, some supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's, must be's. And so there's a little bit of clearing away of some belief systems that they may not be conscious of, they might be subconscious beliefs. So journaling, if you haven't done automatic writing, it's where you can ask a question like of your in this case, I'd ask your mental inner child and just ask them, what kind of blocks do I have in meeting someone? What kind of mental blocks? And then just start writing, and whatever comes, just let it. At the beginning, it might feel like you're answering it, like it's coming from your head, but then you're just gonna it's gonna flow. Just keep writing, and when you're done, you look and you'll go, "Whoa, that wasn't from me." From this, it was from in here. You're like, wow, kind of energy. So I like that. And then what about next year? What do we have next year? We got Five of Pentacles, lack energy. We've got the 10 of Wands, which is burden energy. Yeah, I don't feel like this. I feel like next year is like, nah, nah. I feel like it's this year, look at it there, and you are going through this, death and rebirth energy that's coming in. So, um, it's you're coming back in a different way. So I like that. All right. So that is what they got for you. And we'll grab you a fortune cookie here too. Hopefully that helps a little bit there, Debbie, Debbie, Debbie. But don't give up hope. There's still tomorrow and Tuesday. You never know. You might meet someone at the airport or sitting on the plane next to him before the plane takes off. That counts. All right, let's take a look here. All right. Your fortune cookie says, yep, I feel, yeah, this is about being set free, right? Being balanced, peaceful, and in harmony. Because it feels like, this is like when the heart is feeling captive by the mindsets. That's what that it is that around there, and they can be set free. So that's what we got, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And polite will get you on the free list here. You're number 30 on there. But we are on 28 of the free reading, so that's not as bad as that sounds. 30? No, you actually, we have Yana, and then BMX, and then you on the free readings. I do have a donation that just came in, though, so I'm gonna go to that next, and then if there's no other donations, we'll sit back for these other ones, but, I think that is it. Let me just make sure no one else here. Oh, okay. So, Krabby Loop, hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. Sorry, my mouth is really dry. I need to take a sip here. All right. Sorry if you guys keep hearing my stomach. It is growling like a crazy fool. Oh, the croissant? Bonjour. Ooh la la. Like the, candlestick from Beauty and the Beast. "Be my guest, be my guest." All right. I'm getting silly now. All right, so 7:20:51. Let's get into the reading, right? Don't wanna be too entertaining. Yeah. All right. So, Krabby Loop, you wanna know what energies are you embodying to align you with your love interest? Oh, all right. Let's take a look here. So, what energies are you embodying to align you with your love interest? All right. Like these 5 they wanted. Anything else? I swear, you guys probably can't hear my stomach growling as loud as I am because it's in my body and I'm right here. But I swear it sounds like the bear is growling. "Roar." I had my big old protein shake. Might have to have a banana or an apple before I go to bed. So on the bottom of the deck, you do have the 8 of yellow bricks, which is the 8 of swords, which this does tell you the underlying energies is that you have been letting go of, long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and letting go of some mindsets that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So you've been releasing these things that have been helping you uh, increase your love vibration because those lower thoughts and beliefs and mindsets keep us all at a lower vibration, and then we keep drawing in lower experiences. So you've been letting things go. So they're telling you with that 8, that's a celebration of the flow that's changing and it is going up. What does that look like? You have the page of brooms, the page of wands. One of the and well, this isn't one of the energies that you're embodying to align, but this is you that you've been taking action and focusing and intentionally choosing energy of what you're wanting to do. Choosing gratitude, choosing unconditional love, as well. Yeah, I will get some of these soon. And we will as you're choosing that higher vibration, it expands and draws more in. So I feel like you're stepping in and stepping up your knowledge of how to move your energy and how to steps you can take to focus on your energy as well. You have the 9 of coins. I like this. This energy of embodiment is I am all I need. I'm self sufficient. I am happy alone. And that's an important energy embodying to align you with the love interest. Because if you can't be happy alone and you think you need someone else, that actually pushes it away. When you are like, I'm everything I need, I've got all the love I need inside of me, I am the love of my life. As you align that, then that's what draws them forward. And I feel like you've been stepping into that. I don't need someone, but I do want someone. I would like, this beautiful mirror of my self-love to be in my life. I like that. You also have the 3 of coins. Yeah, you're embodying being true to your authentic self. Not, I have to be someone. I'm trying to be this because this is what people would want. This is more attractive. So I'm going to do that. And you're like, screw all that. I'm going to do what I want to do, be who I want to be because I want someone who's attracted to me, not who I'm trying to pretend to be. And I feel like you're really stepping into that authenticity, being creative, you know, bright red hair, bright pink hair, bright blue hair, whatever I feel like. And because you're not blending in, you stand out. And that also helps you get noticed by your love interest because that's exactly what they're looking for. Not "Ugh, everyone looks the same except them. And then you have the Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles. You are embracing this, taking care of your body, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. You're doing things for you. You're not sacrificing yourself for everyone else. You're learning this that I'm not a barrel that I plug everyone in to suck all the life out of me. I am a chalice that I fill up and everyone else gets the overflow. I feel like these are things that you're working on and that you are in these energies and you're going to be expanding these energies with number 5 coming in as the 3 of swords, which is I like this because it sometimes is like the heartbreak, the disappointment card, but this one in this particular deck brings such energy of and I'm embracing the unexpected. And instead of having all these rules of it has to be today, you're like, I'm wide open, baby. My mind is wide open and I'm ready, to draw in what spirit has for me. I'm trusting that it's like this trust energy, right? I'm giving it to the creator. They're going to bring me the perfect person in the perfect timing, the perfect way. My job is to know my what and my why, not the how, not the when, not the who. Mine is the what I want and the why I want, not the rest. Then we ask once, and then we gratitude the rest of the time, right? Because if we ask every day, "Oh, I want bring my love to me, bring my," that becomes need, want energy, which is lack energy, which pushes them further away. As we step into ask once, gratitude the rest of the time, that draws them in sooner as well. And then underneath the surface, you do have the 6 of coins, 6 of pentacles, and the sun card. So I feel like the energies, there's some energies to still deal with a little bit. Does have the sun card, which is the inner child, and we've got the 6 of coins, which is 6 of pentacles, which is about this changing of the rate of exchange, what we feel we have to give to deserve so little. Like if I have 1,000 to 1, I have to give 1,000 love coins to get 1. It's unfair, and then it takes forever for love to come to us because we feel we don't deserve it. So there's ways to bring that down to 1 to 1. If you haven't looked at that yet, I do have another podcast. I talk about this in one I talk about a lot, which is abundance where it be, and that is this podcast here, number 14, which talks about how we use our energy to draw things toward us instead of repel it from us. And then once it gets to our city gates, um, having conversations with our inner child to open the city gates because we educate them on what a fair uh, rate of exchange is instead of an unfair one. And then we convince them 1 to 1 is what we deserve. Then they just open the gates and they're always open, not open for a moment and slam shut, right? So hopefully that helps. I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. I feel like it's this one here. All right. Yep, I got it. Here's that time thing, right? And it says situations that are timely or take more time. It's all about divine timing, right? I like that. It's the time, the who, the what, the when. Psh, wait, who? No, the who, the how, the when, creator, the what and the why, me, right? What do I want and why do I want that? Because um, they don't control the what you want to order or why you want it, but they will take care of the rest. So hopefully that helps, Krabby Loop. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Celestial Nebula. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And you're laughing. Glad you have a good sense of humor. All right. So thank you for your donation. You're very welcome, Krabby. Let's get that here. Boom, boom. So I'm going to take another sip here. I'm like, thirsty, thirsty. Maybe that'll get my stomach to quiet down too. Come on. All right. So let's give that a love and a like. Thank you so much for the donation. And we've got 7:30:36 is your timestamp. All right. There we go. All right. So let's see what we got here. So an ex-friend is reaching out. Should I entertain it or leave it alone? I felt abandoned. All right. Let's take a look here. What we'll do, with spirit, there's not really a should, because they look at life as not right or wrong, good or bad, better or worse, but different. And it's like, um, excuse me, I'm burping up the water now. There's this, just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. Like it's like eating, like asking, what ice cream should I eat? And they're like, well, what flavor are you in the mood for? I don't know. And then they tell us this, well, here's a taste of this and here's a taste of this. Which would you want? And that's what they'll do is we'll see if you entertain it, what kind of energy is there? If you leave it alone, what kind of energy is there? And see if there's anything else here. Because I feel like, you know, this feeling of abandonment that you had, that goes way back to when you were a child. That was just an echo. So it wasn't Michelle doing this to you. She was being a mirror, an echo from your inner child to bring up an old wound that they're ready to, it's like a hot potato in their hands that they're ready to release and ready to give away. And so they were an agent of the echo, we can say, um, to help release something. And I feel like she's coming back in and reaching out because here is a point for you to either re-experience this or to use it as a growth opportunity to release some old stuff. And that can happen through like some forgiveness energy originating back when we first felt abandoned by what family member or what this was. It would be 7 years old and younger, the original wound, of abandonment, feeling left behind out in the cold, not enough, you know, kind of energy. But we'll see here. That went deep really fast. We went whoosh. All right. So let's see here. I didn't give you a chance for you to put on your swimmer's cap, right? I'm gonna grab one of these throat lozenges real quick here. All right. So yeah, whoops. Splash. You were at SeaWorld. You didn't realize that orca was going to Shamu, right? It's Shamu, not he's an orca whale, Shamu. Kaploosh. Kasploosh. All right. So if you entertain it, what kind of energy would you experience with the Echo Master, Michelle? I got that. I don't want that. I do want this. I do want this too. And I do want this. And that. All right. And then if you don't entertain it and you leave it alone, tell them, hell no. What energies would you get here? I do want these. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. Do you have your swimmer's cap on now? And your floaties and your the nose plug, right? And the earplugs. Because I think we're gonna go deep again here. So we've got the 2 of swords. They call it the 2 of yellow bricks, you know? And this is the power of story. This is where it gets deep because you have a story in your head around the situation with Michelle that she abandoned me, right? And so there's this, you know, whatever happens in the outside world, it just is. There's no definition, there's no meaning to it until it gets in here. Then our little storyteller, this thing in here, will applies a story to what that means about me. And if we're not consciously choosing that this means, something, then it diverts to our default, whatever story we created growing up about what that kind of action means. So if we haven't changed it since we were 7 years old and younger, and we're not consciously choosing in the moment, it defaults and goes to the old story, right? And with this powerful energy underneath is I have an opportunity to change the story of what her actions mean about me, and whether we want it to mean anything about me, you know? Yeah. Mhm. Right. But that's the story that they abandoned me. The facts are that she did this act and went here and did this and whatever and blah, blah, blah. The abandonment is an emotional, uh, reflection of my worth on from her actions. When we detach our worth from her actions, then, um, she didn't abandon me. In fact, the mirror says this is where it gets deep, so bear with me, that when I believed that her actions meant something about me, in that moment, I abandoned myself and went out there to define myself by that. Self-worth, inward and upward to self, right? When I go outside of myself to go and define myself by something that someone's doing or not doing, saying or not saying, I'm abandoning me. I'm leaving myself behind to go out there to go, "Oh," just like I learned, like, when like, I had partners who cheated on me, it was my that was my, story, right? Was they were cheating on me, and when I did my, freedom work and worked with spirit, they were like, you know if they're a mirror for you, how did you cheat on yourself? I mean, how did you cheat? And I'm like, I was always faithful, blah, blah. And immediately got defensive, right? No, 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 no. I was faithful, blah, 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 blah. And they're like, sit down, simmer down, Rattler. So, and then they explained to me, if self-worth comes in, inward and upward, and you went out there to define yourself by their actions and their love or whatever was going on. I'm like, "Are you saying I was cheating on myself with them?" And they're like and when you sit with that, you're like, "Holy moly," right? Like, wow. It's crazy that it's like, wow. And then we come back to ourselves, and then we realize they didn't abandon me. They didn't cheat on me. They were cheating on themselves too. And they were, like in this case, we can even maybe say Michelle was scared. She, um, was acting out of fear and needed to go back to somewhere safe where she felt safe because her little inner child was feeling unsafe and out of control and uncomfortable. So she didn't abandon you. She was like, I got to go to safety. And so she, out of fear, was doing something that she thought she needed to do for herself. and didn't even, it wasn't intentional towards you or that, it was, "Yay, yay, yay," kind of energy, little puppy, running back to, something that felt safe instead of something that felt strange and new, and I feared failing, and so when we change that story, um, yeah, so when she, you know, um, when we change the story and we realize, wow, so this isn't about, and we can learn from that, right? So that's the bottom of the deck. Phew, come up for air, right? Now we'll look at here with all that underneath the barrier or the foundation. What's the energy if you do entertain this, right? Yeah, you got the 9 of yellow bricks, the 9 of swords, which is you face your fears. You have the 2 of coins. There is this beautiful balancing energy. Again, the power of choice that, uh, well, we'll see here, power of choice. And you have the Empress. Yep. So you have this mother nature, mother nurture, you nurture yourself. And and there's this healing energy that comes in here because you realize I feel like there's this energy here if I choose myself, because you have the 2 of Pentacles, is I have choice to either choose them to define my worth or choose me to define my worth. And in that, you find that empowerment. And I feel like you learn a lot through interacting, even if you don't become besties and blah, 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 there's like this transformation that comes in. And even if we feel comfortable going, you remember back when that happened and they're like, "No, what?" We think, "Oh, they're still thinking about that to this day because we are, right?" And they're like, "What? Oh, I don't know, da 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 da," Like one of my friends, she had brothers that picked on her crazy when she was young, like, 3, 4, 5, 6 years old. She's in her 60s. She carried all that. And just a couple years ago, maybe like 5 years ago now, when she went to go hang out with one of her brothers, they're all in their, mid-60s up to 70, and she was like, "Do you guys remember when you did that and da da da?" And they're like, "No, we were probably just being silly and crazy and whatever." And she's like, "What?" 'Cause it was such a big, heavy thing she carried because they made fun of her. Carried it all her life, but it was a fleeting moment that was forgotten, and so we're the ones that, carry things for so long that we get to release it, right? Isn't that amazing? Let's see, what else? What other energy, for entertaining it? You do have the 3 of swords. Yeah, here's that heartbreak. Yeah, I like it. So here's the feeling of heartbreak and disappointment is the 3 of swords, but you got the strength card, the Leo energy of realizing I'm stronger, so much stronger than that, situation. And as we go back and look at those, you know, feelings that we had back in the day, we're like, no, again, that lion Leo energy, I'm the kingdom of my jungle. They're the kingdom of theirs, and they don't tell me who I am, I tell me who I am. So I like this strength, this power that kinda comes through this, if you do that. So sorry. Yeah, and then there is this death and rebirth energy that comes in here. There is a movement of emotion, and it does feel like a rebirth, this freedom that comes. And now, I mean, you don't have to do this with her either. You could revisit this, um, as if she's in front of you. You can have an empty chair and, talk things out and say what you feel you need to say to release old energies that you kept suppressed and they've been growing in there for so long. Your little inner child that wanted to say, "You leaving is hurting my feelings, and I'm sad that you're leaving." And it's okay to be sad and to feel the loss. I feel lost because you're leaving, and it's like, it's okay. but it's also about going back to the original wound when you were 7 years old and younger. Who left you first? Who did you feel abandoned by first? Because I still feel like hers, even if it was in, let's say you're saying it was middle school, right? That's not 7 years old and younger, right? Yeah, I mean, that's more like 7 to 14. That's when our mental is created. Our emotional inner child, 7 years old and younger, our mental is 7 to 14. Physical inner child, 14 to 21. Ooh, fun, fun, right? Yeah. So it definitely stems from the youth, and it's just an echo. So when we go back to the original wound, the original big rock that was dropped in, Michelle was just a ripple from that rock that was dropped in. Um, and it was a reminder. That's where the real pain was, is that she reminded you of how you were abandoned earlier. And that's the kind of the transformational energy that comes in. So that's the energy if you do. If you don't, if you leave it as it is, yeah, then you still have the 5 of, cups, which is the sorrow energy, so that it's like the emotions kind of stick down there still a little bit, but, you still have this empowerment with the Chariot card. You're still choosing, to be true to your authentic self and, "I'm gonna do what I wanna do, I don't have to do." There's power in that too, of saying no. The power of no is empowering in itself. And, let's see here, what else are these here? Yeah, I feel like you can still have this. You would still have a transformation, it'll still come around in some other way that comes in here, which is the Hanged One is, seeing things from a higher perspective, but it's like a cocooning kind of thing, and you do with the Devil card and the Ten of Swords. This is all about the expectations, the stories, the supposed to be's, the should be's, the need to be's. You're not supposed to do that. Well, they did, and now I'm disappointed and I feel heartbroken. It's realizing there was no supposed to or should. If you ever had a chance to check out Byron Katie, she has a website called thework.com, but and actually a YouTube channel too. She's really amazing. But it's this, she's like, one of the first things I heard her say was, "Do you know how you know that's what was supposed to happen?" "No, how?" "'Cause it happened." "Oh, do you know how you know that something else wasn't supposed to happen?" "No, what?" I just right back into it, "'Cause it didn't happen." And we're like, "Wow," just kind of like a wake up, right? But I love it, it's an amazing transformational energy, but I feel like either way, you will do work and you will have experiences pop up, whether it's Michelle or it's something else in your life that will bring back up the abandonment feeling some way, somehow, so that we can transform it because it's ready. That hot potato that your little inner child has that emotion been going back and forth, going, "Can you take this off my hands?" And you're like, "Not yet." Um, but we get to choose that, right? So I like that. So, let's also get you here a Whisper of Love oracle. Since your donation was $5 or more, shuffle those up. All right. Absolutely. Such great information. I learned so much through Spirit. I mean, I'm like, I'm gonna have to go journal after this. All right, I love it. Back to what you love. I like it. It says reevaluate your desires. Number 3. So it says you can change what you are doing at any time. You do not have to feel stuck. Go back to what you know, and more importantly, to what you love. Oh, how interesting. Because she went back to where she felt safe, right? Ask your angels to guide you with this process. You can do anything you genuinely want to do. Take inventory. Look at where you got off track and find what you need to get back to you. You're meant to live a life of happiness. Bliss, love, relationship, and wealth are your fate. You can change your mind at any time and do something you have always longed to. When you do something you love, you reconnect to your bliss. So that's another thing, you can, I can entertain it and then decide, no, if I want, there's no like, it's either a yes or a no, and it's forever. You have to do it, celestial, no, I don't. And then it says on here, a girl celebrates as she finds a beautiful path before her. The doves flying next to her symbolize love, peace, and tranquility. The butterflies leading the way denote rejuvenation and transformation. A face in the distance is watching over this path as a reminder that you are never alone and your path is divinely guided. Wow. I love it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. You can now take off the swimmer's cap. We are done. Snap, 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 snap. I love it. Absolutely. Thank you so much. So good to see you. And I like that. All right. So I think that was it. I don't have anything else. So we'll finish up these last three readings. I'm almost hitting 8 hours. So I'm going to start to wind down. I will be back on Wednesday. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights. I do take off Mondays and Tuesdays from live streams, but I do other stuff, of course. Um, so let's jump in here. We've got Jana. We got 751:45, I believe it was. And am I? Oh, yeah, that's right. Am I where I'm supposed to be? Like on your, you're talking about your the lines according to your birth chart where things are, right? Your Mars line, you're just wondering why it's so lovely. Let's take a look here. So based on your current energies, are you where you are for your highest experiences, right? um I feel like you're going to be called somewhere else because you do have the 9 of Pentacles, which is, this independence, this being alone energy. But it's almost like the Hermit where you're guided, and the Judgment card is your higher self, which is drawing you somewhere. So I feel like you feel it's lovely here and everything, and it can be for now, and it can be a matter of all of your astrology is matching up at this time in your life. You need to be on your Mars line because you're challenging yourself, and I feel like it depends on the rest of your chart too, honestly. Because I feel like if you have a lot of Aries, or depends on like your sun sign and your rising sign and your moon sign, it's almost like, what is it that I want to learn, where I'm at the time? Because Mars can be a challenging warrior divine energy, and you might need it to be on that line at different parts of your life to really challenge yourself and be that strong warrior to get through things, to be that divine masculine energy, and to you know root out things that you're ready to let go of, and start things that you wouldn't start if you were on a different line, because Mars is that fire, Aries, god of war. I'm not taking crap energy. And sometimes we need that to develop that side of us. And then we are ready. And when we're ready, you will be drawn and you'll feel that, like, oh, I'm done. I'm going here now. So I like it. I feel like you are where you need to be right now for your highest experience to work through that empowerment energy, being that god of war or goddess of war, right? So I like it. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings. Right. And then we got BMX Rider 75434. Here's your timestamp. And spirit message for you here. Let's take a look. What do they have here for you? Got that. No, none of those. None of those. All right. What else? What else? What else? All right, there we are. So you have the King of Flowers and the Knight of Coins. So the Knight of Coins, the Knight of Pentacles is one of the slowest moving knights, out of the four knights. And it means things have been slowed down on purpose for you so that you're not drawing in some of the lower vibrational energies. It's given you this chance here with this uh, King of Flowers is the King of Cups, which is this balance between head and heart. And so this like that slowing down to give you this pocket of time to really have your mind sit down with your heart and decide, heart, what is it that you want in life? And it gives you the space to let the heart speak, because usually the mind is, shut up, I'm in control. Heart, you don't get to say, we're going to make sure we're not hurt, and we're not going to, and we're going to have pleasure and have, the good things, and da 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 da. When you speak up, you take us in weird places. No, and when it's allow our heart and our mind to be there, we hear our heart, and then our mind is like, oh, now that I've given you a chance, we've made them, hear and be able to listen. They're like, that's not so bad. I can help you with that. And instead of being a bully on your heart, your mind becomes a supporter of the dream. Because if the heart goes off on its own, it's going to do stuff that, we end up broke and starving artist or whatever. And if the mind does it, we feel like we're existing because it's regimented and no, 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 no risks. And when we allow them to come together in partnership, then we find something that we can do that we love and that our mind supports us so that it's successful too for long term. So I feel like that's what spirit has here for you right now. So hopefully that helps, right? So many blessings to you. All right. And then Polite MK, you're up 7:57:12, I do believe. So there is your timestamp. And you want to ask a question. You're single. You just wanted to know, will you find love? Yes. Is it going to be in here or out there? That's the question, right? So let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know here? You want this one or this one? I feel like you will, but this is where it starts. So it was a joke, but it really wasn't a joke, because you have the Eight of Coins, the Eight of Pentacles. So this card here is about, it's like a transformation. It's a caterpillar going into a cocoon, letting things of itself go so it can become a butterfly, right? The Ace of Cups is your self-love. So we start here, and I feel like, so we can't love someone else more than we love ourselves, nor receive love from someone else more than we love ourselves. So if I love myself this much, no matter how much love I want to give out, it trickles. No matter how much love someone wants to give me, it trickles. The more I raise my self-love and my self-worth and my connection to my higher self, the more this opens up, the more our ability to give and receive love to the outside world changes. We also, every relationship in the outside world is a reflection of our self-love. So again, really another reason why it's good for us to turn inward, right? To raise that up, because that improves that energy and our ability, like I said, to give and receive love there too. The other thing it does, as we raise our love vibration, our self-love, it speeds up and allows, us to draw in the love of our life faster as well, because lower vibrational energy when we have low self-love and low self-worth, the lower it is, the slower it drags everything out. But the more we do that inner release of letting go of mindsets that don't serve us, energy that doesn't serve us, emotions that don't serve us, things in our physical world that don't serve us, we're creating that space to allow that low vibration to drift away, and then our focus becomes higher. And then that does that. And then I do feel like you will, you've even got temperance on the bottom, which is patience and slow alchemy. But that's why it's like, yes, you will, but you start here. As you raise that up, then you'll draw in someone that matches your higher vibration. Instead of doing what we've always done, get what we've always gotten, there's a change in transformation with that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, polite. And I like that for you. All right. And if you want any other kind of advice on those things, I do have a free podcast called The Easier Path, which if anyone hasn't checked that out, the link is always down in the description area of the video, or if you click on my name, it'll be on my main channel page at the top. It's The Easier Path. Here's the link for the playlist too, for your convenience, if you're interested in checking that out. All right, everybody. Wow, wow, wow. I can't believe 8 hours flew by. And here we are, Sunday night. So I will be back on Wednesday. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Happy solstice. And I'll see you soon. You guys take care. Night, night.